Chapter 3744. Stone gambling was not only popular in the true spirit world, but also in the entire heaven-punishing world. That was because these stones all contained treasures from the ancient era, or even the ancient era. If one could cut out one of them, one would be rich. There were also some young disciples who were following along. They were confused. If there was a treasure inside, why didn't the fiend palace open it themselves? Why did they have to take it out? Are you an idiot? If there was really a treasure inside, then it would be a profit. But if there was nothing inside, then wouldn't it be a huge loss? Their fiend palace was not stupid. They would definitely take it out for auction. At that time, they would sell it for a sky-high price. Even if there was a treasure inside, they wouldn't suffer a loss. Indeed, the fiend palace's people also said that these were all rare treasures. Our fiend palace did not dare to casually open them. We hope that we can share them with everyone. Once those words were said, everyone knew that the auction was about to begin. An elder of the fiend palace walked out and said, "Everyone, we will now begin the auction. Our fiend palace will not leave a single one of these 10-odd items behind. There are a total of 13 items. I hope that everyone can bid on them in time. Because if you miss them, then they will be gone. It took us a lot of effort to get this thing. Alright, let's not waste words. Let's begin." The first item to be auctioned was the size of a stool. It was square-shaped and very neat. All kinds of Tao patterns were carved on it, forming one strange pattern after another. The starting price was 1 million kilograms of divine crystals. Each increment could not be less than 100,000 kilograms. Of course, apart from divine crystals, there were also medicinal pills of equal value, all kinds of natural treasures, cultivation techniques, and saint artifacts. Once those words were said, the crowd went into an uproar. Some young disciples cried out in alarm. 1 million kilograms was the starting price. Heavens, these broken stones were so expensive. They were all stupefied. To be honest, in their opinion, these stones were only worth 100,000 kilograms. How could they have imagined that they would be so valuable? Lin Xian was also surprised. This auction was much more extravagant than when he was in the true spirit world. The auction started, but the price was not too high. Even the peak powers like Thunder God City only made a few bids before calmly observing the situation. They also wanted to see if there were any real treasures inside. Otherwise, it would be too risky to rashly bid. After several bids, it was won by a second-tier clan. The final price was 250,000 kilograms of divine crystals. It was simply an astronomical figure. A member of the Mu clan walked out and handed over the divine crystals. The people of the Fiend Palace laughed. Would the Mu clan be open now? The head of the Mu family gritted his teeth and said, "Fine." This was a huge gamble. The others were also interested. Should they start now? He was really too excited. I want to see what I can buy with these 250,000 kilograms of divine crystals. That's right, this was a sky-high price. The head of the Mu clan personally removed the Tao patterns on it and broke the seal. Gradually, the seal on the stone box was broken. It slowly opened, and a beam of light flew out from within. Illuminate the 9 heavens. It pierced through the clouds in the sky. Something is coming. Something is coming. Everyone was shocked. Even the experts took a deep breath. After the first ray of light, there was a second and third ray of light. Light filled the sky and dyed the sky golden. The clan leader of the Mu clan was shocked. He only hoped that he could go. In the next moment, he cried out in surprise and then laughed out loud. "Haha, that's great." "What is that?" Everyone was shocked. Even the eyes of the experts of the sacred city burst out with a piercing cold light. However, they couldn't see through it at all. This was the mystery of stone gambling. Even if they were sages, they still couldn't see through what was inside. They could only wait for the head of the Mu clan to take it out himself. The head of the Mu clan tried hard to calm his mood. His hand was trembling a little. From inside he took out a golden wheel. That golden wheel was only the size of a fan. When placed on it, Tao patterns were all over it. It was unusually exquisite. At the same time, it also emitted an extremely strong aura. The sacred artifact. An expert of the older generation screamed, and his eyes turned red. After the others heard it, there was an uproar. What? It was actually a sacred artifact. They were also stunned. They didn't expect that the weapon inside was actually a sacred artifact. An elder of Thunder God City sucked in a breath of cold air. In his eyes, there was a terrifying flash of lightning. This was no ordinary sacred artifact. It was a mid-grade sacred artifact. A middle-grade sacred artifact? Isn't it too terrifying? At this moment, everyone was boiling. Their eyes were all red. Some people roared crazily. Damn it, why? Why didn't I make a move? 2 million was ridiculously high. But if it was a middle-grade sacred artifact, then it was really a big profit. The value of a middle-grade sacred artifact was at least 10 million gene of divine crystals, and it was still priceless. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Lin Xian was also surprised. A middle-grade sacred artifact. He had once bought the materials of a sacred artifact. At that time, it was only 50,000 gene, which shocked him greatly. Later, he knew that although the materials were easy to buy, it was not easy to refine. That was because it took time to refine a saint artifact. For example, his black earth had used an endless amount of heavenly treasures. In addition, the starry sky fire, an extremely terrifying flame, had evolved. Therefore, refining a sacred artifact was not easy. The value of a sacred artifact was also very precious. Unless there were special circumstances, generally, no one would exchange a sacred artifact. It could be said that there was a price but no market. Lin Xian also had several sacred artifacts in his hands. Except for the black earth, which he had refined himself, the others were snatched from his enemies. But even so, he had killed so many saints and snatched so many storage rings and treasures. But the number of sacred artifacts in his hands did not exceed 5. One could imagine that sacred artifacts were still very precious. Not every saint had one. However, he still did not understand what a middle-grade sacred artifact was. Sacred artifacts were also divided into different grades. Generally, only a few saints had them. Firstly, the materials to refine a sacred artifact were very precious and required a long time to collect. Moreover, refining a sacred artifact was also very time-consuming. It also required a special flame. Therefore, in summary, refining a sacred artifact was very troublesome. Ordinary saints might not be able to cultivate it even if they wanted to. Therefore, they would not refine a sacred artifact. Instead, they would cultivate their own law weapons. That was to use their own laws to condense a weapon. They would cultivate it in their body. A law weapon did not consume materials. It only consumed time. The longer the time, the greater the power of a law weapon. Generally, if cultivated well, the power of a law weapon could be equivalent to a low-grade sacred artifact. It could be said to be very terrifying. Sacred artifacts were divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. The power of each grade of sacred artifact was different. Of course, it was also related to the user. And these sacred artifacts were collectively known as moon-rank divine artifacts. Moon-rank sacred artifact. Lin Xian was surprised. He had never heard of it. Chapter 3745. According to Heishan, if a saint wielded a saint weapon, he could destroy a moon-level planet with a full-force strike. It was called a moon-level saint weapon. Of course, this was only in theory. In the real world, there were many powerful families and sections. They could set up formations to prevent the attack of a saint weapon. Above moon level was sun level. A full-force strike could destroy a sun-level world, which was countless times bigger than a moon-level planet. Sun-level saint weapons were usually in the hands of saint kings and great sage. The great sage pagoda in your hand was at this level. Above that was sun-level saint weapons. A full-force strike would not be as simple as destroying 1 or 2 worlds. The whole starfield would be destroyed. This kind of saint weapon was even more powerful than the great sage weapon. It was usually a legendary saint weapon. It would be passed down in the hands of countless saints. It was second only to an extreme Dao weapon. If an extreme Dao weapon was fully recovered, the whole second astral realm would be destroyed with a single strike. Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. He did not expect there to be so many grades of saint weapons. It seemed like they were very powerful even among moon-level saint weapons. Ordinary saints would be jealous when they saw them. The Mu family had opened such a saint weapon for 250,000 kilograms of divine crystals. It was definitely a shocking move. Sure enough, everyone's eyes turned red. The second box was sold at a sky-high price of 60,000 kilograms. Inside the second stone box was a pill. There was only one pill, but the aura emitted from it was too shocking. Some minor saints' eyes turned red. This pill had an inestimable value to them. The third box was as big as a wash basin. It was sold at a price of 70,000 kilograms of divine crystals. An elder of Thunder God City had won the bid. After the elder bid, he smiled and opened the box impatiently. But after opening it, he was dumbfounded. Damn it, how is this possible? The minor saint was so angry that thunder pierced through the sky. What happened? What was happening? The people of Thunder God City changed their expressions. The others were also puzzled. What could have enraged a little saint so much? There was nothing inside. A few people walked up and cried out in alarm. How could there be nothing? That was 70,000 caddies of divine crystals, and it was actually wasted. No wonder this little saint was so mad. Damn it. The people from Thunder God City also had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that the luck of some holy cities was really bad. It was probably because he had done too many bad things and wanted to accumulate more good karma in the future. Damn brat, you're pissing me off. The people of Thunder God City were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. The other party was actually making such sarcastic remarks. Everyone, please calm down. The devil's son walked out and said loudly. No one knew what was in this thing before it was opened. It could be a peerless divine artifact, or it could be an ordinary item, or it could be nothing at all. Since you want to gamble, you have to bear the consequences. I think everyone should be able to abide by this. The people of the Thunder God City coldly snorted and retreated. Their expressions were extremely unfriendly. From the looks of it, the atmosphere wasn't too good, so the people from Evil Demon City said that everyone should rest for a while and wait for everyone to drink some tea and eat some snacks before continuing. Soon, exquisite spiritual tea and spiritual wine were served. These people rested for a while. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. This time, it was really an eye-opener. They actually opened a saint artifact. Yes, I wonder if it's possible to open an immortal divine herb. It's too difficult. That thing is too terrifying. However, it's also very good to open a saint herb. Then, would it be possible to open a divine beast? Those people were very excited and had all kinds of guesses. At this moment, 5 boxes had already been opened. There were still 8 boxes that had not been opened. The next competition should be even more intense. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that this was a chance, and there might be something good inside. Therefore, he also planned to try and get the next box. What if there was something good in it? At this time, Hall Master Kun walked over and sat beside Lin Xian. He began to transmit his voice. Young Master Lin, after our investigation, we've received some news. Tell me quickly. Lin Xian was surprised. Next, Hall Master Kun began to tell him the news. Lin Xian was shocked after hearing it. Is it true? Hall Master Kun nodded. This is a spy we planted in the Demon Palace. The news sent back is absolutely reliable. Hall Master Kun sat for a while and then left. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. That was because the spy told him that the people who had been kidnapped from the Bewilderment Fog ship had been controlled by the Demon Palace and had gone to the Void Sea to search for treasures. These stone boxes were found by them. However, most of these stone boxes were in the depths of the Void Sea. Some were even in the fog of death. Therefore, it was very difficult to find them. It was said that those people had all died. Not a single one of them had returned alive. This was not good news. Could it be that Ruffian Dragon and the Northern Devil had been forced to dig for treasures and died? He did not believe it. For a moment, Lin Xian lost interest in stone gambling. He was thinking about what had happened. Perhaps those 2 people had been forced to enter the Void Sea, but they had escaped midway. Soon, the auction continued. Everyone fought over it. Some people opened treasures, while others opened nothing. In the end, the 6 major powers fought until their eyes were red. The other families and sects had no chance to interfere. They could only watch from the side. However, although they could not obtain the treasures, it was worth it to be able to witness such a spectacle. After the 9th box was opened, there were 4 left. At this moment, the elder of the Fiend Palace pointed at a box that was relatively large and looked like a coffin. Next, we will auction this box. This box looks very large. There might be a lot of treasures inside. It might also be a relatively large object. In fact, we think that it might be the corpse of an ancient expert that was sealed in it. When he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. This was too unbelievable. Everyone had seen the first 9 boxes open. There were all kinds of treasures in all kinds of shapes and sizes. Of course, it was also possible that there was nothing inside. Out of the 9 boxes, 3 of them were empty, which made people sigh. Lin Xian glanced at it without the slightest interest. However, in the next moment he was stunned. Wait a minute. He stared at the box, and his eyes shone with a golden light. Kid, what did you find? He Shan asked secretly. When the others saw this scene, they were also surprised. Then, the people of the Myriad Demon City sneered. Reckless kid, do you still want to use your eye technique to look? Are you joking? You can't see through this thing. That's right. Even our senior brother can't see through it, let alone you. Those people sneered. The others also shook their heads. The people of the Thunder God City sneered. So what if you got one of the top spots? With your wealth, you can't even afford a single treasure box. Lin Xian ignored these people's provocation. He quickly transmitted his voice to He Shan. I can sense Ruffian Long's aura on this treasure box. He Shan was stunned. He also used his soul to check it. In the next moment he was also surprised. Chapter 3746. It does have the aura of that dragon. But it's very faint. If it weren't for your powerful eye technique, you wouldn't be able to see it. It seems that this stone box has something to do with that dragon. Perhaps he was the one who dug it out. Since it has something to do with the dragon, I have to get it no matter what. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. This might be a clue to finding the dark red divine dragon. The others also stared at the stone box. Among them, the people from the demon city frowned. Have you noticed that the aura on this stone box is very unusual? It even makes me feel a little scared. The person who spoke was a little saint. Shui Yu and the others were shocked when they heard that. Even the 100-eyed demon saint was stunned. The hundreds of eyes on his body shone at the same time, trying to see what was going on. There is indeed a mysterious aura, which seems to be the aura of the demon race. It seems that what is buried in this box must be related to the demon race. Therefore, we have to get this treasure box. The eyes of the 7 experts of the Golden Crow race shone brightly. I can feel the powerful bloodline aura. We have to get this treasure box. The people of the Thunder God City, the Silver Palace, and the mysterious woman in emerald green were all surprised. Soon, the auction for the 10th treasure box began. 5 million caddies of divine crystals. The people of the Demon City were the first to bid. Obviously, they were determined to get it. 55 million caddies. The people of the Thunder God City bid. 6 million caddies. An expert of the Golden Crow race said. He was also very confident. 8 million caddies. Another voice sounded, causing the crowd to exclaim. Who's this? How can he increase the price by 2 million caddies? Some of the powerful families rolled their eyes. Isn't this too unruly? Even the experts of the Demon City and the Golden Crow race turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. The next moment, they were stunned. It's him. They found that the person who bid was Lin Xian. The people of the Thunder God City were also stunned. Before this, they had mocked Lin Xian, saying that he couldn't afford any of the treasure boxes. But now, they were slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian directly offered 8 million caddies of divine crystals, which was enough to buy any treasure box before. Damn it, how is this possible? How could this kid have so many divine crystals? The people of Thunder God City gnashed their teeth in disbelief. Lin Xian did not care at all. He must obtain this treasure box. 8. 5 million caddies, said someone from the demon city. 9 million. An expert of the golden crow technique made a bid. Lin Xian bid 10 million caddies. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was it already 10 million Jean? This had already exceeded the price of any treasure box. At the same time, they were puzzled as to why Lin Xian hadn't bid earlier. However, he was determined to obtain this treasure box. Could it be that there was a reason that no one knew about? The people from the demon city looked gloomy. Damn it, what was wrong with this kid? Why must he snatch this thing? Could it be that he had discovered something? Their faces darkened. The experts from the Golden Crow tribe also stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. No matter what the other party discovered, this treasure box was definitely theirs. 10 million caddies of divine crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Said the elder of the demon city with a smile. They were really overjoyed. This price was also beyond their expectations. What should we do, elder? Do we still want to bid? Asked Shueyu. The 100-eyed demon sage also looked gloomy. He really wanted to slap him to death. An elder said, "This kid seems to have been provoked and will probably fight with us endlessly. So we give up." The 100-eyed demon sage and the others looked gloomy. The people of the demon city snorted in a low voice. This thing is very useful to the demon clan. We must get it. Let this kid bid. When the time comes, we will kill him and the treasure box will be ours. The people of the Golden Crow tribe also looked gloomy. They decided to bid once more. If the other party still bid, then they would give up. 12 million caddies. This time, they directly bid an astonishing price, causing an uproar. The people of the Golden Crow tribe bid again. It seemed that they were determined to get this thing. They really didn't know what was inside. The people of the Demon City and the Golden Crow tribe both wanted it. And Lin Wudi, he just had to make a move at this time. Lin Wudi wouldn't dare to bid anymore. After all, this price was too frightening. How could he get it alone? 13 million caddies. However, Lin Xian bid again. How could this be? This kid dares to bid again. These people are crazy. The people of the Golden Crow tribe also looked gloomy. The other party had bid again. Then, according to their previous agreement, they wouldn't bid anymore. However, someone dared to compete with them. How audacious! They stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly looks. Some of them even had killing intent in their eyes. When the people of the Demon City saw this scene, they were also angry. How could this be? How could this kid take out 13 million caddies of divine crystals? That's a sky-high price. Shueyu stood out and shouted. Impossible, he definitely doesn't have that much. He's making trouble. Yes, that's right. I think so too. The 100-eyes demon sage looked down from above. His hundreds of eyes bloomed with terrifying light. Son, if you can't take it out, you should know the consequences. The people of the Golden Crow tribe didn't say anything. However, the killing intent on their bodies became even more piercingly cold. Obviously, if Lin Xian was deliberately making trouble, they would definitely not let him off. The evil demon's son also stood out. Don't worry, no one dares to make trouble here. If anyone dares to make trouble, no matter who you are, our demon palace has a way to make you disappear. Everyone was extremely nervous. It couldn't be, right? Was Lin Wudi causing trouble? He's definitely making trouble. He doesn't like the Demon City, so he wants to anger them. But he didn't expect that this time. He's playing too big. Let's see how this kid dies. If he can't take it out, the evil demon's son won't let him off. I can't take it out? Lin Xian smiled. He must get this thing. How could he not take it out? He looked around. No one is bidding? Well, then this thing is mine. Young master, you have to pay 13 million caddies of divine crystals before this thing is yours. An old man on the demon palace's side stood out and said with a smile. Don't worry, I naturally know the rules. Lin Xian took out something from his storage ring. When this thing came out, everyone was stunned. And Lin Xian's voice came out. Heavenly Luo umbrella, a sacred weapon. I think its value should be 13 million caddies of divine crystals. What? He actually wants to trade a sacred weapon. God, is there something wrong with this kid? Why do I feel that his brain is flooded with water? That's a sacred weapon. Although it's worth 13 million, it's priceless. No one will sell a sacred weapon. Indeed, not to mention 13 million, even if you take 20 million caddies of divine crystals, no one will sell it. The people of the Demon City and the Thunder God City were stunned. They didn't expect that this kid really dared to do so. Oh my God, I forgot to update it at noon. What a sin. Chapter 3747. The people of the Golden Crow clan also recognized the item. Even the people of the Devil Palace were stunned. Young master, are you really going to use a saint item to exchange for it? The old man of the Devil Palace stuttered. Lin Xian said, That's right, but is it not worth the price? The old man of the Devil Palace spat out saliva. Of course, it's worth it. His eyes were shining. All right, this heavenly luo umbrella is yours. You can do whatever you want with it. I don't care. I want this item. He's really generous today. As expected of Lin Wudi, he's too generous. Many people screamed. There were also some people who shook their heads. This kid was too much of a spendthrift. Was he going to waste a saint weapon just like that? All kinds of discussions could be heard. Among the crowd, the people of Spirit Sealing Star were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Di Ling's face was gloomy. Damn it, he really deserves to die. Compared to the other party, he was like a country bumpkin. The people of the Rain clan at the side were even more unsightly. Damn it, this heavenly luo umbrella is their Rain clan's. Why is it in the hands of the other party? Damn it, as expected, there's a problem with their minor saint. Even their saint item was snatched away by the other party. Damn it, this is my Rain clan's saint item. At this moment, a minor saint of the Rain clan couldn't bear it anymore and rushed out. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying, and it firmly locked onto Lin Xian. Audacious! The people of the Devil Palace roared. Someone is causing trouble here. The others were also in an uproar. What's going on? Are they going to start a fight? The people of the Rain clan said that they didn't come here to cause trouble. This heavenly luo umbrella is their Rain clan's item. Why is this kid taking it out to exchange? What? This is Rain clan's item. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. The people of Myriad Demon City revealed a sinister smile again. What should they do now? The people of the Devil Palace also frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. Your item? You have the face to say that? If you call him, will he answer? Of course, he will answer. It has the soul imprint of a minor saint on it. It's impossible to grind it out. After saying that, the Rain clan's elder quickly made a hand seal and returned. He called out to the heavenly luo umbrella, but the heavenly luo umbrella just lay there motionless. How is this possible? The elder was stunned. Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. The heavenly luo umbrella appeared beside Lin Xian in the blink of an eye and shrouded him in its radiance. Use luo soul. It clearly has my soul imprint on it, so when did it become something that belongs to your Rain clan? What a joke. He thought that he could just make up a lie. Who would have thought that he would be slapping himself in the face? Cold laughter sounded one after another. The expressions on the faces of the Rain clan's people became extremely ugly. 2. The evil demon's son said coldly. That was a huge loss of face. Yushirchia and the Rain clan's people screamed. They couldn't afford to lose face like this. The minor saint of the Rain clan was also trembling with anger. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. He suddenly erupted with a terrifying law and rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and pulled back. You dare to make a move here? You don't want to live anymore. The Demon Palace's experts stood out one after another. But at this time, due to the fluctuation of the law, the stone box that Lin Xian placed on it was overturned. With a loud boom, everyone jumped in fright. Everyone stopped. The Demon Palace's people roared. Whoever dared to make a move would be killed without mercy. If the stone box was destroyed, they wouldn't be able to continue with the auction. The others were also nervous. A stone box was opened. What was inside? It was Lin Wudi who had just placed it. It seemed that only the lid was overturned. It shouldn't be damaged. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They turned their heads to look. Lin Xian also looked. In the next moment he was stunned. The others also cried out in alarm. Heavens, what was that? That was a dragon. Moreover, it looked like a 5-clawed divine dragon. It was a divine beast. The corpse of an ancient expert was really sealed inside, and it was even a dragon expert. Everyone went crazy. The people of Thunder God City were shocked. The eyes of the people of Myriad Demon City were red. They had already felt that the aura inside was unusual. They didn't expect it to be a dragon. Damn it. They didn't get it. The Golden Crow clan's people also had sharp eyes. Was it the corpse of a dragon? Moreover, it was the corpse of an ancient expert. They must get it. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Others were screaming, but he was shocked because he saw a dark red divine dragon lying inside. Ruffian dragon? What was going on? Ruffian dragon had no aura? Could it be that he was already dead? Lin Xian's eyes instantly turned red. Damn it, who was it? Who killed Ruffian dragon? Why was Ruffian dragon here? No, I have to bring Ruffian dragon's corpse over. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He still had the Eye of Time, so he could revive Ruffian dragon. Lin Xian strode forward. He wanted to take Ruffian dragon away. However, at this moment, a Golden Crow clan's expert stepped forward. This is the corpse of a dragon. You're a human, so it's useless to you. If you give it to me, I can give you 15 million kilograms. Our Myriad Demon City can also give you a sacred artifact. If you give this dragon's corpse to us, we'll give it to you. The Myriad Demon City's expert also stepped forward. It seemed that he was also very confident in obtaining the corpse. I don't plan to give it to you. Move aside. Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. Although the dark red divine dragon didn't have any aura, he was not afraid. He had the Eye of Time, so he could revive it. Therefore, he had to obtain the dragon's corpse. Brat, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. The Myriad Demon City's people were angry. Lin Xian sneered. Me, fail to appreciate your kindness? The Myriad Demon City has been targeting me, and you even wanted to kill me. Now you want me to give it to you? Do you think that's possible? Damn it. The Myriad Demon City's people had gloomy expressions. Indeed, there was enmity and conflict between them, and they had even fought several times. They even wanted to assassinate Ruffian Dragon. Now, Ruffian Dragon would definitely not give it to them. However, they couldn't force him. After all, there were too many experts from the various families here. Once they made a move, a chaotic battle would definitely break out. At that time, the Fiend Palace would also make a move against them. Moreover, the Golden Crow clan was eyeing them covetously. They snorted coldly and retreated. They couldn't make a move openly, but they could make a move secretly. Next, they would assassinate Ruffian Dragon. Chapter 3748. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the Golden Crow tribe. He had no enmity with these people, so his tone was more polite. Fellow cultivators, seniors, this thing has a special use for me, so I can't give it to you. I hope you can understand. Are you rejecting us? A young man from the Golden Crow tribe had a cold expression. Although he looked young, the aura on his body was abnormally terrifying. He had reached the 5th firmament realm. His long golden hair bloomed in the sky. No one dares to reject the Golden Crow tribe. Kid, you have guts. Lin Xian frowned as well. He had been extremely courteous to the Jinwu clan. However, he had not expected the other party to be so overbearing. Immediately, his face darkened. This is what I bid for. Whether I give it to you or not is up to me. But, do you want to snatch it? Facing the Golden Crow tribe, Lin Xian did not back down. The aura between the two sides became stronger and stronger as they clashed in the sky. A sonorous sound rang out, and the surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect such a situation to happen. The Thousand Monster City did not make a move, but the Golden Crow tribe did. Lin Xian, was he going to go against the Golden Crow tribe? This Lin Wudi was really bold. First, he offended the two great Sage Realm cultivators, And now he wanted to offend the Golden Crow tribe. It could only be said that he was courting death. The Golden Crow tribe was not weaker than the Saint Realm cultivators at all. In fact, they were even more terrifying. They lived on a sun. They were real divine beasts. This Golden Crow tribe expert was probably interested in the secret of the dragons. Kid, you're standing here because you're giving Peerless City face. Otherwise, do you think you can stand side by side with us? The young man from the Golden Crow tribe said coldly. Now, you're courting death and dare to snatch something from us. Be obedient and give it to us. Otherwise, you're dead meat today. Everyone gasped. Previously, the Golden Crow tribe did not speak much, so they did not understand. Now that they spoke, they felt that they were even more domineering than the people from the Thousand Monster City. They wanted to kill Lin Xian just because of a disagreement. If you dare to touch me, I don't mind roasting chicken wings for dinner today. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. Even if the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't hold back. You're courting death. The young man from the Golden Crow clan roared angrily. Even the faces of the other experts sank. The other party actually didn't place them in his eyes. He was truly courting death. They didn't stop him. The young man roared and attacked. Golden light filled the sky and terrifying flames formed a cage that enveloped the entire sky. He wanted to completely refine Lin Xian. Lin Xian also made his move. Today he was fearless. Whoever dared to stop him, he would send them to hell. The long sword swept out, sweeping through the 9 heavens, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated as if they had gone mad. At the same time, they were shocked. Why didn't the demon palace's people attack this time? Indeed, last time, when the Rain Clan's little saints attacked, the Fiend Palace forcibly stopped them. They even wanted to drive all of the Rain Clan's people out. Now, when Lin Xian attacked, no one stopped them. It was truly inconceivable. Many people looked at the Fiend Palace. The Fiend Palace's people had incomparably gloomy expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the golden feathers turned into a sea of flames that enveloped the terrifying sword energy. You want to contend against me with just you? You're too weak. The young man from the Golden Crow clan, Jin Hai, sneered. Today I'll kill you, the so-called chief disciple. He was extremely domineering. Not good. Lin Wudi is in danger. Heh, this brat is courting death. Who does he think he is? Since he dared to challenge the Golden Crow clan's genius, he's definitely going to die. The people from the Myriad Demon City and Thunder God City sneered. They wanted to see how this brat would die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body revolved. A terrifying sword light rushed out like a huge dragon. It directly broke free from the golden flames. At the same time, he slashed forward with his sword. With a clang, this sword strike landed on his opponent's body and sent him flying. You want to kill me with just you? You're too naive. Today, I'll roast your chicken wings for you to eat. Lin Xian attacked aggressively. Sword energy rained down like rain. Jin Hai roared crazily. Damn it. A pair of golden wings appeared behind his back. As they danced, a sea of flames spread. Golden feathers pierced the clouds like sharp swords. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Everyone went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Wudi to be so strong that he could contend against Jin Hai. Even the powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan didn't expect this. No one can hurt me. Jin Hai roared crazily. His golden hair fluttered. At the same time, he stretched out a pair of sharp claws and tore through the void. Lin Xian was sent flying. However, his body and the Qilin tattoo were extremely strong. He only suffered the impact and his body didn't break. At the same time, he attacked again. Lin Xian unleashed a huge sword energy, causing Jin Hai to tremble and his body to sway. Don't you want to kill me? Come on, let me see if you have the strength to do so. This time, Lin Xian completely went berserk. Boom. Jin Hai's sharp claws were broken, and blood sprayed out. A miserable cry sounded. You're courting death. His handsome face was distorted. A pair of wings turned into heavenly blades and slashed over. Boom. Lin Xian didn't dodge. He waved the unparalleled sword in his hand and fought against Jin Hai's right wing. Two clangs sounded like blades colliding. Sparks flew. Many large cracks appeared in the sky. The left wing chopped down. Oh no, why didn't Lin Wuti dodge? Did he want to block it with his body? He would definitely be split in half. Many people screamed. Lei Shenxing and the others also snorted coldly. The Rain clan, Di Ling, and the others clenched their fists. They couldn't wait to kill Lin Wuti. Jin Hai's eyes were filled with killing intent. His wings were not inferior to a sacred artifact. He didn't believe that his opponent could block it. Golden light burst out from Lin Xian's body. Qilin tattoos covered his body. A large palm met the attack and collided with Jin Hai's golden wings. Golden light rippled in the sky. A sonorous sound rang out. Su Chen's arm was numb from the impact. He had to admit that Jin Hai was indeed powerful. His body was comparable to a low-grade sacred artifact. Lin Xian roared. His large hand grabbed Jin Hai's wings and tore them apart. Poochie! Jin Hai tore the wings off. His back instantly cracked, and several large cracks appeared. Even his bones were exposed. It was a shocking sight. Sacred blood splashed out, piercing through heaven and earth. Jin Hai screamed crazily. His two wings kept flapping as he tried to escape. How could Lin Xian let him escape? He grabbed Jin Hai's wings with his left hand and the long sword in his right hand fell down crazily. It slashed Jin Hai's body. Chapter 3749. Jin Hai spat out blood. He was wearing armor and as a golden crow he had a strong physique. Even so, he was still severely injured. How could it be? Everyone was stunned. Kid, you're courting death. Let go. The Golden Crow tribe's experts couldn't take it anymore. They roared and turned into two rays of golden light and rushed over. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. He didn't resist and quickly retreated. But before he left, he exerted his strength and tore off Jin Hai's wing. Blood dyed the sky red. Jin Hai's body swayed and fell from the sky. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a demon. His body was bathed in blood and he was holding a golden wing in his hand. He looked extremely ferocious. The two rays of golden light went crazy when they saw this scene. They were filled with killing intent and wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian shouted, "How dare you! I'm the first disciple of the third generation of Wushuang City. Today's battle is a battle between peers. If you old experts dare to attack, don't blame me for slaughtering your Golden Crow tribe." His loud voice spread across the sea. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. The two rays of golden light in the sky stopped and their faces turned ugly. "Good kid, you're so arrogant. Just you wait, this isn't over." The Golden Crow tribe's experts turned around and left with Jin Hai. The surrounding people were all stunned. Jin Hai was injured and his wings were torn off by someone. It was really unbelievable. Jin Hai was an extremely terrifying genius. He was a level 5 sage. His body was strong and his bloodline was terrifying. He was even stronger than Lei Chong. Even the 100-eyed beast sage wasn't confident of defeating him. But now he was severely injured by Lin Xian. How did he do it? Lei Chong gasped. The people of Thunder God City were terrified. The people of Demon City also looked terrible. Lin Wuti was too powerful. They had to find a way to get rid of him immediately. Otherwise, he would be a hidden danger in the future. Lin Xian asked coldly. At this moment, no one dared to answer. Lin Xian put away the dark red dragon's body, returned to his seat, and sat down boldly. He put away the Golden Crow's wings. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were still filled with murderous intent. Originally, he wanted to retreat immediately. But now, he had changed his mind. Since he had already made a big fuss, he might as well go all the way. Since the Crimson Dragon was here, he guessed that the North Demon might be here as well. However, now that things had gotten to this point, the surroundings had already been destroyed by the battle, and there was still terrifying energy, so there was no way for the auction to continue. Sure enough, the people from the Fiend Palace took away the final 3 treasure boxes. When he left, the demon child glanced at Lin Xian with an indescribable light in his eyes. Lin Xian did not mind. He just wanted to leave this place and quickly save the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian left. Looking at the departing figure, the surrounding people were in an uproar. This Lin Wudi was too terrifying. Among the younger generation, who could defeat him? He was too handsome, as expected of a young great emperor. Even when facing a powerful divine beast like the Golden Crow clan, he was still fearless. Those followers were extremely excited. Of course, there were also people who sneered. It was too early to be happy. The Golden Crow clan would definitely not let this matter rest. Moreover, this kid had made too many enemies. Although he was from the Holy City, the people he had provoked were not weaker than those from the Wushuang City. After hearing that, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, and their scalps went numb. Indeed, Lei Shincheng and the Thousand Demon City were both old holy cities, and they were very powerful. The Golden Crow clan was also not from the Holy City, and in some aspects, they were even more terrifying. Lin Xian's future path would definitely become more and more difficult. Damn it, this was truly too hateful. The people from the Rain clan were gnashing their teeth. Di Ling's eyes were also emitting a biting cold light. No, he had to quickly get rid of this kid. He felt a huge threat, because he realized that Lin Xian had completely surpassed him. If he went up now, he would probably be killed within 10 moves. Such a huge gap was unbearable for him. Don't worry, we will make the arrangements. I think this kid will definitely not live to see tomorrow's sun. The elder of the spirit sealing star's eyes were emitting a biting cold killing intent. Lin Xian left, but he did not completely leave the evil demon city. Because the last 3 treasure boxes had not been opened yet. He had to wait. He had to confirm whether the northern demon was in the box or not. He settled down in the evil demon city. The place was provided by the lord of the Kuntong Pond. It was a very deep and luxurious mansion with various defensive formations. Lin Xian settled down. He set up more formations, and at the same time, let the Spectre Immortals start to set them up. Because he knew that tonight would definitely not be peaceful. Some people just wouldn't give up. However, he would kill them until they gave up. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Lin Xian sat there cross-legged, and in front of him was the peerless sword. At this moment, his soul had already entered the black earth. Inside the black earth, the dark red dragon was lying there. Its body was cold, and the dragon scales on its body were emitting a metallic luster. There was no aura, not even the fluctuation of its soul. Lin Xian tried all kinds of methods, but he could not wake it up. It seemed that he could only use the Eye of Time. Lin Xian still had 5 eyes of time in his hands. These things could bring the dead back to life. It was incomparably precious. However, Lin Xian could not care so much now. He had to save the dark red dragon. The 2 of them could be said to have stayed the longest. Lin Xian had gone from a weak martial artist to a saint today. The dark red dragon's help was huge. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and took out an Eye of Time. That was the Eye of Time, emitting a demonic light. Lin Xian activated the Eye of Time and placed it beside the dark red dragon. He summoned Hey Tuesday. He let him wait here quietly. Then, Lin Xian left the black earth and came to the courtyard of the mansion. He looked in all directions. Black Mountain, how is it going? Time was too short, so it was sloppy. However, if those people dared to come, he could teach them a lesson. Black Mountain floated in front of him like a ghost. Very good. Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile. He closed his eyes to rest and began to adjust his state, ready to fight at any time. In the latter half of the night, the moon was covered by dark clouds in the sky. 4 black shadows rushed over in an instant. They were as silent as ghosts. Buzz. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the mansion had long become his territory. He knew every move here like the back of his hand. His eyes flickered, and the peerless sword in front of him turned into a stream of light, piercing into the darkness in front of him. With a puff, a figure was split in half, and blood sprayed out. That person did not even have time to scream. Chapter 3750. Damn it, we've been discovered. Another person growled. What's there to be afraid of? So what if we've been discovered? Today, this kid won't be able to escape. A cold voice sounded, and 3 other figures appeared. Their faces were filled with killing intent. It's you guys. Lin Xian frowned. You don't know what's good for you. I thought it was Demon City or Golden Crow. I didn't expect it to be you guys. The 3 people in front were from Spirit Sealing Star. The other one was an expert from the Rain Clan. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn kid, I'll torture you to death today. The expert from the Rain Clan gritted his teeth. With just you guys? Lin Xian said disdainfully. Kid, you're too arrogant. We're 3 minor saints. Can't we stop you? After seeing how terrifying Lin Xian was during the day, they sent assassins to assassinate him at night. All of them were minor saints. However, the 2 minor saints of the Rain Clan were killed in the Void Ocean, so they couldn't send such experts. They could only send a minor saint and a 5th heavenly expert. They didn't expect that the 5th heavenly expert would be killed by Lin Xian as soon as he arrived. Are minor saints that powerful? Lin Xian said disdainfully. He had long known that there would be experts coming tonight. How could he not have made preparations? Even if a minor saint came today, he would still kill him. You're courting death. Go to hell. The minor saint from Spirit Sealing Star shouted coldly. A big hand reached out, grabbing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly dodged and fought back. Kid, you can't escape. Today, you'll definitely die. Another minor saint attacked. Lin Xian used the void escape and teleported. In the sky, countless laws shone. The 3 minor saints attacked, trying to kill Lin Xian. The 3 of them sneered. Aren't you arrogant? You don't put us in your eyes? Stupid ant, no matter how strong you are, you're just a 3rd heavenly expert. How dare you fight against us? Today, we'll let you know the power of a minor saint. The 3 minor saints showed a ferocious expression. Now, the opponent only dared to dodge and didn't dare to fight against them. This showed that the other party did not have the strength to do so. Their previous worries had completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had passed. Lin Xian relied on his spatial mystique to narrowly avoid these attacks. The faces of the 3 minor saints sank. Damn it. The opponent's cultivation base wasn't strong, but the speed of his escape was very fast. In particular, the other party had spatial divine abilities, which surprised them greatly. Brat, aren't you very powerful? You claim to be invincible. Why don't you dare to fight with us? That's right, an ant like you dares to walk the path of a great emperor? What a joke! Lin Xian sneered when he heard the sarcastic remarks of the 3 minor saints. The 3 of you are almost 10,000 years old. How dare you talk about me here? Where is your face? You 3 old farts attacked me, a junior, and you still can't catch me? What was there to be proud of? I really don't know what you're so happy about. If we were to fight at the same level, I would be able to kill the 3 of you with a single slap. Lin Xian had boundless confidence. His words infuriated the 3 little saints. Damn it, arrogant brat. I admit that you have some talent, but so what? Once you're dead, it's useless no matter how talented you are. You will never grow. Ha! Lin Xian looked up and laughed. Do you think the 3 of you can kill me? Do you think that I was afraid of you when I was hiding? How stupid! I was waiting for the big fish to take the bait. My enemy today is not you. The 3 minor saints were mad. How dare the opponent not put them in his eyes? He even dared to talk nonsense. They were really pissed off. Suddenly, their expressions froze and they turned around to look at their surroundings. Because they found that there were many powerful auras around them. And there were many of them. These people were standing in different places. Obviously, they were not from the same force. Minor saints, all of them were minor saints. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be those forces? Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He looked around and sneered. The big fish has taken the bait. It seems like you can't wait any longer and want to attack. Reckless brat, you didn't run away. You're really an idiot. In the north, 2 figures appeared. They were bathed in terrifying lightning that wrapped around their bodies. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. But to have such powerful lightning aura, they must be from Thunder God City. In the east. Similarly, there were 2 figures standing there. Purple chi surrounded their bodies, carrying a powerful murderous aura. Their faces were also covered. Those with such demonic aura should be from Myriad Demon City. And in the south, there was a figure standing there. The figure was bathed in flames. He was very terrifying. It was as if he could burn the whole world. The figure also had his face covered, but Lin Xian knew that he was an expert from Golden Crow clan. In the south, there were also two figures. Their bodies were filled with black qi, and their aura was very terrifying. For a moment, Lin Xian couldn't figure out which side they were from. But these people were all minor saints. With so many people here, it seems like we're not the only ones who want to kill you. The minor saint of the Rain clan revealed a hideous smile. He looked around. Everyone, we just want to kill this brat. We have no interest in the treasures on his body. They could also see that these people were most likely the experts from Great Sage City, so they didn't dare to fight against them. There are 10 minor saints here, right? You really think too highly of me. Sending so many minor saints to kill me, aren't you afraid of Wushuang City's revenge? If you die, no one will know who killed you. The figure surrounded by purple demonic aura said coldly. Lin Xian laughed. That's right. Since you're hiding your faces and no one knows your identity, no one will investigate you even if you die. You don't know what's good for you. You want to kill us? Any one of them would be able to kill you 1,000 times over. Who would you be able to kill? In the north, the figure surrounded by lightning said. Indeed, they were all minor saints. They were all 6th heavenly layer saints, 3 heavenly layers higher than the other party. How could the other party compare with them? Really? Do you think I'm not prepared to face you? Lin Xian laughed. The minor saints were all shocked. Indeed, this was very abnormal. If the other party wasn't an idiot, then he must have something to rely on. However, they really couldn't understand what the other party relied on to be able to fight against so many minor saints. Could it be that there was an expert from Wushuang City behind the other party? But even if there was an expert from Wushuang City, how many of them could come? Even if there was, they would only be minor saints. Could they defeat them? Unless there was a saint venerable. However, such an existence wouldn't appear easily. Therefore, they thought that the other party was pretending to be calm because he had no way out. Stupid! Lin Xian sneered. I'll let you see what I can do. Having said that, He Shan took action in the dark. The array formation around the mansion lit up and completely sealed off the entire mansion. Formation? In the mansion, the minor saints discussed, but soon they sneered disdainfully. Do you think a mere formation can do anything to us? I have to say, you're really ignorant. It seems like you really don't know the difference between a minor saint and an ordinary saint. These people didn't care at all. They had seen all kinds of formations before. Is that so? Then feel it again. Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword. Damn it, what's going on? Suddenly, the two figures in the north with the aura of thunder and lightning screamed. Our cultivation base is being suppressed. How is this possible? I have something to do during the day, so I'll update at night. Chapter 3751. As soon as these words came out, the other little saints were also stunned. They quickly checked and screamed one after another. How is this possible? Our cultivation base has dropped to the 5th heavenly layer after falling to the little saint realm. Damn it! What kind of formation is this? How can it suppress our cultivation base? Their faces were full of shock. Isn't this too unbelievable? What kind of formation can make their cultivation base drop? Damn it! Quickly break this formation. They attacked crazily in all directions. The formation fluctuated, but it didn't affect them at all. Not only that, there was another wave of energy coming from the formation, causing their bodies to freeze in the void. They couldn't move? What the hell is going on? They were dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally understood what kind of capital Lin Xian had. The wonder of this formation was beyond their imagination. It seemed that the formation was working. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He asked He Shan to set it up in advance. He Shan used the composed pearl and the Great Sage Pagoda to set up such a formation. He used the power of the Great Sage Pagoda to suppress the cultivation base of these little saints, and the power of the composed pearl to freeze them. Of course, the Compose Pearl as an ordinary saint tool probably couldn't freeze so many little saints for a long time. However, it was enough as long as it could stop some of them. Lin Xian would personally deal with these people. I'll deal with the three of you first. Lin Xian stared at the Rain Clan and the three little saints of the Spirit Sealing Star. Then, he attacked with the unparalleled sword. Damn it! The three of them felt their scalps go numb at first, then they roared. The other party is too arrogant. Boy, so what if you suppress our cultivation base? Even if we are suppressed to the 5th heavenly layer now, you can't fight against us. Humph, our means are beyond your imagination. The three of them attacked together. Between heaven and earth, the laws spread. The three of them attacked with their divine abilities. Lin Xian dodged quickly like a Kunpeng. But aren't you very confident? Didn't you look down on me? Why do you need to join forces to kill me? Lin Xian sneered. His long sword swept across like a dragon. The divine abilities of the three of them were shattered. Damn it! How can this boy be so strong? The expressions of the three little saints changed dramatically. Previously, they were high and mighty and did not put Lin Xian in their eyes. But now, with their cultivation suppressed, they realized how terrifying Lin Xian's strength was. Their 5th heavenly layer was actually unable to contend against the other party. His opponent's strength was like a vast ocean. The sword aura was so sharp that it made their hair stand on end. Get lost. The three of them roared angrily and counterattacked frantically. Terrifying laws gushed out like waves, wanting to shatter the sword chi. However, it was useless. The cultivation bases of the three minor saints were suppressed while Lin Xian unleashed his full power. The roar of the great dragon sword soul, coupled with the sharpness of the unparalleled sword, was truly powerful to the extreme. With a single slash, he cleaved apart these laws. With a single slash, the arm of the little saint of the Rain Clan was cut off. Boom! At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked the broken arm into a bloody mist. The Rain Clan's little saint screamed while the two little saints from Spirit Sealing Star roared. They slapped out their palms, which had terrifying seals on them. They wanted to subdue Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly dodged and retreated like a Kunpeng. At the same time, he struck out a few more slashes and pulled out the great spear of destruction. Soon, one of the saints was split in half. The other saints were also pierced through by the great spear of destruction. In the blink of an eye, the three saints were severely injured and roared miserably. This scene shocked everyone who was watching from all directions. How could it be? How could this kid be so strong? No, it's not that he's strong, but our cultivation bases are suppressed. Damn it, break the formation quickly, or we'll be in danger. The expert surrounded by lightning said crazily. These people moved quickly, trying to break the formation. Black Mountain made a move in the dark, contending against it. Lin Xian was not worried. He looked at Sangle Little Saint. The three minor saints' bodies were quickly healing, but their faces were extremely miserable. Damn brat, I'll definitely tear you to shreds. You're just relying on the advantage of the formation. Under normal circumstances, I can kill you with a glance. I'm relying on the advantage of the formation, so what? I'm not even 100 years old, what about you guys? All of you are more than 3,000 years old, aren't you relying on the advantage of time? If we're the same age, believe it or not, I'll be able to kill the three of you with 1 foot. Lin Xian sneered. Barf. The three minor saints were enraged. Once again they joined forces and attacked. But unfortunately, they were once again smashed into pieces, and blood flowed everywhere. Kid, you can't kill us. At most, you can break us into pieces, but at our level, we won't die. Once the formation disappears, I'll kill you and tear you into pieces. Not only you, I'll kill everyone related to you and send them all to hell. They screamed crazily. They were extremely angry, but they were not afraid because they knew that this was the power of the formation. Lin Xian couldn't kill them. Can't kill you? Are you sure? Lin Xian snorted and walked over. He grabbed the Rain Clan's little saint's head with one hand. The next moment, he activated the Taiji incantation. A terrifying death mist spread out and poured into the little saint's body. Suddenly, the Rain Clan's little saint's pupils constricted, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Damn it! Just as he was about to say something, Lin Xian smashed his mouth with a slap. Didn't you say that I can't kill you? So. The Rain Clan's little saint's mouth was smashed, and blood kept flowing out from the cracks. His body began to tremble. His eyes were filled with boundless terror. Damn it, what's going on? What happened to the saint? The two saints next to him also felt their hairs stand on end. The little saints around them were even more shocked. What was it that could make a little saint so fearful? The Rain Clan's little saint's smashed mouth recovered and screamed, but it was still smashed again. This time, it was even more thoroughly shattered. His soul wanted to escape. Damn it, how can you? He found that his vitality was rapidly disappearing, and his foundation was damaged. If this continued, he would become a dry corpse. Not only that, but he also found that his soul was threatened. He seemed to have aged. If this continued, he would lose all his saint fates. He wanted to escape, but he was held down by Lin Xian. The Taiji incantation circulated even more crazily. At the same time, Lin Xian's body shone with boundless golden light, covering the black death mist. In the end, the Rain Clan's little saint screamed and turned into a dry corpse. Lin Xian snorted and threw the corpse on the ground. The corpse's arms were broken, and his body was smashed. Other parts of his body were also covered with wounds. His eyes were wide open. Even in death, he could not believe that he was killed. Moreover, he died in the hands of an ant. It's coming. Don't worry, I'll update 5 times before midnight. Chapter 3752. Was he dead? How was this possible? How could a little saint die just like that? The 2 little saints of Spirit Sealing Star were stunned. The rest of the people were also terrified. At this moment, they were really scared. Although they were angry before, they weren't scared. Because they were confident that with their strength, even if the other party could torture them, it wouldn't matter. He couldn't kill them at all. Now, the means Lin Xian showed were really beyond their expectations. The other party could kill a little saint. This was simply too shocking. One should know that Little Saint was the first watershed of saints. Once a little saint stepped into this realm, there would be earth-shattering changes. A little saint could easily crush a 5th heaven saint. He couldn't even break the other party's defense. If it weren't for this formation, they would have killed the other party more than 10,000 times. And now, the other party had really killed a little saint. This was simply heaven-defying. Damn it. Let's get out of here. These little saints finally panicked. They went crazy and desperately wanted to tear the formation apart. Heishan secretly controlled the formation. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to him. Kid, hurry up. It will be troublesome if these little saints run away. Got it. Lin Xian nodded and turned to look at the 2 little saints of Spirit Sealing Star. He stretched out his hands and grabbed at the 2 little saints. The 2 little saints ran away, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Xian's arms stretched out like a dragon and shrouded the 2 little saints. Then he pulled them back to his side. The death mist appeared and crazily absorbed their saint fate. The 2 little saints were already seriously injured. Now that they were shrouded in the death mist, their vitality was flowing rapidly. They were terrified. Now, they finally knew what the little saints of Rain Clan were afraid of. This was something that could deprive a saint fate. How could the other party have such a thing? This was unbelievable. Who was this person? The 2 of them didn't dare to resist at all. Now, they only wanted to run away. Boom. Lin Xian grabbed the 2 little saints with both hands and slammed them on the ground. With a boom, 2 deep pits appeared on the ground. The 2 little saints were knocked dizzy. Their bodies weren't broken, but their great emperors were broken. A tortoise-like body is hard enough. Lin Xian grabbed the 2 of them again and smashed them together. The 2 of them were hit so hard that their heads bled, and cracks appeared on their bodies once again. Damn it. They were crazy. One of them spat out a gourd and scattered a sealing law. Lin Xian had been sealed. This was a good opportunity. The 2 little saints wanted to flee. At this moment, the seal opened with a bang. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword chi. Even now, You still dare to attack me? Go to hell. Locking spring and autumn. The death fog increased in size, continuously seizing the life force of the enemy. Finally, the two little saints turned into dried corpses. Their souls had also undergone over 100 cycles of reincarnation. He was tortured beyond recognition. In the end, two little saints perished as well. The three corpses laid there like 1,000-year-old zombies. It was abnormally strange. Now that the three of them have been dealt with, it's your turn next. Lin Xian looked around, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Those little saints felt their hair stand on end. They crazily attacked, burning their bloodline. The formation shook violently. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. His body swayed, and he instantly rushed over. He slashed his sword at the expert who was surrounded by lightning. That expert was split apart, but at the same time, he could move again. He charged at Lin Xian. Go to hell, Ant. As a little saint, he really didn't expect that Lin Xian could hurt him. In an instant, the law on his body exploded, shrouding Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the void escape technique to dodge. At the same time, he frowned. Can't He Shan suppress their cultivation? It's better to suppress it to the fourth heavenly layer. I want to torture these people to death. Damn it, I'll fight. He Shan gritted his teeth. Originally, he wanted to use a special force at the critical moment. But now, he would use it here. He activated the Great Sage Pagoda again. Although these little saints were powerful, the Great Sage Pagoda. That was a sun-grade saint tool, which was refined by the Great Sage. Its power was endless. It was absolutely unimaginable. If the Great Sage Pagoda could be fully resurrected, it would only need one strike to destroy the souls of 10 little saints. However, the energy consumed to resurrect the Great Sage Pagoda was too great. Neither Lin Xian nor He Shan could fully resurrect it. Therefore, they could only use the power of the Great Sage Pagoda as much as possible. Under He Shan's control, the Great Sage Pagoda erupted again, suppressing the cultivation of the remaining little saints, causing them to fall to the fourth heavenly layer. Damn it, how is this possible? These people were going crazy. They couldn't believe it at all. Lin Xian sneered. He rushed over like a bolt of lightning, punching and kicking. He directly bombarded the two little saints from Thunder God Realm. The two men's faces were instantly beaten black and blue. They fought back crazily and launched their strongest divine ability. But it was useless. Now they were suppressed to the fourth heavenly layer. They couldn't do anything to Lin Xian at all. Because although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the third heavenly layer, it wasn't a problem for him to fight a fifth heavenly layer. Unless the cultivation of these little saints wasn't suppressed. Otherwise, they really couldn't defeat Lin Xian. But the two little saints from Thunder God City were beaten until they wet their pants and fled all over the world. One of them was caught by Lin Xian and directly pressed into the ground. The other was kicked into two pieces by Lin Xian. The broken body twitched in the air, looking very miserable. Damn kid, I want to get out of here. I will definitely tear you into pieces. The two little saints screamed crazily. They were too aggrieved. They were usually high and mighty. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? As soon as they finished speaking, Lin Xian kicked them again. Their heads were stomped into the ground. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Hurry up and let me eat some soil. The two little saints opened their mouths, but they ended up eating the dirt instead. The other little saints felt their scalps go numb. To be honest, they were not afraid of being seriously injured. But being tortured by a third heavenly layer little saint like this really drove them crazy. Just looking at it made them panic, not to mention that they would also be in the same situation later. Do you really want to just watch? What happened to the two of us will be your end. Hurry up and fight back. The two little saints from Thunder God City roared crazily. Lin Xian sneered. Originally, I wanted to torture you for a while more. But it seems like you are courting death. Then I'll send you on your way. He unleashed the death mist, depriving the two little saints of their vitality. They screamed crazily. Damn it, you can't do this to me. They wanted to show their identity because they didn't believe that Yi Shiwen would dare to kill them. However, Lin Xian didn't give them the chance to do so. Two big slaps came down and smashed their faces. What are you? Do you still dare to be arrogant? Go to hell? Shit, I'm so scared that I peed my pants. I wrote Lin Xian's massacre in the moonlit night. Suddenly, there was a storm outside and there was a blackout. Then, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. I thought someone was going through a tribulation. It's not that I'm slow. It's a blackout? I don't know if there will be a blackout later. Chapter 3753. The death mist erupted and directly sucked away the saints' secrets of the two little saints. No matter how strong these two minor saints were and how they could look down on other saints, they were just a pile of bones without any life force. Two more were killed. Who was next? Lin Xian looked around again. Suddenly, the people of Demon City felt their scalps go numb. The demonic chi on their bodies kept surging. The flames on the body of the man from the Golden Crow tribe were also leaping about. The other two mysterious men in black were emitting biting cold killing intent. Obviously, they didn't want to be tortured like this, let alone die. You guys will do. Lin Xian stared at the people of Demon City. Previously, they had sent the Void Beast to kill him. Now it was time to pay them back. Lin Xian held the unparalleled sword and charged over. The two little saints of Demon City were sent flying while vomiting blood. There were two more sword wounds on their bodies, but their bodies didn't split open. After all, they were demonic beasts with strong bodies. The two of them broke free from the control of the mind-calming pearl and roared crazily, "Kill him!" The two of them attacked while healing their bodies. One of them turned his palm into a mountain and blasted over with the terrifying great Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Xian sneered and slashed out with his sword. Blood splattered. The palm of the little saint was split open, revealing deep white bones. A miserable cry was heard. The little saint covered his arm and retreated. At this time, the other little saint came over. A tail appeared on his body, carrying sharp poison as it quickly rushed over. This attack was comparable to a sacred artifact. Lin Xian used his physical body to fight back, and the battle was earth-shattering. The little saint's cultivation base was suppressed. He couldn't resist and was sent flying while vomiting blood. In the end, the tail was beaten into a bloody pulp. Lin Xian even cut it off with his sword and then tested it with the Nine Suns' divine flame. The smell of barbecued meat filled the air. Lin Xian laughed loudly. The little saint was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it! He really deserved to die. What is your true form? Is it a big lizard? Meat tastes terrible. Lin Xian spat, his face full of disdain. The little saint from Demon City was so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Roaring, he transformed into an enormous lizard. His scarlet eyes blossomed with a terrifying light. It really is a big lizard. I'm not interested in you. I don't want to eat your meat. Get lost. Lin Xian punched out. Boom, boom. The lizard's small saint didn't dare to take the attack head-on because he had fought with Lin Xian before. He wasn't a match for Lin Xian at all and could only dodge quickly. Lin Xian's fists were fast, hitting him like thunder. Helplessly, he could only avoid being hit in his vitals. Many bloody holes appeared on his body. Die for me. At this moment, he revealed a sinister smile and directly swallowed the other party. Kid, I'll use my venom to refine you. The lizard's small saint laughed. His divine ability was very unique, allowing him to devour anyone. He could even refine a minor saint, let alone a third heavenly layer saint. So what if the other party was strong? He definitely wouldn't be able to withstand his venom. The other little saints heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the crisis was over. Among them, the expert from the Golden Crow tribe swept his gaze in all directions. Obviously, he was looking for the ancient dragon's corpse. The other two mysterious people shrouded in black mist also had their eyes flickering. It seemed like they were also looking for the dragon's corpse. However, they couldn't find it. At this moment, the expert from the Golden Crow tribe spoke. Don't kill him. Leave him with one last breath. I must know where he hid the dragon's body. Don't worry, I'll help you find out. We can share the dragon's corpse equally. The lizard's small saint revealed a sinister smile. Boom. Suddenly, he screamed and revealed a look of horror. That enormous body actually began to tremble. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. No. Damn it. You can't do this to me. He screamed, his eyes filled with infinite fear. What happened? These people were stunned again. They really couldn't figure out what Lin Xian had that made him so terrified. The lizard's small saint's body was getting smaller and smaller. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to because he had already swallowed Lin Xian. Lin Xian had used the death mist to absorb his saint's secret. He had brought this upon himself. Sure enough, the lizard's small saint died the fastest. His life force was sucked dry in an instant. Lin Xian walked out of the broken body. He shook his head and sneered. Then, he looked at the other little saint of the demon race. Ah! The little saint screamed and spat out a sharp sword toward the formation. It was a saint artifact, a mid-grade saint artifact. It was very powerful. In the sky, it turned into a bolt of lightning, splitting the void and creating an endless black hole. However, it didn't break the formation. This was because the formation was formed by the great sage's weapon. The gap between the two was too big. The little saint was in despair. Lin Xian sneered. A saint weapon? Seems like you don't have confidence in yourself. Do you need a saint weapon to kill me? It was true that none of the minor saints had brought out their saint items because they felt that they were already giving face to a third heaven ant by coming here personally. As for bringing a saint weapon? What a joke. They could kill him with just a glance. However, the result was beyond their expectations. Their opponent's strength was beyond their imagination. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. The little saint from Myriad Demon City roared and charged forward, brandishing his sword. You want to compete with me in sword technique? You're too inexperienced. Lin Xian swung his sword. With 3 slashes, the little saint was split into 3 halves. Black mist rushed out and shrouded the broken body. The saint's secret was taken away. He died again. This time, the pupils of the experts of the Golden Crow race shrunk. The 2 experts who were shrouded in black mist were also shocked. What a terrifying death chi! What's that? It looks very similar to the death mist. The eyes of the expert of the Golden Crow race shone with a cold light. Now he finally knew why. Some little saints would be killed. This was the death mist. Even though they were little saints, they didn't dare to get too close to the death mist. This kind of thing was too terrifying. How did he have it? What a sinister kid. He secretly installed the death mist to deal with us. But how much can you have? Moreover, will you remain untainted? The expert of the Golden Crow race looked disdainful. He had never thought that Lin Xian would be able to control the death mist. This was beyond his knowledge. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have taken advantage of the situation and used a saint artifact to store some of the death mist. Now kneel down and kowtow to me. Remove the formation and tell me the dragon's corpse. I can guarantee that I will leave your corpse intact. His body was covered in flames, blooming like a god. Leave my corpse intact? You're really arrogant. Why don't you look at the situation now? Do you still have the right to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian also smiled. The Golden Crow race thinks too highly of themselves. He narrowed his eyes and looked at them from head to toe. Last time, I ate one of your wings. It tasted good. But it's too little. Don't worry, I'll leave your corpse intact because I'm going to eat you. The wind kept blowing and the rain kept falling. Lin Xian kept killing? Please vote. Chapter 3754. Lin Xian was drooling at this point. The roasted golden crow was a little Saint Golden Crow. The meat would definitely be delicious. Don't worry, I won't use the death mist this time to ensure that your body is intact and has sufficient energy. Lin Xian asked Black Mountain to control the mind-settling pearl to freeze the last 2 people shrouded in the black mist. He let go. He let go of his control over the Golden Crow Little Saint. This time, Lin Xian was going to use his strength to kill his opponent. You gave up your control over me? The Golden Crow Little Saint smirked when he felt the control around him disappear. You're very confident, but you're also very stupid. Do you really think you can fight against me? We, the Golden Crow tribe, are divine beasts that are no weaker than true dragons and cheelants. How dare you fight against me? You're courting death. Very well, I'll let you die willingly. Didn't you say that you're invincible among your peers? Today, I'll use my third heavenly layer cultivation base to kill you. I'll let you see how laughable you are. The aura of the Golden Crow small sage changed once again. It actually dropped. It descended to the third heavenly layer. This time, it wasn't the effect of the formation, but his own cultivation base. You actually sealed your cultivation base to fight against me at the same level? Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. He smiled as well. You're very confident, but you're also very stupid. Do you really think you can fight against me at the same level? The Golden Crow little saint had just said the same thing. Now, Lin Xian had returned the same words to him. You're a sharp-tongued kid. You can be arrogant. I'll catch you later and tear you apart piece by piece. The Golden Crow little saint's murderous aura surged. His eyes were like heavenly blades. Buzz. In the next moment, he made his move. With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. Even the formation was stirred. One had to admit that the Golden Crow tribe was very powerful, especially the Golden Crow little saint. Although he had suppressed his cultivation base, his violent power still frightened the others. Golden Crow Divine Claw. His body shone brightly, forming a golden claw that grabbed forward. Murderous intent surged into the sky like countless swords and sabers. It shattered the void and enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian roared and punched out. Terrifying golden flames flickered on his fists, turning into divine swords one after another, flying between heaven and earth. Boom! After the attack, the fake mountains, pavilions, and houses in the mansion were all reduced to dust and no longer existed. If it weren't for the defensive array formation, the entire evil demon city would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. How was that possible? He had blocked it. The Golden Crow little saint was stunned. He felt his arm go numb. His opponent's sword chi was too powerful, and his fist was too hard. It made him feel as if he had collided with 100,000 mountains, and his chi and blood were surging. It was truly unbelievable. In a battle of the same level, he was actually unable to contend against the other party? He didn't believe it. You have some strength to actually be able to receive my attack. However, after 3 moves, I'll definitely cripple you. The Golden Crow race's small saint snorted coldly. The flames around his body trembled, making him look like a demonic god that was unstoppable. Lin Xian roared as well. Golden light shone, making him look like a god of war. He waved his fist, bringing with it a supreme killing technique. Boom! Boom! The second move was a shocking confrontation between the two. The Golden Crow race's small saint was sent flying. In the third move, Lin Xian punched his opponent's arm. Half of his opponent's body turned into a bloody mist. The Golden Crow race's small saint screamed. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I want you dead. He was too angry. How embarrassing. He had just said that he could crush his opponent in a battle of the same level, and even defeat him in 3 moves. However, in a battle of the same level, he was actually injured by his opponent. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Moreover, the slap in the face came too quickly. How could the arrogant him tolerate this? Buzz. The power of his bloodline formed a long golden saber that he held in his hand. When the saber slashed down, his chi and blood rushed into the clouds. Heaven and earth were split apart. Lin Xian also felt a chill run down his spine. He roared and struck out a sky full of sword shadows. 108,000 swords, each of them golden, with monstrous killing intent, turned into a rain of swords and soared into the sky. They collided with his opponent's golden saber. The whole sky was filled with clanging sounds, and the entire void was shattered. It was like a sea of swords. At this moment, the Golden Crow race's small saint was engulfed. The 2 mysterious experts who were nailed in the distance also gasped. They had to admit that Lin Xian was really too powerful. In a battle of the same level, no one would be a match for him. Indeed, in the rain of swords, the Golden Crow race's small saint screamed crazily. His bloodline saber was shattered. Not only that, but there were also 24 swords piercing through his body. The terrifying crack was a ghastly sight. "I want you dead. I must kill you." He roared, and the seal was lifted. His cultivation soared again, reaching the fourth heaven. However, when it rose, it was suppressed by the formation, and stopped at the fourth heaven. Damn it. Damn it. If he had his full strength, he wouldn't have to be so sullen. He could kill his opponent with just a glance. Lin Xian sneered. "Didn't you say you want to fight me at the same level? You want to kill me? Didn't you say you want to kill me in 3 moves? Why can't you do it? Is this your pride? Is this the power of the Golden Crow race's bloodline? In my opinion, it's just SOSO. It was just that with the help of the passage of time, the time it took to cultivate was longer. If I become a small saint in the future, killing someone like you will be as easy as blowing off dust." The Golden Crow race's small saint was trembling with anger. He couldn't win against Lin Xian, and he couldn't refute him. Now, only by killing Lin Xian and using his blood could he wash away his shame. He turned into a flash of lightning, once again holding a golden saber, and charged over. At this moment, he was like a god of death, constantly attacking. Terrifying golden shadows were everywhere in the world. The whole world was boiling. However, in the sky full of saber light and flames, a figure swept in all directions. It was as if he was the supreme god of war, splitting the heaven and earth. Lin Xian was too strong. All the saber light was blown away by him, and the flames were absorbed and refined by him. The Golden Crow race's small saint was just SOSO. "If you don't have any other trump cards, you can die now." Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Blue tide sound wave. He formed a seal with his palm, and his eye technique swept across in all directions. This was a very powerful eye technique. The small saint might be able to resist it, but his cultivation base was suppressed at this moment. Even the strength of his soul was suppressed. Therefore, at this moment, the Golden Crow race's small saint could feel the threat of the blue tide sound wave, and he couldn't stop trembling. His face was pale, and he almost fell down. However, he was an expert after all. At this critical moment, he activated his bloodline. Behind him, a huge shadow of the Golden Crow appeared. It emitted a terrifying light and blocked the sound waves of the blue tide. "Brat, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my bloodline phantom even if you die." The Golden Crow race's small saint stood in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. The Golden Crow shadow, the Wushang old ancestor's bloodline fragment that was left in his bloodline, was activated by her. Golden Crow roar. The shadow behind him looked up to the sky and let out a loud scream. The void shattered. Even the faces of the 2 little saints in the distance changed. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, the Golden Crow race's small saint's cultivation base was suppressed. Otherwise, the 2 of them would be severely injured. This was an extremely powerful soul attack. This time, that kid will definitely die. 5th update, collapse. Chapter 3755. Buzz Lin Xian's eyes turned golden with mysterious runes revolving around them. At the same time, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky behind him. It was like a deity with a terrifying power. "What's that?" The 2 minor saints were shocked and could not believe their eyes. That pair of eyes was too terrifying. As soon as the golden eyes appeared, they were like the eyes of a deity, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earth. It collided with the roar of the Golden Crow. In the sky, a huge Golden Crow phantom collided with the eyes of a deity, producing a violent screech. The deity's eyes emitted a terrifying golden light that pierced through the Golden Crow phantom. With a wail, the Golden Crow turned into energy and exploded. The Golden Crow small saint took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of shock. "This is impossible. How can you break my ultimate skill?" "Nothing is impossible. It's time for me to send you on your way." Lin Xian snorted, and a black spear appeared in his hand. The great spear of destruction was incomparably black, as if it could devour one's soul. He was like a peerless barbarian king. The great spear of destruction danced in the air, tearing the heavens and earth apart. Although they were both saint weapons, the great spear of destruction and the unparalleled sword were different. At least, the aura on them was completely different. The black spear carried boundless killing intent that made one's scalp numb. Asterisk puff asterisk with one strike, half of the Golden Crow small saint's body was destroyed. At the same time, half of the heavens and earth were shattered. Damn it! How can he be so strong? The Golden Crow small saint's face became incomparably ugly. He quickly retreated and his body healed quickly. Previously, he was still arrogant and thought that he could defeat his opponent at the same level. Now, it seemed that even if his cultivation level was higher than his opponent's, he might not be able to defeat him. Damn it! The Golden Crow small saint gritted his teeth. He did not bring any saint weapons with him because he felt that he did not need them. However, there was still a saint weapon here. It was left behind in the demon city and he had snatched it away by force. Asterisk clang asterisk in the next strike, he blocked the black spear. When the two collided, a clanging sound was heard, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he continued to attack. He was like a black dragon that swooped down. The Golden Crow small sage tried his best to defend himself. However, he was still pushed back. Eventually, the long sword in his hand was knocked away and one of his arms was chopped off. Damn it, what is this black spear? Why did it feel even more terrifying than the unparalleled sword? In the distance, the two mysterious little saints felt their scalps go numb because they felt that the aura of the Saint Qi was too unusual. At this moment, Lin Xian was truly like a killing saint, attacking powerfully. The Golden Crow small sage was also enraged. He ignited his own bloodline and wanted to break through his limit to fight against the other party. His strength had increased once again, and it seemed like he was about to break through to the 5th heavenly layer. He soared into the sky and battled Lin Xian. The two collide. The endless void shattered, as if suns were being split apart one after another. That scene was simply too terrifying. Saint blood splattered everywhere as golden feathers fell from the sky. They all belonged to the Golden Crow small saint. Lin Xian was also injured. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. One had to admit that the Golden Crow small sage was extremely terrifying when he went berserk. However, the other party would definitely die this time. Those feathers that fell off kept burning and turned into flaming divine swords that flew towards Lin Xian. The entire sky was set ablaze. The long spear, stellar transposition, turned the divine feathers around and attacked the Golden Crow small sage. Lin Xian also used all his abilities to fight against the Golden Crow small sage. The long spear pierced through the Golden Crow small sage's body and one of his hands grabbed one of the Golden Crow small sage's wings. At the same time, he gave up the Great Destruction Spear and attacked with his other hand. Damn it, how dare you! The Golden Crow small sage was terrified. He did not want to let the other party grab his wings. If that happened, he would not be able to break free. However, the other hand grabbed his wings too. Lin Xian roared towards the sky like a peerless overlord. With a single strike, the Golden Crow small saint, the living holy saint, was torn into two. Sacred blood splattered on the ground, causing the ground to sink and the void to shatter. The two halves of the Golden Crow small sage's body struggled, trying to heal itself. However, Lin Xian spat out endless dragon-shaped sword qi, shattering the wounds. The sword qi was so strong that the Golden Crow small sage could not heal himself in a short period of time. Was he torn apart? The two mysterious small saints were dumbfounded. That was the Golden Crow small sage. How terrifying was that? Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to withstand it. Now, the Golden Crow small sage was torn into half by the other party. Was this young man already terrifying to such an extent? I am immortal and indestructible. The Golden Crow small sage could not heal himself, but mysterious runes appeared in his blood again. This was the power of his blood. He summoned the old ancestor's shadow and managed to merge the two halves of his body together. You can't kill me. I am not comparable to those trash. The Golden Crow small sage stood in the void, his expression extremely cold. I never thought that I would reach this stage. However, I will definitely kill you. Old ancestor, please descend. The blood of the Golden Crow small sage turned into terrifying laws and scattered between the heavens and earth. It seemed like he was performing some kind of ancient ritual. As expected, half of the blood in his body flowed out and constructed a golden altar. The aura became even more majestic. Above the 9 heavens, a beam of light tore open the void. It seemed like a mysterious figure was about to descend. It was a summoning technique. Lin Xian was shocked. He used to be able to summon the ancient heroic spirits in the heavens and earth. It seemed like the Golden Crow small sage was going to summon his old ancestor. He would not let the other party succeed. The great spear of destruction shot out a giant black sword chi that soared into the sky, trying to tear the Golden Crow's shadow apart. However, there was a mysterious power that stopped it. It's useless. The Golden Crow small sage's expression was cold. You can't break it. Just you wait. When I have the strongest power, I will torture you to death. You have said this before, but you don't have the strength to do it. Do you think you can do it with the strength of your old ancestor? Too naive. I don't care if you are an ancestor or a junior. I will annihilate your Golden Crow clan. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A green sword shadow rushed out from his body and slashed forward. It's useless. The Golden Crow small sage disdained. Even if another small saint wielded a saint artifact, they wouldn't be able to break the shadow I summoned. Unless a heavenly sovereign came. Sword light flashed, splitting the void in half. An extremely angry roar sounded, as if it had transcended space and time. How is this possible? The Golden Crow small sage was dumbfounded. He discovered that the shadow he summoned was split in half. Damn it, how is this possible? He was dumbfounded. He had just said that not even a small saint could do it. How could a third heavenly realm true saint do it? Buzz. Buzz. The cyan dragon-shaped sword shadow attacked a few more times and completely destroyed the ancestor's phantom. The golden light that filled the sky disappeared. The golden blood of the Golden Crow small sage was completely burned. Damn it, how could it fail? He had completely lost his mind. He had used half of his saint fate to summon the shadow, but it disappeared without a trace before it could display its power. Chapter 3756. The Golden Crow small sage quickly ran away. He had no choice. He had already summoned his strongest ability, but he still couldn't defeat his opponent. Unless he regained his small saint cultivation, he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent. How could Lin Xian possibly let the other party escape? He quickly charged towards the other party. His attacks were bold, and his strength was getting stronger and stronger. The two of them fought fiercely. In the end, the Golden Crow small sage exploded several times. Finally, his soul was destroyed. There were also several cracks on Lin Xian's body. They were caused by his opponent's counterattack. However, they weren't fatal injuries. His body was stained with blood. Some of it belonged to him, but most of it belonged to the Golden Crow small sage. The huge corpse fell on the ground, revealing its true form. It was a demonic beast that was bigger than a palace. There were countless cracks on its body. The crisscrossing of the cracks was shocking. It's so big. I'll definitely be full this time. Lin Xian smiled. These words were like thunder in the ears of the two mysterious powerhouses, causing them to tremble from head to toe. The two of them roared. One of them exploded his body, shattering the attack of the mind fixation pearl, and turned into a stream of light to escape. You want to run? Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying light. The blue sea tide's sound wave was sent out. At the same time, he stretched out his palm. A huge hand that covered the sky stopped the two of them. The two of them also had their cultivation suppressed. They didn't dare to fight back. They could only dodge quickly. Lin Xian chased after one of them with all his strength. He knew that they couldn't escape. Soon he caught up to that person. The battle continued. His body was torn apart. His soul wanted to escape, but Lin Xian used the death fog to envelop him, directly depriving him of his vitality. I hate you! That person screamed. The black chi on his body disappeared, revealing a pale face. It's you. Lin Xian was stunned. How could it be him? He found that he knew this person. It was the old man from the auction. He's from the Demon Palace. Lin Xian's face was incomparably gloomy. He didn't expect that the last mysterious force would be the Demon Palace. Damn it, what's going on? Why would the Demon Palace attack him? He had never provoked the Demon Palace before. He stared at the last person. Tell me what you know. Why did you come to kill me? I can give you a quick death. If you'll never know. The last little saint's face was extremely cold. Suddenly, a wisp of piercingly cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. Explode. That guy actually detonated that saint artifact. A terrifying rumbling sound rang out, and the array fluctuated. Finally, a crack was torn open. The little saint's face lit up with joy as he prepared to leave. Not good. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trick up his sleeve. If the other party were to escape, it would be troublesome. His secret would be exposed. He was afraid that there would be even more experts coming to kill him. Today, he was able to set up this trap because he had the initiative. Next time, these people would not be trapped so easily. Just the thought of being hunted down by a dozen little saints was enough to give him a headache. Therefore, he would never let the other party leave. Where are you going? Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword's soul rushed out of his body, turned into a stream of light, and flew straight into the sky. The little saint felt the terror. He didn't dare to face it head-on and quickly fled. However, the power of the great dragon sword soul was too strong. The terrifying sword light shrouded him. Get lost! The little saint roared. He felt that his cultivation base was rapidly recovering. Now, his cultivation base had reached the 5th heavenly layer. Therefore, he slapped his palm at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. With a puff, his palm was chopped off, and blood gushed out. Damn it, it's not enough. It needs to break even more. The little saint roared crazily. As long as the array was completely destroyed, he would be able to leave completely. Black Mountain. Lin Xian growled. Black Mountain said, No, the power of the saint artifact is too strong. The array is useless. However, I won't let him escape. As he spoke, he controlled the great sage pagoda and smashed it down. The little saint was wild with joy. Soon, he would be able to recover to the little saint realm. However, at this moment, a pagoda fell from the sky. With a boom, it smashed into him. His body fell, clawing through the void. His internal organs were completely shattered. There was not a single part of his body that was intact. No. Damn it, what is this thing? It's a Sun-class saint artifact. He screamed in horror. Indeed, if it was a Moon-class saint artifact, it would not have caused such great damage to him. Damn it, the other party often has such a saint artifact. It's too unbelievable. Why don't you run away? Lin Xian sneered, held the great spear of destruction, and rushed forward. The little saint screamed crazily. At the same time, a dragon roar came from the black earth. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The ruffian dragon had come back to life. Sure enough, in the next moment, a light flashed and turned into the shadow of a dragon, roaring at the sky. The dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. How is this possible? You're still alive. The little saint was dumbfounded when he saw the dark red dragon. It was too unbelievable. Wasn't the other party dead? Deadmias, how dare you plot against me? I'll kill you. After the dark red dragon came out, it waved its dragon claw and directly shattered the little saint's head. Then, it began to attack crazily. The little saint's cultivation base was suppressed again, so he was in a miserable state at this moment. In the end, he was beaten to death by the dark red dragon many times. Awesome! The dark red dragon roared, its eyes filled with monstrous anger. Obviously, it knew the old man, and it seemed that the hatred between them was not small. Are you all right? And why were you in that box? Lin Xian asked. It was very complicated. Boy, it's all thanks to you that I came back to life. Is the dark red dragon safe here? Lin Xian shook his head. It's not safe. We've just killed 10 little saints. It will probably cause a big commotion. Let's leave this place first. Black Mountain also floated out. The 3 of them discussed for a while and then left. However, before they left, Lin Xian also kept the corpse of the little saint of the Golden Crow clan. He could not waste such a delicious food. From this moment on, the evil devil citadel was destined to not be peaceful. The experts of the Rain clan and the people of Spirit Sealing Star waited together. Humph, that boy should be dead this time, right? That's for sure. We've sent 3 little saints to kill him. How could he still be alive? Finally, a big disaster has been eliminated. A glimmer of hope appeared in Di Ling's eyes. As long as this person was dead, he could continue to live freely in the future. Yu Shirqia also heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, she could avenge her brother. Lei Shunqing and the people of Demon City sneered. Jin Hai of the Golden Crow clan stood outside the mansion. His eyes were cold as he looked down. Although the Golden Crow clan had sent an expert this time, it was enough. He estimated that he could torture that boy to death with a slight lift of his hand. The son of the evil devil citadel. A devilish man who did not look like a human. He sat in the main hall, tapping the void with his finger, sending out rhythmic waves. In front of him stood many experts of the evil devil palace. Young master, don't worry. Our people will definitely bring back the dragon's corpse. Yeah, we didn't expect that dragon to be in the box. Didn't he die in the mist of death? Chapter 3757. Could it be that this is where Lin Wudi lives? Someone finally screamed. No way. That Lin Wudi. Why are there so many small saints here? Are you stupid? They must be here to kill Lin Wudi. But why are they dead? These people were shocked. Could it be that Lin Wudi killed them? That was impossible. Lin Wudi had long been destroyed in body and soul. It's impossible for him to still be alive. I guess it's very likely that it's the dragon in Lin Wudi's hand. That dragon's corpse was coveted by countless people, so these small saints came to fight for it. They might as well kill Lin Wudi while they were at it. But why can't they see the dragon? There was a dragon roar just now. Maybe the dragon is alive. Maybe it was taken away by someone else. Did you guys notice? There doesn't seem to be the corpse of the Golden Crow clan. Suddenly, someone whispered. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood. They searched carefully and indeed didn't find the corpse of the Golden Crow clan. Jin Hai's heart was beating wildly. If they didn't find it, then the Golden Crow small saint was still alive. Maybe the Golden Crow small saint had succeeded. Thinking of this, he was wild with joy. He wanted to sneak away quietly, but soon, someone blocked his way. Where's the expert of the Golden Crow clan? Who did it? Ask him to come out. That's right. Could it be that he killed our people? The people of Demon City surrounded him, their faces incomparably gloomy. The people of Thunder God City were the same. For a moment, Jin Hai was surrounded by countless eyes. His scalp was about to explode. To be honest, there were so many experts here. If they were really angry at him, he wouldn't be able to withstand it no matter how talented he was. So he quickly said, "Everyone, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me leave quickly. I'm just here to watch the show. I don't know anything about this matter." Everyone sneered. They didn't believe him at all. As for the people of Thunder God City and Demon City, their faces were incomparably ferocious. The demon's son turned his head and stared at Jin Hai. "You'd better tell us the whereabouts of your small saints. We won't hurt you. What we want is the corpse of the dragon. If you don't hand it over, don't blame us for being rude." A cold, killing intent appeared in the eyes of the evil demon's son. Jin Hai felt his scalp go numb. However, he was also enraged. "You dare to touch me? Aren't you afraid that my Golden Crow clan will massacre the fiend planet?" When these words came out, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even the devil child's expression changed. Indeed, Jin Hai's identity was extraordinary. He was someone from the Golden Crow clan. As for the Golden Crow clan, it was an extremely huge clan. It was abnormally terrifying. If they really angered such a terrifying clan, they would definitely be killed. If they were to truly attack, their fiend palace would not be able to contend against them. However, he would not let this matter rest so easily. The abyssal demon's son looked at the people from the 10,000 Demon City, Lei Shunqing, the Spirit Sealing Star, and the Rain Clan. He said, "What do you think?" The people of the Demon City said that during the day, the Golden Crow clan showed that they were determined to win. Now that Jin Hai had appeared here, they would not believe that they did not participate in this matter. That's right, that's right. Furthermore, only their Golden Crow clan's corpses were not among the corpses here. This meant that the Golden Crow clan had succeeded in the end. I suggest that we lock up this Golden Sea and wait for the trade with the Golden Crow clan. That's right, I have the same idea. The experts of the Demon City nodded. These two Saint Realm experts were still hostile and wanted to fight before, but now, they were facing an outsider. It had to be said that the grudges between Saint Realm experts were too weak. Profit was the most eternal thing. It seemed that this was the only way. In the end, everyone discussed and locked up Jin Hai. At the same time, they sent a message to the Golden Crow clan, asking them to bring the dragon's corpse to trade. The faces of the Rain Clan and the people of the Spirit Sealing Star were incomparably ugly. Damn it, they really deserved to die. They were not interested in the dragon's corpse at all because they did not need it. They did not have the strength to snatch it. They were only here to kill Lin Xian, but they had lost 3 little saints in the process. It made their hearts bleed. It seemed that the kid was also dead. This was a blessing in disguise. There was no other way. They were involved in the storm. Yu Shirjie, Di Ling, and the others shook their heads and sighed. They felt that they could only accept this loss. From the beginning to the end, they, including everyone, thought that Lin Xian was dead. His body and soul were destroyed, and not even his corpse was left behind. The reason why these little saints had died was because they had killed each other. They wondered what kind of expression they would have if they knew the truth. This matter soon spread out, and the whole heart of Devil was shaken. Countless experts gathered at the evil demon city. The experts of the Golden Crow clan also changed their faces when they learned that Jin Hai was suppressed. How dare he touch the people of the Golden Crow clan? He was courting death. For a moment, they also moved out. Firstly, they wanted to save Jin Hai. Secondly, they wanted to rescue their minor saints. But after looking around, they did not find any minor saints. This made them feel incredulous. What's going on? Why haven't they come back yet? Could it be that there was an accident? That's impossible. Our little saint must have realized the severity of the situation, so he must have gone into hiding. Don't worry, they will come back to us in 2 days. These experts of the Golden Crow clan discussed for a while and finally nodded slightly. They felt that the most important thing to do right now was to rescue Jin Hai. The experts of the Golden Crow clan moved out and began to negotiate with the people of the Demon City, Thunder God City, and the Demon Palace. The others were watching nervously. Gradually, the sky brightened. The negotiations between the two sides were very intense. There were a few times when the people of the Golden Crow clan slammed the table and tore the entire hall apart. Between heaven and earth, terrifying murderous intent lingered, and a great battle almost broke out. But in the end, they did not fight. The two sides once again had a fierce discussion. It seemed that no one was willing to give in. The people of the Demon City said that they wanted to share the corpses of the dragons equally. On the other hand, the Golden Crow clan said that they did not see any dragons and asked for Jin Hai to be released. Both sides could not hold on. It was already noon. At this time, the onlookers outside the evil Demon City were shocked. What's the smell that's so fragrant? Yes, I'm really hungry. How is that possible? At our level, it's not a problem for us to not eat or drink for 100 years. Damn it, what kind of meat is so fragrant? Indeed, they smelled a fragrance drifting over from afar. I'm drooling. Let's go and take a look. These people followed the fragrance. Even the people from the Golden Crow clan, the 10,000 Demon City, and the others who were negotiating in the main hall were stunned. Where is the fragrance coming from? The people of the Thunder God City and the Demon City swallowed their saliva. The people of the Golden Crow clan were also stunned. But soon, their expressions changed. Damn it! Their eyes instantly turned red. Why do I feel the smell of the Golden Crow clan? Today is the 4th chapter. Let me take a break. After all, I still have to take the college entrance exam in 2 days. Chapter 3758. Boom. In an instant, they tore apart the palace and came to the 9th heaven. Who dares to tease my golden crow tribe here? No one dared to answer. Everyone looked at the sky blankly. Jin Hai's face was extremely ugly. He was almost roasted by someone previously. It was this smell that floated out. Now that this smell floated out, didn't this mean that someone was testing the golden crow tribe? What? Roasted golden crow? It was impossible. The surrounding people were all stunned. The Golden House tribe experts turned into flowing lights and moved freely in the sky. Soon, they stopped in a pavilion in the evil demon city. This was a restaurant that had rare treasures in the world. At this moment, there was a hubbub of voices inside. Everyone was surrounding a huge golden roasted meat and drooling there. It smelled so good. I really wanted to take a bite. However, it was a little too expensive. I can't afford it. Some of the saints were sighing in despair. After the Golden Crow tribe experts arrived and saw the golden roasted meat, their eyes instantly turned red. White smoke came out of their bodies. Go to hell! One of them shouted angrily and slapped out. The palace below was instantly smashed into pieces. Some warriors were even slapped into a bloody mist. The others also ran away crazily. What was going on? Who dared to attack Blackstone Plumes? Who was it? Did they want to die? A few powerful figures rushed out of Blackstone Plumes and suppressed the surroundings. How could those who could open a shop in Evil Demon City be simple? They all had the support of a top force behind them. At this moment, those experts rushed out. Who dared to cause trouble in Blackstone Plumes? An expert from the Golden Crow tribe attacked and instantly sent a few experts flying. It was the Golden Crow tribe. Those people were originally angry, but when they saw the Golden Crow expert, their faces instantly changed. Blackstone Plumes has never offended the Golden Crow tribe. They gritted their teeth and said, although the Golden Crow tribe was strong, they attacked just because of a disagreement. Wasn't that too much of a bully? All of you deserve to die. How dare you test the corpse of our Golden Crow tribe's expert? The Golden Crow tribe expert gritted his teeth and roared. The others were stunned after hearing that. The Blackstone Plumes experts were even more dumbfounded. The corpse of a Golden Crow expert? How was that possible? You must be mistaken. Even if you gave us 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to take the exam. Then what was down there? Oh, that sparrow meat. There was a sparrow that cultivated into a spirit and reached the demon sage level. It was slaughtered by someone, and that person sold a portion of its meat to us. Damn your sparrow meat. The people of the Golden Crow clan were instantly enraged. The flames on their bodies surged and danced, engulfing the 9 heavens. Those experts from Blackstone Plumes were roasted by the flames until they were incomparably miserable. Damn it! Your Golden Crow clan is going too far. Behind us is the Demon Palace. These people roared crazily. True enough. Experts from the Fiend Palace. He also rushed over. Thunder God Cheng. Demon City, Silver Palace, and even the evil demon child were here. When the people from the Demon Palace saw this scene, their expressions all sunk. However, when they found out that what was being roasted below was actually the corpse of a Golden Crow clan elite, they were all stunned. What's going on? Where did the Golden Crow corpse come from? Could it be that person? They recalled that only the Golden Crow tribe Little Saints hadn't discovered the Little Saints that day. Now, someone was testing the Golden Crow corpse. Could it be the corpse of a Golden Crow clan Little Saint? When they thought of this possibility, their scalps went numb. The experts of Blackstone Plumes were on the verge of tears. They kept explaining that it was really sparrow meat. It was sold to us by a young man. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. Many people have seen it. The matter here caused an uproar. The experts of the Golden Crow clan were completely enraged. They snatched back the golden roasted meat and then killed the experts of Blackstone Plumes. In the end, they even fought a great battle with the Demon Palace. It could be said that the scene was very chaotic. At the same time, the instigators, namely Lin Xian and the others, had already left the demon palace and came to the mountain range. They formed a formation to conceal the heavenly secrets. Then, they began to roast the golden crow meat. Lin Xian took out all kinds of spirit wine and chatted with the dark red divine dragon while waiting. Black Mountain swallowed his saliva. Damn it. Why am I a soul? If I had a body, I would eat more. Black Mountain kept circling around the golden crow. The golden crow's body was really too big. At this moment, it was being roasted by the 9 suns' divine flame. The fragrance was very strong. Lin Xian tore a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Then, he drank another mouthful of spirit wine. The dark red divine dragon also buried its head in the food. The two of them ate less than half of the meat and couldn't eat anymore. Because this golden crow was a little saint. The energy contained in its body was really too terrifying. They ate so much that their bodies were about to explode. The two of them quickly refined the meat and burped. 2 days later, they patted their stomachs. Lin Xian asked, "Ruffian dragon, you can tell me now." The dark red divine dragon told him what had happened. After listening, Lin Xian frowned and became nervous. It turned out that the dark red divine dragon and the northern demon were indeed brought to the fiend planet and then controlled by the people of the demon palace. Because the northern demon was discovered, his myriad demon body was taken away. No one knew where it was. Because the dark red divine dragon had a special body and was a dragon, it was arranged to go to the void ocean to retrieve the ancient treasure box. The dark red divine dragon resisted, but there were too many experts on the fiend planet, and there were also little saints suppressing it. It was not a match at all, so it could only go. Needless to say, it suffered a lot during this period. In the end, it encountered an accident in the void ocean and was eroded by the death fog. Therefore, at the critical moment, it ate the thing in the treasure box and then hid inside. After that, it lost consciousness. It was only until Lin Xian used the Eye of Time to save it. "What did you eat? Why did it lose its vitality?" Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon complained. "Damn it, don't mention it. I was tricked. I ate a kind of black fruit. I thought that since it was sealed in the treasure box, it must be a natural treasure that was passed down from ancient times. Who would have thought that the fruit was definitely expired? It actually killed me?" Lin Xian was baffled when he heard that, but the corners of Gui Shen's mouth twitched. "What kind of thing did you eat?" "It's called a nirvana fruit. After eating one, your vitality will drop and you will enter a state of suspended animation. It's like nirvana rebirth. When you wake up again, your strength will increase. That kind of thing is very precious, and even if you get it, you won't dare to eat it. Even a little saint wouldn't dare to eat it like you did. That box of yours is so big, and there should be at least a few hundred of them. You actually ate them all. If you don't die, who will?" The dark red divine dragon was speechless. "Damn, how would I know what kind of fruit has such an effect?" Lin Xian was also shocked. "No wonder. Nirvana rebirth. Ruffian dragon, didn't you realize that your strength increased greatly after you came back to life?" Chapter 3759. And now that you mention it, it's true. The dark red dragon was surprised. Back then, he was only a first heaven saint. His strength was far inferior to Lin Xian's. But now, he had beaten up a little saint after coming back to life. Although that little saint's cultivation base had been suppressed, he was still not someone that any saint could contend against. This showed that Ruffian Long's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? Ruffian Long felt that his current cultivation base was at the 5th heaven. He was 2 heavens higher than Lin Xian. He was very proud of himself. "Ah boy, I've surpassed you. Come, let's fight for 300 rounds. Alright, stop messing around. I'm not in the mood. Where's the northern monster? If the northern monster didn't go to the sea, where did he go?" Lin Xian was very worried. Hearing this, the dark red dragon sighed again. "I don't know. But during this period I heard some news. It seems that the northern monster is trapped in the place where the devil child lives." "Is it the devil child again?" Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He now realized that this matter was definitely related to the demon palace. "No wonder they sent a little saint here to silence me. It seems that they don't want the news to leak out. I can't let this devil child go. The dark red dragon gnashed his teeth in anger. Lin Xian's eyes also emitted a cold killing intent. Let's do something big then. After all, we're on the demon planet now. Moreover, those people probably think that I've been killed. Boy, what do you want to do? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian said, let's do it and throw the blame to others. When the time comes, we'll sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The dark red dragon nodded. Indeed, with their strength, it was not difficult to kill the devil child. Of course, the devil child was a huge monster in the demon palace. Once it erupted, it would be very difficult for them to deal with it. After all, this was the devil child's nest. Therefore, it would be even better if they could avoid any repercussions after killing the devil child. It seemed that Lin Xian had a plan. Who are you going to push the blame to? Dark Red Dragon God, we still don't know who Lin Xian's enemies are. Lin Xian said. There were too many enemies and it was hard to choose. The Dark Red Divine Dragon was speechless. This brat really knew how to provoke others. Originally, he wanted to give it to the Golden Crow or the Thunder God, but after thinking about it, it wasn't safe. After all, this was a holy city. If the Demon Palace were to admit defeat, then it wouldn't be good. I'm prepared to throw it to the Rain Clan and Winchim Star. At this point, the killing intent in Lin Xian's eyes intensified. Lin Xian didn't have any good impression of the Rain Clan. He had to eliminate them. This was because the Rain Clan had tried to kill him more than once. They had even sent little saints to kill him many times. Therefore, if there was a chance, he didn't mind tricking the other party. But what could he do? We have to call out the demon child alone. Otherwise, there will be too many experts around him, and we won't be able to make a move. He had to find the North Demon first. Don't worry, we'll go and find out. Lin Xian said. Didn't he imprison you? Fine, let's go there now as dragons. Let's see if he still dares to imprison us. The Dark Red Divine Dragon was originally a dragon. Therefore, after he transformed into his human form, his body emitted a monstrous dragon aura. With a single glance, one could tell that he was a heaven's pride. Although Lin Xian was a human, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body. By releasing a bit of the dragon soul aura, he also looked like a dragon expert. Moreover, Lin Xian also changed his appearance, turning into a very mighty man. The two looked at each other and smiled. After that, Lin Xian put away the remaining golden crow meat. They walked out of the mountain range with large strides, flying toward the evil demon city. The evil demon city was very chaotic at this moment. Previously, the experts of the Demon Palace and the Golden Crow race were fighting fiercely, sweeping through all directions. The people of the Demon Palace couldn't hold on at all. That was because the experts of the Golden Crow race were too strong. One of them could sweep through several people. But fortunately, this was their base camp. Very soon, even more experts arrived and confronted the experts of the Golden Crow tribe. In the end, both sides didn't continue fighting. However, the atmosphere seemed to be really bad. At the same time, they were gnashing their teeth in anger. Who was it that killed the Golden Crow? Was it the little saint they were looking for? At this moment, they were all anxious. They found the young man who sold the Golden Crow meat and interrogated him. However, they couldn't find him even after searching the entire evil demon city. Damn it, could it be that he had stolen it? They issued an arrest warrant and searched the entire evil demon planet. They didn't believe that they couldn't find him. For a moment, a storm swept through. All kinds of experts were dispatched. At the same time, two figures descended on the evil demon city. After they arrived, they didn't descend. Instead, they stood above the evil demon city. Their eyes were cold. One of them shouted coldly, "Where are the people of the Demon Palace? Get out here." The roar reverberated through the 9 heavens. Everyone in the evil demon city heard it and raised their heads to look. Who's this? How dare he shout at the evil demon city? Could it be that the experts of the Golden Crow race have come again? Perhaps only the experts of the Golden Crow race would dare to be so arrogant. Everyone looked over. However, they discovered that it wasn't the people of the Golden Crow race. Instead, it was two people they had never seen before. Who are they? Are they trying to overturn the heavens? One figure after another rushed out. The people of the demon palace were even more furious. Do you want to die? They were originally very depressed. Their secret had been discovered by others. Moreover, they had fought with the Golden Crow race earlier. It could be said that they were very displeased. At this moment, there were actually people shouting at them. Did they really think that their demon palace was easy to bully? Two silhouettes rushed forward. Die for me. Those two people unleashed terrifying laws. However, they were instantly slapped to the ground. The ground was overturned and the void shattered. This shocked everyone. These two people were very powerful. They easily defeated the people of the demon palace. The people of the demon palace were also furious. More and more people came out. Among them, there were even many elders leading the way. An elder shouted coldly, "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my demon palace?" Below them, people from Thunder God City, Thousand Fiend City, White Cloud Apartments, Chue Feng, Ling Xin, and the others were also watching. Even the people of the Golden Crow race had appeared. They thought that the experts of their race had come. Since you dared to cause trouble in our demon palace, you'd best give us an explanation. Otherwise, you'd better kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, you'll die without an intact corpse. The people of the demon palace spoke coldly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The demon palace was the local tyrant here. They were extremely terrifying. Didn't they see that even the Golden Crow race didn't gain any advantage over them? We are the people of the dragons. One of them spoke coldly. What? Do you want to attack us? You'd better think about the consequences. What? The people of the dragons? Everyone was stupefied. The demon palace was a powerful race that wasn't any weaker than the Golden Crow race. In fact, they were even more powerful. After all, the dragons were the leaders of the 10,000 beasts. There was even the Dragon Emperor. The demon palace was an emperor race of the 10,000 ancient races. Chapter 3760. Now that people from the dragons had come, what were they doing here? Why did they attack the Fiend Palace? Was it because of the corpse of the dragons? Everyone was in an uproar. Below them, the experts from Lightning God City and Myriad Fiend City were also shocked. The expressions of the Fiend Palace's experts changed. Experts from the dragons? Damn it, what's going on? Why did they come here? Could it be that the news was leaked? Are you really an expert from the Dragon Ball? Some people still didn't believe it. The other young man roared. His dragon roar resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, everyone's souls trembled. The pupils of those with bloodline power shrank. This was especially true for the people from Myriad Fiend City. Their bodies were shivering. Bloodline suppression. Moreover, it was fear that came from the depths of their souls. This was a fear that came from the soul. It was something that couldn't be dispelled. It was something that had existed since ancient times. They were really dragons. The fiend sages sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly operated their power laws to suppress this fear. The expressions of the Fiend Palace's people changed greatly. Now, they were sure that the other party was a dragon. I wonder why fellow Taoists from the dragons have come here? The Fiend Palace's elder asked respectfully. The two figures in the sky emitted an extremely powerful aura of the Tao of dragons. They were like peerless experts. They were precisely Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian asked coldly, "You actually dare to ask me what's going on? Do I still need to tell you what your Fiend Palace has done? Obediently admit to your crimes. Otherwise, what awaits you is the fury of the dragons. Can your Fiend Palace bear the consequences?" Once those words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Oh my God, what's going on? What kind of heartless thing did the Fiend Palace do? First, they provoked the Golden Crow. Now, they provoked the dragons? They were all extremely terrifying existences. If they weren't careful, not to mention the Fiend Palace, even the Fiend Planet would be destroyed. The Fiend Palace's people were sweating profusely. That elder wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed dryly. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. We really don't know what's going on. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, right? Fine, then let me remind you. Previously, didn't the corpse of a dragon's expert appear here? Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. It seemed that they had indeed come because of this. The demon palace's people had no way to quibble. At that time, countless eyes had seen it, and there had been a robbery earlier. Thus, they could only brace themselves and nod. That's right, there was such a thing. Then where is the corpse now? The corpses of us dragons are naturally noble. Even if we die, we have to be buried in the 9 heavens for all beasts to worship. Now hand it over and we'll take it. This. The demon palace's people were speechless. They also wanted to search for it, but they didn't know where it was. Old Zhang also said that the corpse of the dragons had already been auctioned off. You've got guts. Lin Xian roared. You dare to auction off the corpses of our dragons? Did he not want to live anymore? The dark red dragon let out a roar. The frightening sound waves caused the people from the Fiend Palace to sway back and forth. Those who were weaker directly vomited blood. Damn it. They had gone too far. The Demon Palace's people finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to stake it all against them. Some people wanted to make a move, but the dark red dragon killed 2 people with a slap. A frightening bloody mist filled the sky. His frightening aura burst forth. If anyone dares to make a move, I, the Emperor, will slap them to death. He was too domineering. He directly made a move without caring about the consequences. Was this the strength of the dragons? The crowd looked at the sky with incomparable envy. When would they be able to have such a graceful bearing? What about the demon child? Tell him to come out and accept his punishment in front of us. Lin Xian spoke coldly once again. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked around disdainfully. Everyone was in an uproar. Was he going to make a move against the demon palace this time? He didn't even want to let off the demon child. The demon palace's people also frowned. Among them, the elder's complexion also sank. Our demon child has been in seclusion recently, and he won't appear for 3 to 5 years. Your Excellency, if you have something to say, you should tell us. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to speak to me? Lin Xian sneered. He, the demon child, secretly trapped the geniuses of our dragons. Did he think that no one knew about this matter? It would be best for him to obediently roll over here, kneel down, and kowtow. Otherwise, when we make a move, I'm afraid that it won't be as simple as kowtowing and admitting his guilt. The crowd went crazy. They were going to make an example out of the demon child. The eyelids of the demon palace's elders twitched violently. The elder at the front clenched his teeth and said, Your Excellency, what an arrogant tone. If you want to see the demon child, you'll have to pass through me first. Who do you think you are? Lin Xian sneered once again and sent out a palm strike. He was courting death. Old Zhang was also furious. So what if the other party was a dragon's expert? Their demon palace had run amok on the demon planet for many years, and no one dared to provoke them. Even if the holy city's people came, they would at most be on equal footing with them. But now, someone was actually looking down on them with an aloof attitude. How could they endure this? The elder shouted angrily and opened his mouth to spit out a terrifying black storm that swept through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. At this moment, his fist transformed into a huge dragon that danced in the sky and tore apart the black storm. Not only that, but his fist also landed on old Zhang's body. The elder was sent flying. With a bang, half of old Zhang's body exploded. The surrounding people were so scared that they pissed their pants. This was too terrifying. Had the dragon's experts already reached such a terrifying level? That elder's face was also filled with fear. He screamed in pain. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. That was because he discovered that Lin Xian's fist was flying toward him again. No! He screamed as he flew into the distance. However, he was still hit. With a bang, the other half of his body exploded into a bloody mist. I'll give you 10 seconds to get the demon child here. Otherwise, your demon palace will be exterminated. Despair filled the faces of the demon palace's people. Normally, they were lofty existences that could dictate the life and death of others. But now, there was someone who could dictate their life and death. Buzz. Buzz. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the void split open, and countless figures descended. Among them, there were 4 minor saints. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and they could suppress a part of the world. The people of the demon palace regained their confidence. Great. Their minor saint had arrived. Elders, let's kill him together. These people screamed crazily. So what if these 2 dragons were strong? Could it be that they could defeat a minor saint? Lin Xian sneered. You want to kill us? Sure, go ahead. We're just 2 young geniuses of the dragons. If you dare to touch us, you'll have to suffer the wrath of the dragons. No one dared to doubt his words. The dragons were so strong that even the Golden Crow race didn't dare to contend against them. That minor saint also laughed. Young master, you must be joking. How can we attack you? You're an important guest. Why don't you come to our demon palace and have a talk? I think this should be a misunderstanding that we should resolve. Chapter 3761. Originally, they were supreme existences in the world that everyone could only look up to. But now, these minor saints were actually trying to curry favor with the dragons. Everyone realized that the dragons were extremely terrifying existences that were far beyond their imagination. Lin Xian stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, not moving at all. He didn't even pay attention to the minor saint. The dark red dragon was also standing at the side with a cold smile on his face. The atmosphere was incomparably awkward. A trace of coldness appeared in the minor saint's eyes. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. However, that killing intent soon disappeared. Another 5 or 6 seconds later, a figure walked over from afar. It was the demon's son. After he arrived, he acted as if nothing had happened and laughed heartily. It was an honor to hear that the genius of the dragons had come. 2 fellow Taoists, please. I've prepared the best banquet to welcome the 2 of you. The elder at the side hastily said, This is our demon's son. But it's him. I really want to kill him. The dragon chi on the dark red dragon's body erupted in an instant. A terrifying aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone to be alarmed. The people of the demon palace were also shocked. They were afraid that the other party would suddenly attack. Lin Xian was also shocked. He transmitted his voice, Don't get too excited. It's not the time to attack yet. Let's find the northern demon first. The dark red dragon nodded. He suppressed his killing intent and didn't attack. The people of the demon palace heaved a sigh of relief. The demon's son also said again, 2 fellow Taoists, please. They flew toward the distance and soon entered the demon's son's palace. After they left, the crowd was in an uproar. It was really eye-opening. The dragons were actually so powerful. It was too shocking. They didn't know if the demon palace could avoid this storm this time. Even the people of Myriad Demon City and Lei Shencheng were shocked. In short, this storm swept across for 9 days. On the other side, in the demon palace's palace, the demon's son personally invited Lin Xian and the dark red dragon to a banquet. It seemed like he wanted to establish a good relationship with them. During this time, Lin Xian also raised the issue of the dragon's corpses. The demon's son expressed that he would personally deliver them when he found them. Next, Lin Xian and Yi Zichen stayed in the palace. They did this to get close to the Devil Child and investigate the Northern Devil Child. In the other palaces, the Evil Demon Child and a group of experts from the Evil Demon Palace had gathered together. Damn it, how did the dragons get the news so quickly? There was no longer a smile on the Devil Child's face. His face was extremely cold. Young master, should we kill them? Anyway, they are in our territory now. I think we can kill them in an instant, a little saint said coldly. However, the Devil Child shook his head. No, he couldn't fight here. Everyone saw that they went to the demon palace. If something happens to him here, we won't be able to escape responsibility. At that time, the dragons will attack and we will be finished. Don't forget, that's an emperor clan. If a peerless expert from the dragons really jumped out, no one would be able to stop him. What should he do? Should he just let them continue investigating? Things would be exposed. Those elders felt uneasy. Don't worry, the devil child sneered. These two are strong and have a special identity. However, if they want to investigate here, they still have to rely on us. If we don't give them any information, they won't be able to find anything. So, we should agree on the surface and stop them secretly. When the time comes, we will find a reason to delay them. After a long time, they will naturally leave. During this period, we will treat them with the highest respect. The dragons won't be able to find any fault with us. All right, let's do as the young master said. The people of the evil demon palace heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was the only way. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also discussing. They entered the black earth and set up a formation to isolate themselves from the outside world. After discussing for a while, they agreed to let Heishan go out and search. Heishan was the remnant soul of the great sage. Even if there were many little saints here, they probably wouldn't be able to find Heishan. In the next few days, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon began to deal with the devil child's banquets. Heishan was patrolling quickly. However, after searching the entire palace several times, he didn't find any news about the northern demon. This made the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian frown. Could it be that the northern demon was brought to the headquarters of the evil demon palace? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Where was the evil demon overlord? He was a terrifying existence that was about to become a sage king. No, the dark red divine dragon shook his head. He should be here. The devil child obviously attached great importance to the northern demon. It was unknown why he brought the northern demon with him, but he definitely wouldn't send him to the headquarters. Hearing this, Lin Xian said, "Then let's continue to search. That guy will eventually reveal a flaw." Next, Heishan changed his strategy and began to secretly follow the devil child. About 10 days later, they finally found the devil child's secret. On this day, the devil child began to enter seclusion. He actually took out a simple black mirror and walked into it. Heishan retreated. "Kid, I found him. That guy entered an ancient mirror. I guess that it should be a small independent space. The person you are looking for might be inside." An independent space? Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's expression became solemn. Since they found the place, it would be easy to handle. Isn't it just a mirror? They just had to steal it. Next, it was Whitey's turn. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity. When the devil child wasn't cultivating and was with Lin Xian and the others, Whitey would secretly make a move. The cornucopia directly took the black mirror from a distance. Heishan was waiting in the dark. As soon as Whitey took the mirror, Heishan immediately set up a formation, isolating everything. On the other side, the devil child was originally talking with Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, wanting to further resolve the misunderstanding. Suddenly, he was stunned. The next moment, he roared crazily. With a roar, the roof of the palace was blown away. A terrifying aura shattered the sky. What's going on? What happened? The people of the evil demon palace outside were stunned. Even those minor saints instantly rushed into the palace, each of them emitting a baleful aura. They thought that the experts of Dragon Ball had made a move. They even wanted to make a move on Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian stood up and shouted coldly, "Impudent! You dare to make a move on me? Do you want to die?" The evil demon child quickly added, "Don't be impulsive. Everyone stop. Don't misunderstand. It's not these two who made a move." Those minor saints were also stunned. The elders of the evil demon palace also looked over and asked, "Young master, what's going on?" They were really worried that the dragons would make a move. The devil child said, "We'll talk about it when we get back." He looked at Lin Xian and said, "I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well. I'll come back another day." Lin Xian knew that it should be Whitey's doing. So he said with a smile, all right. Brother Devil should take care of your body first." The devil child quickly left with his people. When he returned to his palace, the devil child's face was completely gloomy. Chapter 3762. My ancient black abyss mirror has been stolen by someone. Quickly seal the palace and the evil devil palace. Don't let that person escape. What? How could there be such a thing? The people of the evil devil palace were stunned when they heard the news. The ancient Black Abyss mirror was the personal saint tool of the evil devil's son. Moreover, it was the independent small world where the evil devil's son cultivated. How could it be stolen? Could it be that those two people from the dragon clan had done it? Asked a minor saint. The evil devil's son shook his head. Impossible. I was so close to them. I should have been able to detect it. Moreover, the ancient Black Abyss mirror is inextricably linked to me. Even if it was stolen, I would still be able to sense it. But now, the connection has been cut off. Obviously, it was done by someone who was at least a minor saint. Therefore, it was impossible for it to be done by those two. I suspect that it might be the people of the Golden Crow clan. Go and investigate it. You must get it back. The evil devil's son was mad with anger. That was the space where he cultivated. There were countless heavenly treasures inside. Most of his cultivation resources were inside. No one had ever been able to steal them. Moreover, no one dared to do anything to him. But now, his cultivation lair had actually been stolen by someone. Moreover, it was done without anyone noticing. Who was the culprit? Could it be that there was an extremely terrifying super expert hiding in the dark? The evil devil's son felt restless when he thought of this. However, when he thought that this was his territory, he felt relieved. Even the holy city didn't dare to do anything to him here. Therefore, he regained his ferocious expression and ordered a thorough investigation. Once the culprit was caught, he would tear him into pieces. The evil devil palace was in chaos again. Those cultivators cried out in alarm. What was going on? What had happened to the evil devil palace? Damn it, this was really an eventful period. Everyone shrunk their necks, not daring to wander around. The evil devil palace was like a mad dog now. It was said that they had set their eyes on many major powers and were investigating them secretly. They had even angered the experts of the Golden Crow clan. In the end, 2 minor saints of the evil devil palace left with injuries. Every day there would be new news. Every day, there would be a great battle between experts. It could be said that the evil devil palace had become an extremely terrifying battlefield. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be killed mercilessly. Everyone was trying to figure out what was going on. Some powerful factions had finally found out that the fiend child had dropped a very important treasure. Now, they were going all out to investigate it. What is this demon child doing? Lei Chang's people in Thunder God City frowned. They were extremely dissatisfied. They had actually been investigated as well. On the other side, the people from the Demon City, such as the 100-eyed demon sage and the others, were even more gloomy. If this wasn't the territory of the other party, and if they weren't afraid of the demon son's father, they would have already attacked. Yu Shirchia, Di Ling, and the others were even more shocked. Over the past few days, the terrifying auras of the powerful sages had directly impacted their nerves. Especially the Imperial Mausoleum. Previously, he had thought that he was a peerless genius who looked down on everything. But now, everyone was stronger than him. In particular, Shui Yu, Lei Chong, and the 100-eyed demonic sage were even more powerful. As for the Golden Crow tribe, he could only look up to them. Di Ling's face was filled with despair. Originally, he thought that after killing Lin Xian, he could regain his confidence and once again climb to the peak of the martial path. But now, he realized that even without Lin Wudi, there were still Jin Wudi and Zhang Wudi. In short, there were more and more experts who were stronger than him, trampling him under their feet. The Imperial Mausoleum was about to collapse. Lin Xian and the others were incomparably relaxed. Now, the two of them were directly in the main hall, and there was no interference from the Demon Palace. Although the Demon Palace was guarding outside, they didn't care. During this time, Lin Xian and He Shan set up a formation and then entered the Great Sage Pagoda. The Great Sage Pagoda was an extremely terrifying saint tool. Inside, even minor saints couldn't detect it. Even Saint Venerables couldn't know what was going on inside. It was very safe inside. After entering, Lin Xian asked, "How is it? Did you break it?" He Shan said, "Nonsense. Don't you know who I am? I'm the remnant soul of the great sage." It was easy to break the soul imprint of a brat. Moreover, he couldn't detect it. That's good. Lin Xian smiled. Let's go in. The dark red dragon couldn't wait any longer. He Shan said, just in case. He was an old fox, so he was more thorough. First, set up an illusory formation and let our phantoms stay outside. In case the people of the demon palace investigate, they won't be exposed. Then he set up a transportation formation. Once the people of the demon palace enter, we will immediately teleport out. This way, they won't be able to detect us. After He Shan finished setting up the formation, everyone entered the simple mirror. The simple mirror turned into a whirlpool, sucking everyone in. In the next moment, everyone felt the surrounding aura change. This was indeed an independent space. Inside, black qi filled the air, bringing with it a gloomy and cold aura. As expected of the demon palace, it was really a place to cultivate evil techniques. Lin Xian looked around and sneered. This place made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, they were strong enough to use their own laws to resist the terrifying evil aura. The space was neither big nor small. They couldn't see the end of it. Everyone flew up and quickly flew into the distance. Not long after they flew, black mist filled the air below. A huge black dog rushed up and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the entire sky. Scram! The dark red divine dragon sent the demon hound flying with a slap. At the same time, Lin Xian looked around. It seemed that there was quite a bit of danger here. The demon child was really cautious. He had set up so many traps in his cultivation place and even raised some terrifying demonic beasts. However, this wasn't a problem. He Shan and the dark red dragon were experts in formations. Lin Xian's attainments in formations were superb. Therefore, the three of them destroyed all the traps along the way. At the same time, the demonic beasts formed by the evil aura were all mercilessly killed by them. Finally, they arrived in front. In front of them, there was a divine tree that emitted a bright light. This was the sky-piercing divine tree. Lin Xian was shocked. He had seen the North Demon use it more than once. However, the sky-piercing divine tree was in a bad condition. A portion of the divine tree's trunk and leaves had turned pitch black. Some of them were almost dyed black. At the roots of the sky-piercing divine tree, there was a figure lying there. It was the North Demon. The dark red dragon exclaimed and turned into a stream of light, instantly rushing over. Lin Xian hurried over as well. As he looked at the ground, his expression turned extremely ugly. It was really the North Demon. The North Demon was lying there like a worm. His face was pale as if he was sleeping. On his back, there were roots of the sky-piercing divine tree. Chapter 3763. Damn it. Northern Demon, how are you doing? Lin Xian and the Black Dragon hurriedly squatted down and asked. Black Mountain looked at the heavenly tree, sizing it up as if he was thinking about something. The Northern Demon was too weak. It seemed that his vitality had been sucked dry. Moreover, his body was covered in black qi. Clearly, he couldn't wake up now. What's going on? Should we bring him out? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian didn't dare to act rashly because he felt that this scene was too strange. What was the demon child trying to do? Did he want to absorb the Northern Demon's strength or occupy the heavenly tree? He looked at Black Mountain and asked, Do you know what's going on? He Shan nodded. He could see that the evil demon child wanted to occupy this heavenly god tree and let it grow in this space. Your friend is not bad. Even this sage is envious of his myriad demon body. Black Mountain's eyes shone brightly. He said, Don't worry, kid. I'm going to save this person. I've decided to take him as my disciple. Really? That's great. Hurry up and tell me how to save him. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Black Mountain was the great sage. If he took Black Mountain as his master, his future would be limitless. Lin Xian also knew that Black Mountain's original body was also a tree demon. He was called Old Demon Black Mountain and was extremely terrifying. He had learned about this from their previous conversation. The Northern Demon had the myriad demon body and also had the heavenly tree. It was probably the Northern Demon's constitution that attracted Black Mountain's love for talent. Black Mountain said, "There are 49 formations here. We can't touch them easily. We have to break them in order. Otherwise, my little disciple's life will be in danger." Black Mountain's eyes flickered. Next, he, the dark red dragon, and Lin Xian started to break the formations quickly. During this time, they were teleported out twice because the Demon Palace's people came in. It seemed that the Demon Palace was also suspicious of them. Fortunately, Black Mountain had set up a spatial formation in advance and teleported back instantly. Therefore, there were no flaws. When the Demon Palace's people saw that there was nothing suspicious, they retreated. After the Devil Palace's people left, Lin Xian and the others returned to the mirror and continued to break the array formation. Finally, all of the formations were destroyed. Then, he dug the Northern Demon out of the ground. His injuries are very serious, and his body is filled with this demonic aura. He will probably only recover after he clears it out. Black Mountain said with a frown. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry about it. I can get rid of the devil's tears. He has the great dragon sword spirit, so he can definitely destroy this aura." "Alright, then remove the demonic aura. Leave the rest to me. I'll be able to restore it." After that, Lin Xian began to use the great dragon sword soul to help expel the demonic energy from the North Demon's body. This process took a long time, about 10 days. After 10 days, the black aura on the North Demon's body completely disappeared. Black Mountain took action. 5 days later, the Northern Demon finally woke up. He was extremely weak. "Brother Lin, it's you. Ruffian Dragon, you're here as well." Northern Demon was shocked. "Am I dreaming?" These days, he had already given up all hope. "No, we're here." Lin Xian said, "You're still very weak. You'd better recuperate. We'll take revenge for you." Lin Xian left behind a large amount of natural treasures and pills. He wanted the North Demon to recover slowly. He, the Dark Red Divine Dragon, and Black Mountain began to discuss how to take revenge. Of course, it was to kill the Devil Child. The Dark Red Divine Dragon gritted his teeth. It would be best if they could kill the Devil Palace. It's not realistic to kill the Devil Palace. We're not strong enough now, and the Devil Palace has a lot of little saints. However, it's not impossible to kill the Devil Child. At that time, we can shift the blame. Lin Xian and the other two discussed carefully and began to set up formations. This included all kinds of concealment formations and teleportation formations. During this time, they returned to the ancient mirror and began to search again. Lin Xian laughed. The Dark Red Divine Dragon even circled around the mirror. "Damn, he robbed them all." Black Mountain floated over and said, "Don't destroy the space here. I can make good use of it. Give the mirror to the North Demon." "What do you need the mirror for?" Lin Xian was surprised. Black Mountain said, "The Devil Child can use his devil aura to change the heavenly tree into the devil tree. Then I can use the heavenly tree to change this place into the land of the demon god. At that time, the North Demon and I will cultivate here. It'll be much more comfortable than staying in your pendant." "Alright, you can do whatever you want." Lin Xian didn't care about this. The most important thing for him now was to take revenge. They had a lot of resources in their hands. So, they only needed time. A few days later, all of the required formations were finally completed. It's time to find the Devil Child. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon came out. "What's the matter, young masters of the two dragons?" "There are people guarding outside. It seems that the Devil Palace hasn't given up yet." Lin Xian said coldly, "I have something to tell the Devil Child. Go and report it." "Young master, please wait." The people of the Devil Palace went to report it. Not long after, the Devil Child came. His expression was still somewhat ugly. However, when he saw Lin Xian, he smiled. "I wonder what the two of you are looking for me for?" Lin Xian said, "We're here to bid farewell to you." "Bid farewell? What's going on?" The Devil Child was startled. "Could it be that the two of you don't want to find the corpses of the dragons?" "We'll have a clue soon." "No need. We've already found a clue," Lin Xian said proudly. He glanced at the Devil Child, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Although this is your territory, you're not the only ones who can obtain information. We, the dragons, still have some methods. What? Found it? The devil child was startled. I wonder, where did you get the information from? The two of you won't be deceived, right? We found out that the Rain clan and that dragon seem to know each other. So, we're going to investigate. Goodbye. Lin Xian didn't give the devil child a chance to think. The devil child's expression changed. If his secret was discovered, the wrath of the dragons would descend on his head. Therefore, he said, "This is my territory after all. If the two of you encounter any accident here, I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to explain. How about this? I'll follow the two of you. Wait for me, I'm already in a hurry." You're going to meet a mere Rain clan, yet you're still so careful? What a surprise. There was a trace of disdain in his words. The devil child's expression changed. Since the two of you are in a hurry, let's go. Young master, this old servant will follow you. An old man rushed over from afar and arrived beside the devil child in an instant. Lin Xian was startled. It was a minor saint. The dark red divine dragon wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Lin Xian. It's just a minor saint. If he insisted on saying something, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. The devil child nodded and looked at Lin Xian. Let's go. The four of them soared into the sky and left the palace, flying towards the devil city. Chapter 3764. When they arrived at the residence of the Rain clan, the old man wanted to shout angrily and asked the Rain clan members to come out and greet him. However, Lin Xian stopped him. Doing so would only scare them away. It was better to enter quietly and set up a formation. Don't let them run away. Hearing this, the small saint of the Devil Palace used a battle technique and sealed the entire residence. Then the group entered. As soon as they entered, Lin Xian instantly took action. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to suck them in. The dark red divine dragon and Heishan set up countless formations and covered the entire residence. Among them were some illusion formations, causing the Rain clan members to not know that they had entered. They also entered the Great Sage Pagoda. At the next moment, the demon child and the old man were shocked. Damn it, you dare to plot against us? They were really shocked, because they didn't expect that Lin Xian and Heishan would dare to attack them. Although the demon child was angry, he didn't panic. He was a top genius and was very strong. Moreover, he brought a small saint with him this time. How could the two of them defeat him? After Heishan entered, he activated the Great Sage Pagoda. Even if the other party had heaven-defying abilities, they wouldn't be able to spread the news. I've finally caught you guys. Lin Xian smiled. The demon child sneered. You guys don't know the difference between life and death. Previously, I gave you guys face because you guys are dragons. But now, you guys actually dare to attack me. Well, if I die here, you guys from the dragons won't be able to find out that it was me. The demon child's voice was sinister. The old man snorted coldly. Two stupid kids, do you think you can contend against a small saint? Seems like you guys still don't know anything. Who told you that I'm from the dragons? Lin Xian took a step forward. The bones in his body changed, and crackling sounds could be heard. At the next moment his real face was restored. Damn brat, it's actually... The demon child was stunned when he saw the other party. How could it be him? Shouldn't he be killed by now? He was really shocked. That night, the 10 small saints went to kill him. Shouldn't he have turned into ashes long ago? Why are you still here? Damn it, then who is this person? He then looked at the dark red dragon. The dark red divine dragon also transformed into its original form. The divine dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It danced in the air and let out a loud dragon roar. What? You don't recognize me? Are you Grandpa Long? It's you. You actually survived. The devil child was stunned once again. This time, even the little saint was flabbergasted. How could they not recognize him? But wasn't he supposed to be dead? Why was he still alive? Damn it, the two of you are in cahoots. At this moment, they finally understood. That means my black smoke ancient mirror was also stolen by you guys. Looks like you're not stupid. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lin Xian asked coldly. Just the two of you? You want to kill me? What a joke. I don't know how you managed to survive that pursuit, but you're definitely not a match for a little saint. Kill him. The devil child waved his hand, and the old man walked out with a hideous smile. At first, he was worried that the secret would be leaked. But if I kill you here, no one will know our secret. The old man attacked fiercely. His terrifying aura suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was a real little saint. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon instantly retreated, avoiding the attack. The little saint sneered. Don't run. You can't escape. Who said we're running? We just don't want to be splashed by your blood. Next, you'll be crying and begging me. The little saint snorted coldly. He didn't believe that anyone could hurt him. Even if the other party had a little saint, he still wasn't afraid. However, at the next moment, his expression changed because he felt a beam of light flying toward him from the top of his head. The light was so terrifying that it made his hair stand on end. With a bang, he was sent flying, and half of his body was penetrated. He fell to the ground and kept screaming. Damn it! What's going on? What's that? He was crazy. How could there be something that could injure him so badly in an instant? The devil child was also dumbfounded. How could it be? He wasn't dreaming, right? They looked up and saw a man floating in the sky like a black fog. And there was a man who looked like a fiend god. The surrounding aura was so terrifying that he couldn't bear it. Young master, run. That's an extraordinary sacred tool. The old man's wound quickly healed, and his face was full of fear. Lin Xian smiled. Of course it's extraordinary. That's the Great Sage Tool. What do you think? Have you seen its power? The Great Sage Tool. Hearing this, the eyes of the old man and the devil child almost popped out. To be honest, it was too terrifying. The Great Sage was an existence that was even more terrifying than the Sage King. It could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Basically, no one could see such a person. No one knew if there was such a person in the second astral realm. Why would the other party have such a thing? Damn it! How dare you frame me? The devil child gritted his teeth and roared. My father is the devil overlord. He will soon become the Sage King. If you dare to touch me, you will be dead. He will tear you into pieces. Are you threatening us? Seems like you are afraid. But your threat is useless. If you die here today, who will know that we are the ones who killed you? Don't worry. We have already thought of who to blame. Also, don't use your father to pressure others. Although your father is only 1 step away from the Sage King, this step will stop him for thousands of years. Do you believe it? So, it's impossible for your father to come out of seclusion in a short period of time. Lin Xian sneered. He Shan continued to attack. In the sky, He Shan activated the Great Sage Tool and the corpse of the Great Sage, attacking rapidly. The terrifying speed of light caused the minor saint to be in a miserable state. Every time the minor saint was hit, his body would shatter, and he would scream miserably. This kind of torture made him wish he was dead. Obviously, the other party could have killed him with a single strike, but he didn't. Instead, he let him suffer this kind of torture. Wait, young Master Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I think we can resolve it. The devil child was no longer arrogant. He only wanted to beg for mercy and make peace with the other party. How about we write off the grudge between us? Write off the grudge? Lin Xian laughed. Who do you think you are? How dare you write off the grudge with us? You killed 2 of my friends and even tried to kill me. Do you think we can write off the grudge? This devil child is really naive. Does he still think he is high and mighty? Damn brat, don't go too far. If you have the ability, don't use the Great Sage Tool. Let's have a fair fight. You are definitely not my opponent. The devil child roared crazily. What? Trying to provoke me? I will fall for it. Ruffian dragon, I will leave this person to you. The dark red divine dragon walked out. Don't worry. I will let him know what it means to be dead. Chapter 3765. The demon child was disdainful. When he caught the dark red divine dragon, it was only a first heaven saint while he was a fifth heaven saint. How long had it been? Even if the dark red dragon had broken through, it would be at most a second heaven sage. If he wanted to kill such a person, he could do it with a slap. This was a good opportunity to kill one of them. The eyes of the dark red dragon turned red. He roared angrily, and the demonic aura in his body surged, forming countless black abysses that rushed forward. He attacked with all his strength. He wanted to kill the dark red dragon. The dark red dragon roared, and the dragon blood in its body surged. Every dragon scale seemed to have turned into a peerless blade, making clanging sounds. The void kept collapsing, and the dragon aura rushed over. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. However, this was the Great Sage Pagoda. Even if the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the Great Sage Pagoda would not be damaged at all. Not to mention them, even the holy venerables could not be damaged in the slightest. Not even a trace of energy could be transmitted out. Therefore, the people outside had no idea what was happening here. What demon child? That's all there is to it. Look at your grandpa dragon, I'll beat you up today. The dark red dragon roared and charged over. The dark red dragon was stunned. How was this possible? He did not dare to believe that the other party was not an ant. How could he fight against him? I don't believe it. The dark red dragon roared, and the demonic aura in his hand formed a huge scythe surrounded by terrifying laws. The laws of heaven and earth intertwined and slashed forward. Wherever it passed, the void would quickly shatter. He was confident that he could kill the dark red dragon with this attack. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that the dark red dragon was very powerful. It seemed that he was even stronger than Lei Chong. He was indeed a genius. However, he was also confident in Ruffian Long's strength had increased greatly, and he was already a fifth heaven sage. His cultivation was even higher than Lin Xian's. Moreover, he had eaten so many pinching fruits, and with the great magic of dragons, his power was definitely beyond Lin Xian's imagination. Sure enough, the dark red dragon was still not afraid. He swung his tail and sent the huge death scythe flying away. Next, he kept attacking. Boom! Suddenly, the dark red divine dragon smashed one of the demon child's legs with a claw. Then, its tail was like a heavenly blade that lashed at the demon child's waist, cutting it in half. The evil demon child let out a blood-curdling screech and counterattacked crazily. The dark red divine dragon was also sent flying. Many of its dragon scales fell off. However, his eyes were also red, and he continued to fight. In the end, the demon child couldn't win and could only escape. He wanted to lure the little saint to kill him. That old man was screaming miserably on the ground. However, he didn't die. When he saw the evil demon child's cry for help, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. The great Tao of heaven and earth intertwined on it, as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. It quickly charged over. The dark red dragon jumped in fright. Fuck, how shameless! He quickly roared, Black Mountain Tech. Black Mountain waved in the sky and struck down at the speed of light, knocking away the light. At the same time, he attacked the devil child and the minor saint. It was as if the evil demon child was struck by lightning. His body was torn into pieces. The pain almost made him faint. Damn it, if you have the guts, let's have a fair fight. Bah, I'll spit on your face. You let the little saint fight first, and you still say it's fair? The dark red dragon despised him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Look at you. You were looking down on the other geniuses earlier. I guess all the other geniuses have more backbone than you. Damn it. The evil demon child roared. Black light emerged in his eyes. It was the evil demon eye. This was a kind of soul attack. He burned his bloodline and desperately attacked. He wanted to drag his opponent down even if he had to die. Buzz. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret child prodigy. His golden eyes were like the eyes of a god, looking down and confronting the black evil demon eye. In the void, the soul collision was abnormally fierce and terrifying. Ka. The black evil demon eye shattered. The evil demon child fell to the ground on his back. He covered his eyes, which were bleeding. My eyes. Damn it, how is it possible? You can actually destroy my eye technique. He was too shocked. Did his opponent have such a terrifying eye technique? Evil demon, you have to go to hell. I'll send you down now. Lin Xian used Spring and Autumn Lock, locking the evil demon child's soul into his illusion world. He activated 10,000 merciless tortures. The dark red dragon was responsible for attacking the opponent's body, breaking all the bones in his body and then destroying them crazily. As for the little saint, He Shan was the one who beat him to death. All kinds of screams were heard. In the end, Lin Xian also locked the little saint in Spring and Autumn reincarnation, making him suffer 10,000 years of torture. In the end, both of their bodies were badly mutilated. Their souls were tortured for 10,000 years, and they died in despair. Refreshing. The dark red dragon let out a long sigh of relief. It was too refreshing. He finally vented the anger in his heart. Lin Xian also said that after dealing with them, it was time to throw the blame. Let's go and arrange it quickly. The two of them came out of the Great Sage Pagoda and rushed outside. Outside, the people of the Rain Clan and Spirit Sealing Star still didn't know what had happened. At this moment, they were packing up and preparing to return. Because the matter here was almost over. They had seen the auction, and the enemy, Lin Xian, was also killed. Although they also suffered some losses, overall, it was still not bad. At this moment, an attack suddenly came towards them. Not good. Someone is attacking us. The faces of the Rain Clan's experts changed. The Saints of Spirit Sealing Star also roared and counterattacked. They attacked crazily. At this moment, they didn't hold back at all. The laws exploded in all directions. However, they were puzzled. Who was attacking them? They didn't provoke anyone on the evil demon planet. How could they know that the array was activated? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon held the old man and the evil demon child's bodies and attacked them continuously, so that the other party's attacks would land on the bodies. It's still not enough. Lin Xian said, "Ruffian Zilong, let's make the energy more violent." No problem. The dark red dragon activated an even more violent array. The earth-shattering laws and energy rushed over. The people inside were also angry. Courting death. Let's kill our way out. The Rain Clan's small saint roared crazily. The small saint of Spirit Sealing Star also led people to kill their way out. Yu Shirchia and Di Ling followed closely with gloomy faces. In the next moment, they finally killed their way out. However, what welcomed them was an even more violent aura. Who was attacking them? The gazes of these experts spread out from all directions. Soon, they locked onto two figures in the distance and killed their way over. Two small saints rushed over and attacked crazily, sending the two figures flying. No, why did they feel so weak? They felt that the two of them couldn't resist at all. While they were puzzled, suddenly, a scream came from afar. "Damn Rain Clan, you dare to kill the evil demon child? The evil demon palace will definitely not let you off." This voice directly tore through the array and spread to the 9 heavens. Chapter 3766. At this moment, everyone in the evil demon city heard it. What was going on? Someone was attacking the evil demon's son? Who was it? In an instant, they were all stunned. Just how audacious was this? The evil demon palace received the news immediately. Instantly, they tore through the void and rushed over. What? The evil demon's son. The people of the Rain Clan were also stunned. The people of Spirit Sealing Star were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that the person they attacked was the evil demon's son? Damn it, that was impossible. Everyone screamed. Di Ling also said that they didn't know the evil demon's son at all. Why would he target them? Damn it, this was a trap. The small saint of the Rain Clan felt his scalp go numb. We have to make it clear, or we'll be the scapegoat. Yu Shirchia said. The people of the evil demon planet sneered. Make it clear? Could they make it clear? The death of the evil demon's son was a huge matter. It would definitely cause a huge earthquake. These experts didn't say anything else. They directly brought Di Ling and soared into the sky. The people of the Rain Clan also felt their scalps go numb. They also brought Yushurtia and quickly tore open the formation. Just as they moved, the experts of the evil demon palace arrived and landed nearby in an instant. People were standing in all directions. They tore open the array and saw the two corpses on the ground. These people collapsed in an instant because the corpses were the evil demon's son. The old man next to him was also an expert of the evil demon palace. Dead, the evil demon's son was really dead. They grabbed the corpses and carefully examined them. They found that the souls had long been obliterated. Damn it. They actually killed the young master. Kill them all. Tear them into pieces. These people of the evil demon palace had really gone crazy. Each and every one of them charged out with bloodshot eyes. Heaven and earth shattered. Violent energy streaked across the sky. In front of them, the people of the Rain clan felt their scalps go numb. They ran for their lives. The expert of Spirit Sealing Star wanted to explain. Stop, this was a misunderstanding. He wanted to say something, but the violent energy immediately rushed over and killed the saint. When the remaining people saw this scene, they didn't say anything and ran for their lives. If they stopped to explain now, they would be courting death. It was better to escape back to their families first. Soon, these people escaped from the evil demon palace. From the looks of it, he wanted to escape from this world. The people of the evil demon city were all stunned. They also rushed over one after another. When they found that the ground was shattered, they were extremely frightened. This should be the place where the Rain clan was located. That's right, the people from Spirit Sealing Star were also here. What had they done? I think I heard it. They killed the devil's child. That was impossible, right? How powerful was the evil demon's child? How could the Rain clan dare to provoke him? Who knew? There might be some hidden secrets, but no one cared about it now. Most likely, the Rain clan was completely finished. In an instant, everyone was discussing spiritedly. The entire evil demon city was in an uproar. Not only that, but the fiend planet was also in an uproar. The fiend children were peak geniuses in the entire world. In the future, they would be peak overlords. But now, he had actually fallen. This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Some of the Saint Realm geniuses found it hard to believe. When the Silver Palace's young master heard this, he was dumbfounded. The other party was actually dead? One had to know that the devil child was his sworn enemy. Both of them would fight for thousands of years in the future. But now, the devil child had really fallen. He felt as if he was dreaming. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked at this scene with sneers on their faces. Very good. The enemy was killed, and the blame was thrown to the other party. Next, they would just wait for a good show. They stayed in the evil demon city, waiting for news from afar. And at this time, Lin Xian thought of another matter. There were a total of 13 treasure boxes. At that time, only 10 of them were auctioned. There were still 3 left. Originally, they were waiting for things to calm down before auctioning them. But the following events were more shocking than the previous. Now that the devil child was dead, these 3 treasure boxes shouldn't be auctioned anymore. Oh, there was still that thing. The dark red divine dragon's eyes also lit up, and he became spirited. Now that he was fine, and the northern demon was still alive and recovering, it could be said that he had nothing to do. Now that he heard this in the news, he was naturally excited. Moreover, he had personally dug out those treasure boxes before. He knew how precious those treasure boxes were. He said, "Brat, do you want to do something big again and snatch those 3 treasure boxes?" "I'm planning to do that." Lin Xian said, "Those things should still be in the Fiend Children's temporary imperial residence." "Black Mountain, did you check it out the last time you checked it out?" "You don't say." "I did check it. But at that time, I was too anxious to save people, so I didn't pay much attention to it." The 3 of them discussed and prepared to return immediately. Now was a very good time. Because the people of the evil demon palace were chasing after the Rain clan, there were not many people left, and the number of experts was even fewer. So, if they made a move now, they would definitely be able to get it. The 3 of them turned into a gust of wind and rushed toward the Fiend Children's temporary imperial residence. When they arrived, they discovered that the guards of the palace were much more lax than before. There wasn't even a minor saint. At most, there were only fifth heavenly layer saints. Moreover, there were only 3 of them. It was not a big deal for them. Just when they were about to make a move, Heishan said, "Wait, there's a problem." "What's going on?" asked the dark red divine dragon. Heishan looked into the distance. He said, "Seems like it's not just us. There are other people who have designs on this place." Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian looked around. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with golden radiance. Soon he exclaimed, "Those people are here too." He saw Lei Chong and the others from Thunder God City, Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint, Shui Yu and the others from Myriad Demon City. Even Jin Hai from Jinwu Art was there. In addition, there was a mysterious woman in an emerald green dress. Beside her was an old granny. These people were really bold. But thinking about it, these people's status and strength were not weaker than the fiend children's. Now that the fiend children of the evil demon palace were dead, they naturally wanted to fish in troubled waters. "Let's wait for them to fight first." The 3 of them observed in the dark. Jiwatsi couldn't bear it anymore and attacked. He was suppressed by the people of the evil demon palace before, so he was naturally unhappy. At this moment, he attacked and destroyed 2 fifth heavenly layer sages. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. At this time, Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint made his move. He pulled a 5th heavenly layer saint into an illusion, making him unable to resist at all. 100 Eyes. Jin Hai looked at the other party. Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint also looked at Jin Hai. His eyes burst out with biting cold radiance. Jin Hai's aura was monstrous. Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint's 100 eyes were shining with terrifying radiance. These 2 were the top heaven's prides. Moreover, each of them had their own characteristics. At this moment, both sides were confronting each other. The atmosphere was filled with fear. There were other warriors of the evil demon palace in the surroundings. They were gnashing their teeth in anger when they arrived. "Damn it, how dare you behave so atrociously in our territory?" Chapter 3767. Don't be too arrogant. Don't think that the Fiend Palace is afraid of you just because you're from the sacred city. But the Hundred-Eyed Demon Overlord stretched out his hand and used the Heavenly Wind Eye to cut the 2 sages into pieces. Jin Hai was even more terrifying. He let out a long roar and completely enveloped the 5 of them, turning them into ashes. "If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill all of you. Get lost." "Ha, it's really lively." Lei Chong also walked out with his men. "How dare the 2 of you have designs on the treasure boxes? Hurry up and leave and I'll spare your lives." Jin Hai waved his hand arrogantly. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Overlord's face darkened. "No one has dared to talk to me like that for a long time. Although the Golden Crow tribe is strong, they might not be able to withstand my hundreds of eye techniques. Do you want to try?" The Hundred-Eyed Demon Overlord was filled with cold killing intent. On the other side, Lei Chong was even more furious. Lightning erupted from his body, forming a sea of lightning. "You don't know what's good for you. I'll send you 2 to hell." Jin Hai let out a long roar, and terrifying flames swept out. A great battle broke out. The 3 of them fought fiercely. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon watched in the dark. It would be best if they died together. The Dark Red Dragon was excited, while Lin Xian was surprised. There was someone who didn't make a move and wasn't discovered. What a surprise. "Let's follow them." Lin Xian discovered that the woman in the emerald green dress didn't make a move. Instead, she quietly rushed toward the treasure boxes. She tore open the array, which surprised him even more. It seemed that the woman in the emerald green dress was not ordinary. We followed them and they did the same. They tore open the formation and went in. Sure enough, there were 3 treasure boxes displayed there. The mysterious woman was walking between the 3 treasure boxes, as if she was deciding which one to take. "Idiot, take all 3. The Dark Red Dragon was very dissatisfied. This girl was too slow. His voice startled the other party. The girl turned her head with a look of shock. "It's you." She looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surprised. "Do you know me?" He and the dark red divine dragon had changed their appearances again. Naturally, they didn't want to be recognized. Of course, even though you've changed your appearance, I still recognize your scent. The emerald green girl smiled. Her sweet smile was like 100 flowers blooming. Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of someone using smell to identify people. However, from this, it could be seen that this girl was even more extraordinary. The dark red divine dragon muttered, sniffing people with his nose? What kind of celestial sign is this? The young girl looked at the dark red dragon and exclaimed, You're actually alive. This time, the dark red divine dragon was even more shocked. Wow, you even know this? Since you know the secret, I can't let you live. The dark red dragon walked over. The mysterious woman smiled sweetly, not minding it at all. At this moment, an old granny walked out from beside her. The aura she exuded made the dark rainbow godly dragon's hair stand on end. Even Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could tell that the granny was a little saint, and not an ordinary one. If they really fought, they would not be able to gain any advantage and would even be exposed. Therefore he said, Senior, don't worry. We won't fight. He glanced at the mysterious woman. 3 treasure boxes for 3 people, 1 for each of them. How about it? Alright, I'll take this one. The mysterious woman pointed at a treasure box the size of a bowl and put it away. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon each took one. One was about the size of a fist, and the other was about the size of a stool. After they put it away, they prepared to leave. At the same time, an angry voice sounded from outside. Damn it, how dare you fish in troubled waters? Do you think we don't exist? With a roar, a pair of eyes appeared in the sky. Violent soul energy surged, and terrifying light rays shot out. It was the 100-eyed demon overlord. Obviously, the other party had also torn open the formation. They did not expect that the treasure would be taken by someone else first. When Jin Hai and Lei Tsong heard that, they were also angry. They immediately attacked. Lei Chong unleashed terrifying thunder and tore open the formation. Jin Hai turned into a golden crow and shattered the void in the sky. In the next moment, they surrounded Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the mysterious woman. Who are you? How dare you steal from under our noses? Hand it over obediently, then kneel at the side and wait for your death. Jin Hai's expression was cold. The mysterious woman frowned. The old woman walked out again, emitting a powerful aura that made their hair stand on end. At this moment, a powerful old man walked out from behind Jin Hai, the 100-eyed demon overlord, and Lei Chong. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. It seemed that although the geniuses were going to attack, they were all backed by little saints as a precaution. The default rule is that we won't attack. A little saint said. The other little saints nodded one after another. Then they hid in the void. Hand over the treasure box on your body. The 100-eyed demon overlord stared at the mysterious woman. He must have discovered something, so he wanted it very much. Lei Chong stared at the dark red divine dragon. You then. How are you going to die? He did not know the dark red divine dragon at all. However, in his opinion, he did not care about it at all. No matter who the other party was, it was impossible for them to defeat him. You want to steal from me? Go to hell. The dark red divine dragon opened his mouth and spewed out dragon flames. The Tao Tian fire was still sweeping over. Right now, he did not transform into a dragon. Instead, he had transformed into a handsome young man. He looked very handsome. But the moment he attacked, it was truly berserk to the extreme. How dare you attack me? You're courting death. Lei Chong also attacked. In an instant, the 4 experts attacked one after another. Only Lin Xian and Jin Hai were left in the field. Jin Hai looked at the other party and said indifferently, You're no match for me, so kneel down and accept your death. I'll leave you with an intact corpse. You want the treasure box in my hand? Fine. I heard that the golden crow meat is not bad. Give me half of your flesh, and I'll roast it into skewers. You're courting death. Jin Hai was completely enraged. He once had one of his wings torn off and roasted into skewers. Moreover, there was an expert of the Golden Crow clan who was completely roasted. This was the Golden Crow clan's pain. No one dared to mention this in front of them. However, the other party was so reckless. Even the expert of the Golden Crow clan hidden in the void was emitting a biting cold killing intent. If it were not for the rules, he would have slapped this detestable kid to death. He did not make a move. In his opinion, Jin Hai could easily kill the other party in one move if he made a move. Go to hell. Jin Hai sneered. The golden wings on his back spread out and charged towards Lin Xian like a heavenly blade. He wanted to split Lin Xian in half. Lin Xian sneered. You don't learn your lesson. His figure swayed and dodged the attack. Then he raised his hand and a sword chi flew out. This sword chi was too cold. It was like a peerless divine sword that suddenly slashed down. How is that possible? Jin Hai's hair stood on end. He realized that the power of this sword was beyond his imagination. It could even threaten him. Chapter 3768. It was so unbelievable that he was dumbfounded. He could clearly feel that the other party's cultivation was completely inferior to his, but why was the other party's attack so violent? Damn it! He roared angrily, turned around and tried to dodge. However, it was too late. The speed of the sword was beyond his expectations. One strike. It hit his wing. Poochie, blood splattered, and one of his wings was directly chopped off. Ah! Jin Hai screamed, his feathers trembled, and blood flowed wildly. He was going crazy. He didn't expect that his wing would be cut off again. This was the second time. He almost fainted from the immense shame and humiliation he felt. In fact, he didn't know that the person who cut off his wing twice was the same person. If he knew, he would probably explode from anger. Kid, how dare you hurt me? I'll make you wish you were dead. Jin Hai's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. It was a biting cold killing intent. He must kill the other party. However, as soon as he finished speaking, countless sword lights slashed over. Some of them hit his body, sending him flying backward. Several bloody marks appeared on his body, and his golden feathers kept trembling. They fell into the void and ignited everything. Boom! At this moment, a fist blasted over with an incomparable aura. Damn it, get lost. Jin Hai screamed, dodging and counterattacking. He kept waving his arms, and the flames turned into monstrous laws that collided with the fist. However, the fist was too fierce, and he couldn't block it at all. It tore through the flames that filled the sky and landed on his body again, punching a bloody hole in his body. Just a little bit more and he would have been torn into pieces. It happened in an instant, but Jin Hai was seriously injured. This scene caused the surrounding people to be stunned. How is that possible? Lei Chong was dumbfounded, and the white-eyed overlord's pupils also constricted. How can this person be so powerful? They all stared at Lin Xian. However, they didn't make a move because their opponent was also very powerful. That kid is still so powerful. The dark red dragon was surprised. He originally thought that after his cultivation improved, he could suppress Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that he might not be able to defeat the other party. The mysterious girl wasn't very surprised because she had seen Lin Xian beat up Jin Hai before. The other minor saints were also shocked. The minor saint couldn't bear it any longer. He let out a cold snort and shielded Jin Hai with one hand. The other hand reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian from all directions. Boom! The void continued to shatter. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as well. Damn it! He quickly dodged and used his void mystique to avoid the most lethal attack. The energy shockwaves hit his body, causing his blood and chi to roil. Was the minor saint? Lin Xian also smiled. Was the Golden Crow tribe so despicable and shameless? Didn't they agree to follow the rules and let the younger generation fight? What's the point of hiding behind a minor saint? Are you a tortoise? How can someone like you be called a genius? You're not even qualified to be my opponent. Lin Xian sneered. Jin Hai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had never been looked down upon like this. Damn brat, I'll fight it out with you. He wanted to rush out, but he was stopped by the elder. Don't fall into his trap. He's trying to provoke you. You're a genius of our Golden Crow clan. There's no need to fight with an unknown person. Moreover, the rules are an agreement between people of equal status. The others have minor saints to protect them, so it's meaningless for us to fight. But what about you? Do you have a minor saint behind you? If not, you can die now. The elder of the Golden Crow clan said with a cold face. He had already checked. Lin Xian seemed to have come with only 2 people. There were no powerful experts of the older generation behind him. There was no need to talk about rules for such a person. Just kill him directly. Another dozen or so nomological laws rushed over. Lin Xian kept dodging them, his expression ugly to the extreme. Despicable old thing, who told you that I don't have anyone behind me? Don't you like to suppress others with your strength? Well, I'll let you have a taste of being beaten up today. Hey Shan, you can attack now. You want to beat me up with just your strength? The elder of the Golden Crow clan said with disdain. So what if the other party has a minor saint behind him? He was a super expert of the Golden Crow clan. He could crush people of the same level. Lei Shenxing and the minor saint of Myriad Demon City were also disdainful. However, they soon changed their minds. In the sky, black chi filled the air. A figure appeared with an extremely terrifying aura. It caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Everyone stopped at this moment. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at that figure. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura. How is this possible? The elder of the Golden Crow clan screamed. He found that the aura had completely surpassed his. It was an existence that he could not imagine. Could it be that a Saint Venerable had come? Thinking of this, his scalp was about to explode. Jin Hai was even more terrified. Previously, they could crush the other party with the help of a minor saint. Who would have thought that an even more powerful existence would appear behind the other party? But aren't you trying to bully us? Come on, use your 1,000 years of cultivation to hit me. Lin Xian sneered. The dark red divine dragon also laughed. Ha, old fools, you've kicked an iron plate, haven't you? Let's see how you're going to die this time. I don't believe it. You must be bluffing. The Golden Crow minor saint gritted his teeth and roared. He threw out both of his palms and a Golden Crow phantom soared into the sky. Terrifying light shone on the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Little Golden Crow, how dare you attack me? You must be tired of living. In the sky, He Shan sneered and swung the great sage pagoda, charging over. Boom! The Golden Crow phantom was shattered into pieces. At the same time, the saint aura on He Shan's body became even more terrifying. Those people were almost out of breath from the pressure. Little Golden Crow, do you want to die? He Shan's voice was cold. The elder of the Golden Crow clan was completely stunned. His body could not stop trembling. He had never seen such a scene before. Who is this person? A Saint Venerable? A Saint King? He did not dare to imagine. Because he realized that he could not detect the other party's cultivation base at all. Damn it. You can't attack me. There are rules in the second astral realm. The elder of the Golden Crow clan roared crazily. Rules? He Shan sneered. You attacked a 3rd heaven saint as a minor saint. Have you thought about the rules in the second astral realm? Didn't you say that rules are set for people of the same status? You're just an ant in front of me. Why should I talk to you about rules? You can't do this. Even if you're a Saint Venerable, the Golden Crow clan has Saint Venerables too. If you attack me, the Golden Crow clan will not let you go. The elder of the Golden Crow clan was completely terrified. He did not expect that the other party would return the words he had said to him. It was a slap to his face. Moreover, he could not refute it. Chapter 3769. Indeed, he was arrogant before. He thought that Lin Xian had no background, so he wanted to crush him mercilessly. But who would have thought that Lin Xian's background was so powerful that the person he picked could beat him up? Threatening me? Humph, you should know the consequences. He Shan harumphed, and the great sage pagoda was smashed down. The Golden Crow elder tried to escape, but half of his body was hit. His flesh was badly mangled, and he screamed in pain in the air. Jin Hai was also sent flying. His body exploded and he screamed in pain. The scene stunned the other experts and sky prides of the sacred city. He's too strong. A minor saint is just like an ant in front of him. The Golden Crow tribe's minor saint was beaten up badly. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Jin Hai knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. He was afraid that he would be killed by this mysterious person. In the end, the Golden Crow tribe's minor saint took Jin Hai and fled in panic. He broke through the void, leaving behind a large amount of golden feathers and saint blood. "Humph, little golden house, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I'll test you thoroughly." He Shan sneered. The others felt their scalps go numb. "It's too scary." At this moment, Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked at Lei Chong and Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint. Immediately, the two sky prides took a few steps back. Their minor saints also rushed out and protected them. However, those minor saints felt their scalps go numb. They looked at the tall black figure in the sky and quickly said, "Senior, we don't mean any harm. We'll leave now." After saying that, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly left with their sky prides. Only the dark red divine dragon, Lin Xian, and the mysterious girl in the emerald green dress were left in the field. The old lady beside the girl looked extremely serious. Obviously, she didn't expect that Lin Xian had such a terrifying expert behind him. "You won't attack me, right?" The mysterious girl looked at Lin Xian and blinked her eyes, showing a pitiful look. Lin Xian asked, "Can you tell me what's in that treasure box of yours?" When the mysterious girl heard this, she smiled sweetly. "Well, I can't tell you. However, I can tell you that it's useless to the two of you. On the contrary, it was of great use to me. I'll remember this favor. I'll return it to you the next time we meet." After saying those words, the mysterious young woman and the old granny quickly left. After everyone left, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon gathered together. Black Mountain also floated down. Lin Xian asked, "How was it?" "I can still hold on," He Shan said. It's useless. After a few hits, I feel like my whole body is going to fall apart. No, I have to go and rest." Lin Xian and Dark Red Saint also left. They quietly left the evil demon city, erasing all their auras and changing their appearances. After finding a quiet place, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. After setting up the array formation, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon could not wait to see what was inside the two treasure boxes. After Lin Xian opened them, he was stunned. He found 5 black fruits inside. They were as black as ink. When the Dark Red Divine Dragon saw them, his face twitched. "Pfft, I don't want anything. That kid will give it to you." When the Dark Red Divine Dragon saw these things, his face turned green. Because these 5 fruits were nirvana fruits. He had eaten so many of them that he almost died. So now, he would not eat them even if he was beaten to death. Lin Xian was delighted. He heard from Black Mountain that nirvana fruits were great things. After eating them, one would be like a phoenix rising from the ashes. It would not cause a drastic change. Of course, he also knew that he could not eat too many of these things. Otherwise, he would die. With my current cultivation and strength, eating 3 should not be a problem. I'll leave the 2 for the North Demon. Lin Xian thought for a moment. He put the 2 away and took out the 3. Next, he was ready to start his nirvana. The Dark Red Dragon God also opened it, and he found that there were also 5 bottles, 5 black bottles. When he opened them, there was a red liquid inside. At the same time, it emitted a terrifying aura. The Crimson Divine Dragon was startled, and Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. What was that? The 2 of them studied it. Then they found that it was blood. And it was extremely terrifying blood. This thing was very beneficial for tempering the body. "Kid, we'll each take 2 bottles. Leave 1 bottle for the North Demon." "Alright." Lin Xian nodded. Then, he took 2 bottles of super strong blood and went into seclusion. The Dark Red Divine Dragon went into seclusion as well. The The two of them started cultivating and breaking through. Boom boom boom. After Lin Xian ate the nirvana fruits, his vitality dropped to the lowest point. It was as if he had died. It began. The long process of nirvana. 1 year and 3 months later, Lin Xian's vitality slowly recovered. Then it exploded like a flood. Not only that, the shackles in his body were also broken. His cultivation broke through again and attracted the heavenly tribulation. This time, he broke through to the late stage of the third heaven. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Next, he started using the 2 bottles of blood. This was a kind of tempering and also a kind of torture. He felt as if his body was about to split open. He did not dare to use the blood too much. He only took a small amount each time and smeared it on his body. Another 3 years passed. Lin Xian's aura erupted again. He had reached the 4th heaven. The heavenly tribulation this time was even more terrifying. However, he easily blocked it. At this moment, Lin Xian was already an early-stage 4th heaven sage. He had improved by a whole realm. As for his physique, it had become even more powerful. In the past, he could block the attack of an early-stage 5th heaven sage. Now, he could block any attack below the minor saint. After a few months, the dark red divine dragon also broke through and came out of seclusion. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 5th heaven. His physique had also become stronger. It was about the same as Lin Xian's. Even a late-stage 5th heaven sage might not be able to break through his physique. Both of them laughed. This was great. They had obtained treasures this time. This was really great. One should know that ordinary sages needed hundreds of years to break through a small realm. It would be a headache for them to be stuck in a big realm for less than 1,000 years. Only people like them who had obtained heaven-defying treasures could break through in just a few years. Of course, such treasures could only be found by chance. One should know that the treasures sealed in the stone box were passed down from ancient times. Some of them were even treasures from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Of course, they were incomparably precious. However, the effect was indeed amazing. Lin Xian felt that his body was full of power. Now that he was facing Lei Chong and the others, he was confident that he could defeat them within 3 moves. Lin Xian and Ruffian Dragon discussed for a while. Then, they prepared to return to the evil demon city. They changed their appearances and came to the evil demon city to inquire about the situation. After all, more than 4 years had passed. They did not know the situation of the Rain clan. Chapter 3770. The evil devil city was still as majestic as ever. However, the people inside had already changed batch after batch. Some people left and some people came in. Lin Xian easily managed to obtain the information. After all, it was no secret at all. Everyone in the world knew about it. As it turned out, the Rain clan was extremely miserable. At that time, although Yushirchia and the others managed to escape back to their clan, they were attacked by the people from the Fiend planet. No matter how they explain it, the Demon Palace's people didn't listen to him at all. After all, their young master had died. Even if it wasn't done by the Rain clan, they didn't care anymore. They wanted to kill until the hatred in their hearts disappeared. At that time, the Rain clan had suffered heavy losses. They suffered heavy losses, but they quickly adjusted themselves and counterattacked with the help of their clan's formations. At the same time, the people from the Spirit Sealing Star also came to help. After all, Di Ling was with him at that time, so he was also determined to be the murderer. The people from the Fiend Star also launched an attack. The Spirit Sealing Star and the Rain clan joined hands to resist. In these 4 years, many great battles had taken place. Of course, the Rain clan had always been at a disadvantage, being completely suppressed. Not long ago, the Rain clan had acted recklessly by launching a sneak attack on the experts of the Devil Palace, causing the Devil Palace to lose 2 minor saints. This completely enraged the Fiend Palace. Currently, the Fiend Palace was mobilizing a large number of experts to proceed toward the Rain clan again. They were planning to completely eliminate the Rain clan. This Rain clan truly did not know the difference between life and death. They actually dared to mount a sneak attack. After hearing that, the Crimson Dragon sneered. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Demon Palace was going to launch an all-out attack this time. Let's go and take a look as well. Who knows, we might be able to personally witness the destruction of the Rain Clan. Okay, let's go. The Dark Red Dragon was also interested. Actually, it wasn't just the two of them. Everyone on the Fiend Planet was very excited. Many people were preparing to go. Therefore, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon were among them. The Bewilderment Fog ship set off towards the Rain Clan. Lin Xian and Lin Xian asked for a palace and sat down cross-legged. They entered the Black Earth and came to visit the Northern Demon. At this moment, the North Demon had almost fully recovered. His complexion was much better than before. However, he was still at the first heavenly layer. Right now, they were lagging behind. However, the Northern Demon was not discouraged. Instead, he was indifferent. After all, he was someone who had experienced life and death. Moreover, he had defeated Black Mountain as his master. He knew that Black Mountain was a great sage. With the guidance of such a master, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, the Dark Red Divine Dragon and the North Demon would also ask Black Mountain some difficult questions about their martial path from time to time. Black Mountain was able to give them answers. Moreover, Black Mountain was an expert in formations. He was proficient in many ancient formations. Their attainments in spirit formations were also constantly improving. In short, having a great sage to help them solve their doubts was even better than being a personal disciple of a sage king. From the Fiend Star to the Rain Clan, it would take some time. Lin Xian and the others used this time to consolidate their cultivation. On this day, the speed of the Bewilderment Fog ship suddenly slowed down and even stopped. This caused the people on the ship to be in an uproar. What happened? The Dark Red Shenong's little face also darkened. Damn, I can't be that unlucky, right? He had been on the Bewilderment Fog ship twice. The first time, he was captured and worked as a laborer for several years. Now, he actually encountered another accident. Lin Xian also stood up. He said, "Don't be afraid. The death fog can no longer threaten me. I can immediately take you away." Hearing this, the Dark Red Divine Dragon was relieved. As for the others on the Bewilderment Fog ship, they were puzzled. They asked one after another. Soon, they discovered that someone was blocking their way. Damn, who is it? The people on the ship were all stunned. They came from the Fiend Star. Usually, they were the ones who robbed others. Who dared to rob them? One should know that the people on the ship were all ruthless people like demon kings. The captain was a minor saint from the Fiend Star. At this moment, he was also angry. His face was gloomy and cold and he wanted to attack. However, when he saw who it was, his face changed and he stopped the Bewilderment Fog ship. "I wonder why young Master Fu is blocking our ship?" the captain of the Bewilderment Fog ship asked. There was a small spirit ship in front of them. Two people stood on it. The two of them were dressed in white robes. The one standing in front was handsome like a god who had descended to the mortal world. The person standing next to him had a pale face with a trace of coldness. The two of them were from Wushuang City. The one in front was Fu Hongye, and the one behind him was Ghostly. Hearing the other party's question, Ghostly stood up and said loudly, "We're from Wushuang City. We have something to ask you on this trip to the Fiend Star. Open the formation and let us go up." "What? People from Wushuang City?" Hearing this, the expressions of the people on the ship changed. The captain's eyes also flickered. Why did the people of Wushuang City stop them? Wushuang City was a sacred city. They had never provoked them before. These people discussed animatedly. Of course, there were also people who said, "Have you forgotten that the chief disciple of the third generation of Wushuang City, Lin Wudi, died on the Fiend Star 4 years ago? Do you think Wushuang City will let it go?" As soon as these words came out, everyone remembered. Indeed, Lin Wudi was so dazzling that day that he could contend with the veteran geniuses of the other sacred cities. But in the end, he died in the Fiend Star. It was said that not even his bones were left behind. And in his mansion, 10 minor saints had died. It was such a shocking thing that it was still fresh in everyone's mind when they talked about it. It seemed that the people of Wushuang City were here to take revenge. However, the people they sent were too few. How could they take revenge with only 2 people? They didn't even know who killed Lin Wudi. Young Master Fu, although we're also from the Fiend Star, we don't know what happened at that time. So, please let us leave. The captain was very careful. After all, Fu Hongye was an extremely terrifying expert. Fu Hongye stood there, still not saying anything. Ghost Li, who was next to him, said, "Don't be afraid. I'm Ghost Li. I won't harm you. Don't you believe me?" "What? Ghost Li?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Ghost Li was also a top genius on the Fiend Star. It could be said that he was known by everyone. However, he left later to participate in the assessment of Wushuang City. Now, it seemed that he had indeed become a disciple of Wushuang City. Since Ghost Li was here, the captain of the Bewilderment Fog ship heaved a sigh of relief. They opened the formation. Fu Hongye and Ghost Li came to the ship. Fu Hongye stood on the Bewilderment Fog ship, looking in all directions. His voice came out. "My junior brother, Lin Xian, went missing on the Fiend Star 4 years ago. Rumor has it that he was killed. Now, I'm here on the order of the Sacred City to investigate. If anyone has any clues, you can tell me. Of course, if the news is true, my Wushuang City will not mistreat you. And if anyone dares to participate in the murder of my junior brother, my Wushuang City will definitely not let them go." Speaking until here, his body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The faces of those minor saints changed. Chapter 3771. Heavens, this Fu Hongye is too strong. Perhaps even the veteran little saints like us are no match for her. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Among the crowd, Lin Xian looked at this scene and felt warm in his heart. It has been 4 years. It seems like the Sacred City did not forget about him and sent people to investigate. Although there were only a few people, Lin Xian knew that Fu Hongye alone was comparable to thousands of soldiers and horses. "Kid, they are here for you." Divine Dragon and Hong also heaved a sigh of relief. "Great, they are not here to rob the ship." After the initial panic, some of the people on the ship began to come forward and provide information. Of course, it was all unimportant information. There were also some who dared to fabricate information in order to get a high reward. Some of the rumors were too ridiculous. Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he heard it. "Please, the person involved is still here. Don't spread rumors." Lin Xian had no choice but to walk out. Otherwise, these people would go crazy. Of course, he also knew the consequences of walking out. It would definitely shock the world. Fu Hongye stood there, listening to the information one after another expressionlessly. The corner of Ghost Li's mouth twitched. Damn, this group of fellow villagers was too unreliable. It sounded so fake even to him. When these people wanted to get their reward, Fu Hongye said that he would give it to them after the information was verified. These people were helpless. They did not dare to snatch it, nor did they dare to refute. They could only wait at the side and see if there were other opportunities. At this moment, another 2 people walked over from the crowd. One of them had an aura that was constantly changing, and his face was also constantly changing. When he walked to the front, he finally revealed his true appearance. "Senior brother, I'm here." As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned and looked over. At the next moment, some people were confused and some screamed. "Damn, why is it him?" Some people had seen Lin Xian in the evil demon city with their own eyes. When they saw Lin Xian, they screamed again. Some people who didn't know what was going on sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. "What did you say?" "You said that the kid who died looked exactly like him." "Fuck, is this guy here to scam me?" "Damn it, we only provided some fake information, and he actually dared to turn into a real person to swindle us. Was he not afraid of being slapped to death by the people of the Holy City? This is truly a senior expert, a role model for my entire life. Many people on the Fiend planet worshipped him in their hearts. Look at him. He was a professional liar." Ghost Li was also stunned. What was going on? Didn't they say that the 10 saints had descended? Lin Xian had already died in that battle. How could he still appear now? This was too fucking unreliable. Only Fu Hongye's eyes flickered as his lips curled upward into a smile. Senior brother, this? Ghostly looked at Fu Hongye, not knowing what to say. Fu Hongye glanced at him and said, "What? You don't believe him? Then you can try it yourself." When Ghostly heard this, he stood up. He looked ahead and said, "Kid, you're lying to your ancestors. Get lost. If you dare to give me false information again, I'll kill you." Ghostly's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked. 5th layer of heaven. Many people exclaimed. Ghostly was only a 4th layer of heaven back then. Now, he had entered the 5th layer of heaven. It seemed that he had surpassed Di Ling. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you broke through? Looks like you've improved a lot in the past few years. But you're still not my opponent now. Kid, you're too arrogant. Let me test your skills." Ghostly's eyes flashed with anger. How dare a 4th layer of heaven look down on him? He roared as his aura erupted. He struck out a ghost seal. It was a black jade seal with 4 ghost heads circling around it. There was even blood dripping from it. It had a monstrous aura. Ghost Sky Seal. Ghostly's unique skill was extremely terrifying. When this skill was used, everyone on the ship screamed. Ghostly had become much stronger than before. Yes, there were very few people who could be his opponent now, right? There weren't many in the 5th layer of heaven. This was enough to fight against Shueyue, Lei Chong, and the others. Was this the change after entering the holy city? It was really too big. Countless people were envious. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. He struck out with his palm and directly held the black jade seal in his hand. Then he crushed it. The black law that filled the sky flowed in his hand, but it couldn't hurt him at all. With a light wave of his arm, a terrifying force rushed over and forced Ghostly to retreat. Ghostly's blood and chi churned. Then his hair stood on end. Fuck, who is this person? His strength was actually so strong. He was 1 realm lower than him, but he could easily force him to retreat. Your strength is not bad, but you're still not my opponent. I think you shouldn't make any more moves. Otherwise, it'll be the same as the 2nd round. I'll easily throw you out. When these words came out, Ghostly's face became incomparably ugly. How did you know? Could it be that it's really you? Very few people knew how miserable he was in the 2nd round. Even if they knew, they wouldn't know the details. However, the other party said it out loud. This meant that the other party was indeed that person. That person was still alive. How could it be? 10 little saints had descended, and he had actually survived? Junior brother, welcome back. Fu Hongye stood up with a smile on her face. As for the others on the ship, they were all stunned. What's going on? Is this person really Lin Wudi? Heavens, didn't he die 4 years ago? Why is he still alive now? Could it be that he didn't die all this time? When they thought of this possibility, their scalps tingled. What did this mean? This meant that 10 minor saints descended that day, but they didn't kill him. And all 10 minor saints were dead. What happened during that time? They didn't dare to imagine. However, no matter what, this news was really too shocking. They knew that it would probably sweep through the 2nd astral realm and cause a huge commotion. It wouldn't be inferior to the war between the Demon Palace and the Rain Clan. The captain almost knelt down. Damn, there was such a hidden genius on their ship, and they didn't even know about it. Junior brother, let's go. Fu Hongye said. Lin Xian nodded and then pointed at the dark red dragon. This is my friend. Fu Hongye glanced at Ruffian Dragon and revealed a look of surprise. What a powerful aura. Is this the power of bloodline? Truth be told, he was extremely astonished. He had never seen anyone with such a powerful bloodline before. Ghostly also felt his hair stand on end. He felt that his bloodline and soul were about to be suppressed. Damn, why does this kid have such a terrifying friend next to him? He looked at Lin Xian with a hint of fear. Since they're friends, let's go together. Then, the 4 of them left the bewilderment fog ship. They took a small spirit boat and quickly traveled through the void ocean. After they left, the entire bewilderment fog ship was completely stunned. Chapter 3772. Oh my God, Lin Wudi is really not dead. The news spread quickly. Soon, everyone in the second astral realm knew about it. Have you heard? Lin Wudi is alive again. Alive again? He's not dead at all. It's unbelievable. 10 minor saints came to his mansion that day, and all of them died. How did he survive? Is he trying to fish in troubled waters? Some people thought. What the hell do you know? Surviving in the hands of 10 minor saints is already heaven-defying, even if it's just fishing in troubled waters. Some people were not convinced. Of course, there were also some people who guessed that those were 10 minor saints. Could it be that he was the one who killed them? Everyone gasped, not daring to think about it anymore. The more they thought about it, the more ridiculous it was. No one knew the real reason, but Lin Wudi's strength and mystery were deeply rooted in people's hearts. This news caused a great commotion in the second astral realm. On the Fiend planet, the people of the Silver Palace were shocked. White Snake was happy. Young Master Lin is still alive. While the people of the Thunder God City and the Demon City were shocked. That kid is still alive? How is that possible? Among them, Lei Chong, Shui Yu, White-Eyed Demon Saint, and the others looked even more ferocious. So what if he's still alive? I'll kill him myself when I see him again. Lei Chong's eyes were filled with killing intent. The people of the Demon City were also gnashing their teeth. Not only these old rivals, but also the geniuses of the other saint cities had their eyes on Lin Xian. They felt that this person was too strange. He had unlimited potential and could be a peerless enemy in the future. Some people even decided to eliminate this threat in advance. At this moment, Lin Xian and Fu Hongye were shuttling in the spirit boat. Senior brother, I don't want to return to Wushuang City for the time being. I still have a place to go. Where are you going? Fu Hongye asked. Lin Xian said, I'm going to the Rain clan to settle some grudges. That place is not peaceful recently. Be careful. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll be careful. Alright, I'm not worried about your strength. Fu Hongye said, if you encounter anything outside, just tell the Saint City. The disciples of Wushuang City will not be bullied outside. These words were spoken in a domineering manner. Of course, they also knew that Fu Hongye had the right to say that. Peerless City was the Saint City and could definitely protect them. Don't worry, if senior brother is in danger, I will definitely go to the Holy City. You brat, I thought that I would be able to give junior sister Shin an explanation when I return this time around. But now, it seems like I'll have to make junior sister Shin wait for a while. Chioa? Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He hadn't seen him for a long time. Fu Hongye said, of course it's junior martial sister Shin. She's very worried about your safety, and this time she's even clamoring to buy it. Senior brother Fu, help me tell Chio to wait patiently. I'm not in any danger. Don't worry, I'll help you pass the message. Fu Hongye nodded. Then he said, Junior brother, I don't know how long you'll be outside, so I'll tell you in advance. In 3 years, you must return to the Holy City. If you can't, then go to planet Tianming by yourself. Remember, you must go. The destined star only opens once every 500 years. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait another 500 years. Destined star? What was that place? Was it important? Lin Xian was surprised. It was very important. Fu Hongye's expression was solemn. It could be said that it was another training ground. The treasures inside were far beyond imagination. More importantly, he would be able to find his destiny there. This was related to his future path of martial arts. Especially those who wanted to walk the path of Great Emperor, they would all go there. It was so important. Lin Xian was shocked. Would senior brother also go there? Fu Hongye shook his head. I've already gone there last time, so I don't need to go again. I've already found my destiny. Alright, senior brother, I know. I'll definitely go to planet Tianming. After a few more days, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon bid farewell to Fu Hongye and left the spirit ship. They took the Black Earth and changed their direction. They didn't return to Wushuang City, but to the Rain Clan. Lin Xian wanted to see the destruction of the Rain Clan with his own eyes. At this moment, the Rain Clan situation was really terrible. It could be said that the slightest sound and the atmosphere was very tense, because a war could break out at any time. In planet Dual Rain, other than the Rain Clan's people, the other warriors had already retreated. However, they didn't go too far. Instead, they built a city in the nearby star field. There were a total of 9 huge cities. These were all space cities. Some of them were built very early, and there were countless experts and families in them. Each space city had its own name. Of course, later people found it troublesome, so they gave it a number according to the year it was built. The earlier it was called Space City Number 1, and the later it was called, the bigger the number. There were a total of 9 space cities, from Space City Number 1 to Space City Number 9. Lin Xian and the others arrived at Space City Number 7. Other than not being built on land, there was no difference between a space city and a huge city in other worlds. Moreover, in a space city, one could look up at the starry sky and feel the vastness of the universe. It could be said that it was a great spectacle. After Lin Xian arrived at Space City Number 7, he found that there were people talking about him. However, most of them were talking about the Rain Clan and the Fiend Palace. It seemed that the battle here was the most important. Lin Xian found out that the Rain Clan's situation wasn't good. Although they had joined hands with the Spirit Sealing Star to resist the Fiend Palace, they were unable to escape. However, he still couldn't escape the fate of being suppressed. Moreover, half a year ago, the Rain Clan's sudden sneak attack had thoroughly infuriated the Fiend Palace. This time, a large number of experts would come. At that time, it would be a battle to the death. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon were in disguise. Otherwise, if someone recognized them, there would be a great disturbance. The two of them stayed in Space City Number 7, waiting for the final battle. On this day, when they were strolling in space and watching the starry sky, a flood suddenly erupted on the street. Countless people screamed and dodged one after another. In the distance, a black torrent was rushing over. It was one black tiger after another. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their bodies were huge, and their killing intent was overflowing. On the back of the black tiger, there were figures sitting one after another. They wore black armor and held swords and spears in their hands. Their killing intent was awe-inspiring. They were simply like gods and demons, rampaging through everything. Anyone who tried to block them was killed with a single slash. Everyone dodged far away. Those who didn't manage to dodge in time were killed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 5 people were killed on the spot. Their blood dyed the void red. For a time, only Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon were left on the street. Damn, why aren't there many of them? Do they want to die? They're probably 2 hotheads. Don't worry about them. There were also some people who came to watch the show. These were demon generals of the Mad Demon Barracks. If they didn't dodge, they would die. As expected, the group of experts riding the black tigers didn't make way for Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon. One of them roared and stabbed out with the spear in his hand. It carried an extremely terrifying killing intent and overflowing laws. Chapter 3773. Lin Xian and the other 2 stopped, turned their heads and frowned. They had to die just because they didn't make way for the other party? These people were really arrogant. However, could the other party kill them? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He reached out his big hand, grabbed the black spear, and broke it in half. The dark red divine dragon directly smashed the black armored powerhouse into pieces with a slap. Boom! A sonorous sound was heard, and a bloody mist filled the air. Everyone screamed, and the tiger's roar resounded through the sky. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The other party actually killed a demon general. Who were they? How could they be so audacious? Moreover, the strength of these 2 people was also very strong. Everyone was stunned. Those powerful people and Black Tiger also stopped one after another. Every one of them had an unfriendly expression. How dare they kill our people? Kill them. Many people drew their swords and sabers, and their killing intent was shocking. The entire space city shook. The leader of the group, a mighty man, said, "Military orders must be obeyed. Time is almost up. We can't delay any longer. Let's seal them with the demon sealing seal first. It won't be too late to come back and kill them after our mission is completed." As he said that, he roared and led his team into the sky. In the team, one of them took out a black flag and kept waving it, turning into endless laws. They swept towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon. Then they formed two gigantic seals that enveloped them. How dare you provoke us? Just wait for your death." That person also turned around and left. Soon, the people of the Demon Sealing Squad disappeared from the 7th Space City. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon as if they were dead. They shook their heads, sighed, and prepared to leave. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon frowned. They dared to seal them and come back to kill them? These people were really bold. "It's just a seal. Do you think it can trap me?" The Dark Red Divine Dragon let out a dragon roar and shattered the seal. On the other side, countless cracks appeared on the seal on Lin Xian's body. Then, like glass, it shattered all over the ground. The two of them walked out of the seal in an instant. How could this be? The surrounding people were initially disdainful, but when they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. This was the seal of the Demon Sealing Camp. How powerful was it? How did he get out? Could it be that these two people were very powerful? Lin Xian asked a passerby. "Brother, may I ask who you were just now?" That pedestrian was also a saint. Looking at Lin Xian, he was trembling a little. He braced himself and spoke. "Don't you know? Who were the members of the Demon Sealing Camp?" The Demon Sealing Battalion was a powerful troop on Spirit Sealing Planet. They were here to collect resources. Because the Sealing Spirit Star and the Rain Clan had joined hands to fight against the Fiend Palace, they would plunder resources from the nearby space cities to prepare for the battle. The other families were very cooperative, but the Ghostwood family of the 5th Space City had resisted. In fact, there were even people from the clan who had attacked and injured people from the Demon Sealing Camp. Therefore, this time, the Demon Sealing Camp was mobilized to besiege the Ghostwood family. The Ghostwood family of the 5th Space City? Lin Xian nodded and looked into the distance. He said, "Ruffian Long, let's go." The two of them rushed over in a flash. Since these people wanted to kill him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. The two of them could kill their way over. The Ghostwood family of the 5th Space City. At this moment, the members of the Ghostwood family were extremely frightened. They didn't expect that the Demon Sealing Camp would be mobilized to deal with them. What about the family head? Were they really going to give everything to them? They weren't willing. The members of the Ghostwood family gnashed their teeth. Because this time, the other party was plundering their resources. They were even plundering a section of the Ghostwood Willow left behind by their old ancestor. Not only that, they were even asked to prepare 10 young girls for sacrifice. At first, they didn't agree because that section of the Ghostwood Willow was extremely precious. Even they were unwilling to use it. Normally, they would worship it as if it was their ancestor. Now that it was going to be taken away by the other party, how could they be willing? However, after several confrontations, they were in despair. Because the Demon Sealing Camp was too powerful, and this was only the Demon Sealing Camp. Behind the Demon Sealing Camp stood the Spirit Sealing Star. How could their clan possibly contend against such a colossus? Therefore, they were in despair. They were prepared to compromise. 10 young boys and girls were already prepared. All the resources they needed were also present. They were also prepared to hand over the Ghostwood Willow. There were even 2 men who were imprisoned by them. These 2 were the ones who fought against the demon generals before. Of course, there were 3 of them in total. One of them had escaped. However, they couldn't care less. They decided to sell these people in exchange for the safety of their family. Boom, boom. The earth trembled. A murderous aura filled the air, and roars sounded. The members of the Ghostwood family were extremely nervous. They knew that the demon's sealing camp was coming. As expected, the people of the fifth space city were also in an uproar. Countless black tigers descended from the sky, carrying powerful demon generals. They charged toward the members of the Ghostwood family. In an instant, the Ghostwood family was surrounded. These people were filled with murderous aura, but they didn't move. It seemed like they were waiting for a signal. After a while, another black tiger appeared in the sky. This black tiger was 300 meters long. It was huge. A figure stood on top of it. It was a man in black armor. His armor was even more majestic and extraordinary. Greetings to the Demon Flame General. Below, the people of the demon sealing camp all got off their black tigers and bowed respectfully. Their loud voices pierced the sky. The people of the fifth space city were in an uproar. Could the Demon Flame General be the famous genius Demon Flame from Spirit Sealing Star? Chang Tianya, he actually came in person. It was rumored that not only was he extremely talented and powerful, but he also controlled the demon sealing camp. It could be said that he had great authority. Such a person actually came in person. Above, the tall man nodded slightly. He looked at the villa below and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. It was time to begin. Yes. The leading demon general heard the order and nodded. Then he waved his hand. As his voice fell, the surrounding demon generals emitted a powerful aura. At the same time, the black tigers under their feet kept roaring. A black energy spread in all directions. The entire Ghostwood family was severely damaged. The defensive formation was torn apart in an instant. The earth cracked and the void shattered. It was a scene of apocalypse. Inside, the voice of the Ghostwood family's patriarch came out. Don't attack. We surrender. We are willing to offer the Black Ghost Willow. Very good. Above, Demon Flame heard this and a smile appeared on his face. The demon general below waved his hand and stopped the attack. Instantly, all the demon generals stopped attacking. Their eyes flickered as they looked forward. In the ruins ahead, the members of the Ghostwood family all walked out. Chapter 3774. The Ghostwood family is willing to surrender and hand over all our resources. Please spare our lives, young Master Devil Flame. As soon as he said that, the onlookers were in an uproar. The Ghostwood family actually bowed their heads. The Ghostwood family was an overlord in the space city. Even so, they still had to bow their heads. One could imagine how powerful young Master Devil Flame and the demon sealing camp were. Young Master Devil Flame descended from above with a cold smile on his face. You should have done this earlier. You dared to resist and kill my demon generals. I have to say that you Ghostwood family are really daring. As soon as he said that, the people of the Ghostwood family trembled and broke out in cold sweat. The family leader's face changed drastically. He said, "Don't worry, young master. We've already captured the two people who killed the demon generals. And bring them out." As soon as the family leader said that, two young men were brought out. Kneel down. They held the two young men down. The two young men were surrounded by law vines that bound their bodies. They couldn't break free at all. Young Master Devil Flame can do whatever he wants with these two. We won't interfere. At the same time, he waved his hand and 10 young boys and girls were quickly brought out. The 10 boys and girls were huddled together with fear on their faces. They knew that their fates were going to be very miserable. The 10 young boys and girls were ready. The family leader of the Ghostwood family took out 5 storage rings and handed them over respectfully. The resources are inside. Young master, please take a look. Then he took out a wooden box. The box was as long as a book. It was completely black. When it was opened, it was a branch. The black branch had countless strange Tao patterns on it. It was formed by the intertwining of the great Tao. Black Ghost Lumu. Young Master Devil Flame narrowed his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Very good. He put away the storage rings and the Black Ghost Lumu. Then he looked at the two young men kneeling on the ground. You dare to kill my demon generals? You're courting death. Men torture them well. But if you kill someone else, I'll torture them for hundreds of years. Behind him, the demon generals walked out. One of them grinned and stretched out a hand. It was a pitch-black hand. It instantly slapped the young man. Immediately, the young man's body began to rot. His wounds were extremely miserable. Another demon general poured out a worm from a black bottle. Those were poisonous bugs. They were extremely terrifying. They spread through the wounds and started to eat the young man. The miserable shriek of the young man made everyone's scalp go numb. Ah! The young man screamed and rolled on the ground. Big Brother and the other young man. If you let us. The young man. However, the members of the Ghostwood family all lowered their heads. Not a single person made a sound. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Right at this moment, another voice came from afar. A man wielding a long spear charged over. He charged towards young Master Devil Flame. Young Master Devil Flame sneered and waved his hand. Instantly, the area was enveloped and shattered the long spear. That man was also sent flying to the ground. How dare you sneak attack our young master? Hey! What you hear, third brother? Hurry up and run. Big brother, second brother, I won't leave you behind. If you want to die, we'll die together. Oh, you're really affectionate. But don't worry, I'll torture you. Young Master Devil Flame sneered. Damn it, I hate you. The young man who had just arrived was subdued. He looked at the Ghostwood family and roared. Are you going to abandon your people like this? What's the point of living then? Shut up. The elder of the Ghostwood family shouted angrily. It's all your fault that our family is in such a predicament. Do you know what you've done? Hurry up and kowtow to young Master Devil Flame and apologize. It's because of you that we're in trouble. Not only did these people not save us, but they even added insult to injury. The 3 youths were in despair, and so were the 10 virgins. They knew that their family had completely abandoned them. The demon general smiled sinisterly. Young Master Devil Flame crossed his arms. Interesting. I like to torture people. Aren't they brothers very affectionate? Very well, let's watch as our brothers are tortured to the point where they're better off dead. A demon general walked out with a black whip in his hand. He was about to start beating them. However, at this moment, a voice came from afar. You guys are really here. Who is it? Everyone was stunned. Are they here for the Ghostwood family or the demon sealing camp? However, no matter who they were looking for, they dared to disturb young Master Devil Flame. Weren't they courting death? As expected, young Master Devil Flame frowned slightly. The expressions of the demon generals beside him changed. They instantly turned their heads. Hurry up and find out who it is. Who dares to meddle in our business? These people looked in all directions. Soon, they saw 2 figures walking over from afar. It's them. These demon generals were stunned. The people in the surrounding space city also saw them. They were 2 young men. They were puzzled. Who are these 2? They look so young. What are they doing here? The pupils of those demon generals shrank. How is this possible? How did you 2 come out? Weren't you sealed by us? They were really stunned. One had to know that an ordinary sage wouldn't be able to break out of their seal. How did the other party come out? It's just a seal. What's there to be surprised about? Lin Xian sneered. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? There's no need to go through so much trouble. Now that I'm here, let's see how you're going to kill me. The 2 people who came were Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon. The people in the surrounding 2 Fast City were the milk of the organization. Heavens, he's going against the demon sealing camp? No way, are these 2 people courting death? No matter how strong they are, how can they fight against the entire demon sealing camp? And now, young Master Devil Flame is here too. What's going on? Young Master Devil Flame frowned. Who dares to provoke me? The demon general beside him immediately knelt on one knee. Young Master, please forgive us. We met a reckless person on the way and sealed him. We'll kill him after the matter here is settled. He didn't expect the other party to break out of the seal and chase him here. Oh, is there such a reckless person? Young Master Devil Flame's interest was piqued. He turned his head and looked at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Interesting. He temporarily stopped torturing the three young men. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, because he felt that these two people could give him greater pleasure. The demon general beside him said, "Young master, don't worry. We'll kill them now. We won't let them disturb you." "No need." Young master Devil Flame waved his hand. "There's no need for you to do anything. Aren't there others?" As he spoke, he glanced at the Ghostwood clan. "Didn't your Ghostwood clan want to join me? Very well, I'll give you every chance. Show me the heads of these two people. As a military order, I'll accept you. Otherwise, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment." Chapter 3775. The Ghostwood clan's people trembled. They couldn't escape punishment. With young Master Devil Flame's methods, torturing them for hundreds of years and making them wish they were dead was a simple matter. They didn't want to live such a life, so the Ghostwood clan's people hurriedly said, "Don't worry, young master. We'll kill those two now. Hurry up." The Ghostwood clan's patriarch shouted angrily. Immediately, two figures walked out. They were two middle-aged men who were over 1,000 years old. Their auras were very powerful. After they walked out, they stared at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. "You two don't know what's good for you. How dare you offend young Master Devil Flame? Are you from the Demon's Ceiling Camp?" Lin Xian asked with a frown. The two middle-aged men snorted coldly. "We're from the Ghostwood clan, and now we're under young Master Devil Flame's tutelage. If you dare to go against young Master Devil Flame, you're going against our Ghostwood clan." "TSK, what did I think you were? So you're lackeys?" The dark red dragon said disdainfully, "Do you think we didn't see what happened before? We heard it from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Your Ghostwood clan is so cowardly that you betrayed your own people to survive. Do you have the face to live in this world? Hurry up and go to hell." The dark red dragon's face was full of disdain. Lin Xian's face was also full of disdain. Such a clan was simply despicable. Now they were being used as tools and wanted to kill them? Such people really didn't need to live in this world. "You're courting death." The two experts were completely enraged. With that, they roared and terrifying blades appeared in their hands. They slashed forward. Boom! Blade light flashed and law filled the air. This slash could split heaven and earth, and it enveloped Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian snorted coldly and grabbed forward. On the other side, the dark red dragon also grabbed forward. Boom! Boom! The two blades were shattered, and the law in the sky was torn apart. The two middle-aged men's bodies were torn apart and instantly exploded. Their souls were instantly killed. This scene shocked everyone. Damn it, how is this possible? How can these two be so strong? The corners of the Ghostwood clan's mouths twitched. Their faces were filled with shock. Even the demon generals were stunned. They knew that the other party had some strength, but the other party's strength was beyond their imagination. The people of Space City were equally shocked. It seemed like these were two young geniuses. However, there were also people who frowned. The two of them didn't know the difference between life and death. Did they think that just because they had a bit of strength and talent, they could contend against the Devil Flame young noble? Could he contend against so many demon generals? That's right, no matter how strong they were, it would be difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. With several dozen demon generals attacking together, the other party would definitely be hard-pressed to escape. Those demon generals were enraged. They wanted to attack, but without young noble Devil Flame's order, they didn't dare to. Young Master Mo Yen watched this scene with an expressionless face. He looked at the Ghostwood clan and said indifferently, "Your Ghostwood clan is pitifully weak. You can't even kill two youngsters. Then what do I need you for?" When he finished speaking, his voice was filled with ruthlessness and coldness. "Young master, please spare my life. We will kill him now." The face of the Ghostwood clan's patriarch turned extremely ugly. "Go and kill them," he said to the two elders. This time, it was the two sage elders who stepped forward. They were stronger than the middle-aged man and had rich combat experience. They should be able to kill the other party this time, right? You two brats, prepare to die. The two minor saints walked out with bloodshot eyes. They had to kill the other party. Lin Xian was also furious. They didn't know what was good for them. They kept trying to kill us. Do they really think that I'm that easy to kill? With a single punch, he instantly blasted the two elders apart. At the same time, he reached out his hand and grabbed their souls. He killed them with his gaze. In just a blink of an eye, the two powerful elders were killed. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. The people of the Ghostwood clan almost peed in their pants. This method was too strong. The dark red divine dragon roared and spat out a terrifying dragon flame that enveloped many people of the Ghostwood clan. Those people were hovering between life and death. Humph, do you really think that I'm that easy to bully? Do you want to try again? Powerful, incomparably powerful. Everyone was stunned. Where the hell did these two young geniuses come from? Are they really that powerful? The people of the Ghostwood clan no longer dared to attack. The Devil Flame young master's face darkened. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Well, I've been bored recently. I'll take you two as my prey. You two are quite strong. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me. Then, become my slaves and I'll allow you to join the demon sealing camp. Become a demon general. From now on, you'll recognize me as your master and serve me. You two can live. What do you think? Just you? The dark red divine dragon was disdainful. I don't even want you as my pet. How dare you ask me to kneel down? Do you know that you're playing with fire? Kid, believe it or not, I'll kill you with a slap. The dark red divine dragon was completely enraged. Lin Xian sneered. Trash like you don't have the right to talk to us. Everyone was stunned. Why did they feel that these two were more arrogant than young Master Devil Flame? Young Master Devil Flame was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, you're courting death. He roared and waved his sleeves. Instantly, his sleeves covered the sky. This was called the demonic cloud sleeve. It was extremely terrifying. The sleeve could cover heaven and earth and refine everything. This was a type of ultimate divine ability. In an instant, it covered Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Then, the two of them were completely absorbed. Young Master Devil Flame sneered. Stupid idiots. The surrounding demon generals laughed. Of course. No matter how strong these two were, how could they be compared to young Master Devil Flame? The people of the Ghostwood clan were even more shocked when they saw this scene. These two powerful young geniuses were instantly subdued by young Master Devil Flame. This method was truly shocking. Therefore, in the next moment, they immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Young Master Devil Flame ruled the universe for thousands of years. Ha! Young Master Devil Flame laughed. Go against me. Cultivate for another 500 years. Boom. Suddenly, his sleeves opened. The violent energy made him vomit blood and fly backward. Two figures rushed out. One of them grabbed one of his arms. Crack crack. They directly pulled both of his arms off. What demonic cloud sleeve? You want to trap us with a broken sleeve? The dark red divine dragon was disdainful. Lin Xian sneered. You dare to call yourself a genius with such a technique? You're so weak. How is this possible? The demon general's eyes almost popped out. Their young master. He was injured. The people of the Ghostwood clan kneeling on the ground were even more dumbfounded. They almost fainted. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. Young Master Devil Flame was injured. The demonic cloud sleeve was broken. Chapter 3776. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'll tear you into pieces. Kill him. Young Master Demonic Face retreated as he regrew his arms. He roared crazily. Suddenly, the eyes of the 49 demon generals turned red. With a roar, they drew their swords and sabers and charged toward Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Oh no! The people of the Ghostwood family retreated in fear. The onlookers in the distance also sighed. It's over. Those two young men are really in danger. Yes, No matter how powerful they were, the 49 demon generals could wipe out an entire world if they joined forces. Who could stop them? That was indeed the case. The strength of the demon sealing camp was achieved through bloodshed. There was once a world that refused to submit. In the end, the 49 demon generals attacked and wiped out that world, turning it into a living hell. From then on, no one dared to go against the demon sealing camp. Now, it would be a piece of cake for the demon generals who had swept across the world to kill those 2 young men. Ruffian dragon, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Lin Xian said. The laws on his body condensed, forming a sword of laws that slashed in all directions. On the other side, the dark red dragon also said. He had been unable to hold back for a long time. Although he did not transform into his true form, his every move was filled with great power. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, rampaging around. Boom! One of the demon generals was very fast. In an instant he arrived in front of Lin Xian. The armor on his body shone brightly, and the long spear in his hand was incomparably monstrous. However, before the long spear could stab down, his body was split into 2 halves. Lin Xian's sword fell and killed the other party. Then he opened and closed, and all the demon generals who approached him were swept away in all directions. They were either torn into pieces or split in half. In short, he killed a demon general with 1 strike. No one could survive. On the other side, the dark red dragon was even more terrifying. His palm was even more terrifying than the claws of the Tyrannosaurus. With 1 strike, he turned someone into a mist of blood. Impossible! How could they be so strong? A demon general's face was full of fear. He was the demon general who had sealed the 2 of them earlier. He had looked down on them previously, thinking that they could easily kill them. In fact, they had even decided to properly torture him to death. But now, the other party was like a killing god. Killing them was no different from killing ants. Damn it, who are you? Who the hell are you? The leader of the other demon generals also roared crazily. Wasn't this too terrifying? They had never seen a young man from any clan that was so strong. They had kicked an iron plate this time. Just like that, the 2 of them crushed the 49 demon generals mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, all 49 demon generals were killed by them. The corpse fell to the ground, and saint blood surged in the air, making whistling sounds. After all, this was the blood of the devil saint. How terrifying was that? There was no way the heavens and earth would be able to withstand it. The people in the surrounding space city were stunned. They were dead. 49 demon generals had turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The people of the Ghostwood clan fainted from fright. Before this, they dared to fight with such an existence? This was simply courting death. In fact, even young Master Devil Flame was stunned and stood there in a daze. Lin Xian kept his sword of law. The dark red divine dragon was disdainful. What kind of demon generals are they? They're pitifully weak. They're not much stronger than ants. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? Now it's your turn. Lin Xian looked at young Master Devil Flame. Young Master Devil Flame's body trembled. The others were also in an uproar. Are they going to fight young Master Devil Flame? Young Master Devil Flame screamed in horror. You can't fight with me. Do you know who I am? I'm a prince of the Matian Empire. You're dead if you dare to touch me. My father is the chaotic heaven demon king. If you dare to touch me, my father will never let you go. What? Young Master Devil Flame had such an identity? Everyone was in an uproar. The chaotic heaven demon king was an extremely terrifying expert in the spirit sealing star. He was a true minor saint with monstrous strength. If young Master Devil Flame was killed, the chaotic heaven demon king would never let him go. After saying that, young Master Devil Flame looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha kid, are you afraid now? Let me go now and apologize to me. Otherwise, when my father comes, none of you will be able to live. Live your ass. The dark red divine dragon sent a kick out. Instantly, young Master Devil Flame spurted out blood and flew backward. Half of his body was smashed. Lin Xian followed up and stomped his head into the mud. You still dare to threaten us? It seems like you don't know the truth. Damn it, how dare you treat me like this? Young Master Devil Flame screamed crazily. His mouth was full of mud. At this moment he couldn't care less. My father is the chaotic heaven demon king. He's a minor saint. Do you know what a minor saint is? He was simply going crazy. Were these two really not afraid of anything? Humph, so what if you're a minor saint? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He exerted force with his foot and the other party's head was split open. Young Master Devil Flame almost fainted. The surrounding people were also terrified. These two were too strong. They were simply peerless ruthless. Brother, I was wrong. I want to apologize to you. Let's shake hands and make peace, okay? Seeing that his threat failed, young Master Devil Flame immediately changed his strategy. He didn't want to die. He had a noble status and great talent. Countless good days were waiting for him in the future. He didn't want to be killed by these two lunatics. It was better to beg for mercy and admit defeat now. When he returned, he would definitely mobilize the Mautian Empire's army to kill them. Oh, apologize and admit defeat? When Lin Xian heard this, he loosened his grip and wrapped his arms around himself. He nodded slightly. I accept your apology. Hearing this, young Master Devil Flame heaved a sigh of relief. The others also said, that's right. How dare they not give face to a minor saint? It seemed that these two weren't stupid. Perhaps they were just trying to scare young Master Devil Flame. Young Master Devil Flame also heaved a sigh of relief. Well, what do you want? Cultivation methods, secret manuals, treasures, beauties, I can get them all for you. Although he was flattering them, he was laughing coldly in his heart. Damn it, just you wait. When I return to the Spirit Sealing Star, I will definitely bring people to kill you. We don't want anything. We just want you to apologize with your death. Hurry up and do it. Lin Xian said indifferently. His words were like a clap of thunder, stunning everyone. Apologize with his death? Isn't that the same as killing them? Oh heavens, they thought that these two were afraid. Who would have thought that they were teasing young Master Devil Flame? Young Master Devil Flame also reacted. He was so angry that his body trembled. Damn it, how dare you trick me? What's the difference between committing suicide and being killed? It's even more humiliating. We're just teasing you. What can you do? Dark Flood Shunglong sneered. Chapter 3777. Lin Xian also said, aren't you high and mighty? Don't you like to control the life and death of others? Why do you feel like this now? Do you know how it feels? Damn it. Young Master Devil Flame roared. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a black sword toward Lin Xian. At the same time, he turned around and ran. At this moment, his bloodline was burning. His speed was extremely fast. He tore through the void and disappeared. Clang. Lin Xian used 2 fingers to pinch the flying sword. Then, he exerted force in his palm and crushed the flying sword into scrap metal. He threw it on the ground. On the other side, the dark red dragon instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed out. When he returned, he brought young Master Devil Flame back. Young Master Devil Flame had gone crazy. How was this possible? He suddenly launched a sneak attack, but he didn't hurt him. Moreover, he was caught by the other party. Little thing, you don't know what's good for you. How dare you plot against us? The dark red dragon attacked and used all kinds of dirty tricks to beat young Master Devil Flame into a miserable state. In the end, Lin Xian chopped off his head and destroyed his soul. The headless body fell down. Young Master Devil Flame's soul was destroyed. Seeing if there were any good things, the dark red dragon went forward and directly took the storage ring. Then he beamed with joy. Damn, so many good things. Young Master Devil Flame actually had more than 10 storage rings in his hand. Each of them contained shocking treasures. It seemed that these were the treasures that he had plundered from many space cities and families. At this moment, they were all in young Master Devil Flame's hands. Ah, I'm rich. The dark red dragon didn't open his eyes and laugh. Lin Xian was also surprised. He found a box from within. It was quite extraordinary, and even Black Mountain was alarmed. Black Mountain said, "Damn, kid, let me see what this is." He rushed out and grabbed the box. After opening it, he laughed loudly. "Black Ghost Willow, there's actually such a thing. Great, this thing is useful to me. I'll take it." With that, he went back into the black earth again. Seeing this, the people of the Ghostwood family opened their mouths. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't dare to. Although the Black Ghost Willow tree was theirs, did they dare to take it now? Furthermore, they had obeyed young Master Demon Face's orders to kill the other party. Would the other party take revenge on them now? Moreover, even if he didn't kill them, they probably wouldn't be able to survive. Young Noble Devil Flame had died in their home. What would the Devil Sky Empire think? Would the people of the Heaven Mixing Prefecture spare them? Any random expert would be able to kill them in an instant, right? The surrounding people were also completely stupefied. Young Master Devil Flame had actually died. His body and soul had been completely destroyed. They knew that a major earthquake was coming. The Chaotic Heaven Prefecture would never spare them. Therefore, the two of them had better run away. However, to their surprise, the other party did not run away. Lin Xian and Li Mu sat down cross-legged and began to check the treasures in their storage rings. What a great harvest. I heard that the person who died had an extraordinary identity. Someone will come for revenge. Kid, why don't we wait for the rabbit to come out of the tree stump? I have the same idea. After all, they are from the Spirit Sealing Star. They are enemies. There is no need to hold back. Lin Xian nodded. The others were stunned. What were the two of them doing? Were they waiting for the Chaotic Heaven Demon King to come personally? They were all crazy. The people of the Ghostwood family were even more so. They knelt there, not knowing what to do. As for the three young people, they broke free from their shackles. They and the 10 boys and girls came to the side of Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. They knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. "Thank you for saving our lives." The dark red divine dragon glanced at them and waved his hand, saying, "Don't thank us. We didn't plan to save you. We just came to kill these demon generals for revenge. I know that we are as insignificant as dust in the eyes of our benefactor. However, our benefactor's careless action has saved us. We will definitely repay you." Lin Xian said, "Get up. You are kind people. It's just that the people of the Mad Demon Camp are too cruel. Kill them this time and you won't be in any danger in the future. Benefactor, you'd better leave quickly." Young Master Devil Flame was from the younger generation. He was from the Chaotic Heaven Manor, and his father was a small saint. If the news spread, the Chaotic Heaven Manor would definitely not let this go. Yes, Benefactor, the Devil Sky Empire is also very powerful. These people began to persuade him. Lin Xian said, "It's fine. I'm waiting for them to come. Because I don't have enough resources, I'll take some more." The 3 of them were dumbfounded. They didn't know what to say. They could only retreat to the distance and wait quietly. If their benefactor was really in danger, they would sacrifice their lives to protect him. News of what had happened here quickly spread. The people of the Spirit Sealing Star knew. The people of the Celestial Pure Heaven Mansion learned of this, and soon sent a large army over. Countless experts filled the air. On the black clouds, there were countless figures that looked like fiend gods. At the front was a middle-aged man. He walked with majestic steps and a domineering aura. Everyone's scalp went numb. Heavens, the Chaotic Heaven Demon King, he actually came in person. Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that the Chaotic Heaven Manor would send a few experts here. But they didn't expect that a small saint would come in person. Beside the Chaotic Heaven Demon King stood an old man who had also reached the small saint realm. Not only that, there were countless saints behind him, and many of them were at the 5th heaven. In the distance, there were countless armies fighting, bringing up monstrous waves of air. The entire sky had been completely covered by it. The people of Sky City trembled and swallowed their saliva. They knew that Lin Xian and Lin Xian were probably finished. The people of the Ghostwood family knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. The calmest ones were Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. They looked up and narrowed their eyes. The dark red divine dragon laughed. Hee hee, the fat sheep is here again. Whitey also jumped out and looked at the sky, drooling. Obviously, it also knew that there would be a lot of natural treasures and spiritual fruits in its mouth. The chaotic heaven demon king didn't say anything after coming. But his face was gloomy. After all, one of his sons had died. How could he be happy? A general next to him shouted angrily and descended from the sky. He was here to find the body of young Master Demonic Face. Soon he found it. He swooped down, wanting to bring the body of young Master Demonic Flame back. But at this time, Lin Xian made his move. A big hand grabbed at the general. The big hand was golden and had a dazzling aura. It was like the hand of the god of war, dazzling and dazzling. The general roared angrily, "Get lost!" He shouted angrily, and light burst out from his body. He was a fifth heaven saint, and his strength was absolutely unimaginable. Originally, he wanted to bring back the body of young Master Demonic Flame first, and then deal with Lin Xian and Lin Xian. However, he didn't expect that the two of them would be so reckless and dare to take the initiative to attack him. He shouted angrily and threw out a punch. It carried a monstrous demonic aura and attacked the big golden hand. Die! Boom! Boom! The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The big golden hand was so powerful that it shattered the terrifying demonic shadow. Not only that, half of the general's body was also blown up, and he let out a miserable roar. Lin Xian raised his hand, and a sword flew out, cutting the general in half. At the same time, the sword chi kept destroying the general's soul. Soon, the general's astral soul was destroyed. All of this happened so quickly that no one could react. The people of the chaotic heaven manor were stunned. One of their fifth heaven powerhouses was dead? That was too unbelievable. They originally wanted to bring back the body, but they didn't expect that there would be an extra body for no reason. How dare you kill someone from the chaotic heaven manor? The people above were angry. Lin Xian sneered. You're the one who's bold. How dare you attack me? Do you know what punishment you deserve? Get down here, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Chapter 3778. Lin Xian's words stunned everyone. This person actually dared to scold the Hun Tian estate. Who exactly is this person? In the sky above the demonic clouds, those people were also shocked. What an arrogant attitude. Someone asked, Your Highness, do you want to investigate his identity? Heavenly King Hun snorted coldly. There was no need to investigate. No matter who he was, since he dared to kill my son, I will tear him into pieces. The old man nodded and then looked at a general. Go down and bring his head up. Be careful. This kid is very powerful. Elder and Your Highness, don't worry. I will definitely kill him. That general rushed down like a dragon coming into being. He shattered the sky. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. The expert waved his arm and clawed down. Black demonic chi filled the sky with destructive power. The void around Lin Xian shattered in an instant. Countless black holes appeared in the void. This general is at the middle stage of the fifth heaven, right? Many people screamed. It was even more terrifying than the previous one. Lin Xian snorted coldly and took out the Great Destruction Spear. It also exuded a terrifying demonic chi. The Great Destruction Spear turned into a black dragon. Together with the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it pierced in all directions. In an instant, it pierced through the opponent's body. Not only that, the opponent's body shattered into pieces. The general screamed and quickly retreated. Lin Xian went up and punched more than 3,000 times in a row. Once again, the opponent's body was turned into a bloody mist. Miserable screams and furious roars shook the 9 heavens. The general went crazy. Damn it! Impossible! In the sky, the people of the Hun Tian estate were also stunned. Damn it! Go and support him. 2 generals went down to support him. However, at this moment, Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear and activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Together with the Peerless Secret Technique, his combat strength increased by 5 times. With one strike, he killed the opponent completely. The opponent's body shattered into pieces. His soul was destroyed and he fell to the ground. The earth sank, unable to withstand the saint's corpse at all. Millions of li of the earth collapsed, and millions of li of the void were destroyed. At this moment, it was as if the world had been destroyed. In the sky, the 2 powerhouses who were coming to help were stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock. He was dead. A peerless general had died just like that. That was an expert in the middle stage of the 5th heavenly layer. Even if the 2 of them joined hands, they might not be able to kill the other party. Furthermore, with his level of cultivation, even if he couldn't win, he still had countless ways to escape. However, that person didn't even have the chance to escape. He was mercilessly killed just like that. Who was this young man? They stood there in a daze, their expressions extremely ugly. Up above, the heaven-battering king's expression finally changed. "For you," he said in a deep voice. Why are you asking me who I am now?" Lin Xian sneered. "Weren't you very arrogant before? You want to kill me regardless of who I am? What? You don't dare to continue now?" The heaven-battering heavenly king's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the man had heard what he said to his subordinates. "Boy, do you know who you're talking to? Do you know what kind of existence you're facing?" The heaven-battering heavenly king's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Lin Xian's smile grew wider. "Then, do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of offending me? Do you know that you're already facing a disaster? Not only you, but your entire heaven-battering manor is facing the crisis of being destroyed. How dare you be arrogant in front of me?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's hair stood on end. It was really weird for a young man to threaten a little saint. However, they were also very curious about Lin Xian's identity. The old man next to him was also a little saint. He walked out and cupped his fists with a smile. He wondered which family this young man was from. Lin Xian stabbed the great spear of destruction into the ground, stood with his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and said loudly, "I'm from Wushuang City." "What? Wushuang City?" He was from the sacred city. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned like a sudden clap of thunder. In the sky, the people of the heaven-battering manor also gasped, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. The young man was a disciple of the sacred city. Their faces were full of horror, and they wanted to kneel on the ground. The old man's expression changed dramatically, and the heaven-battering heavenly king's pupils shrank. At this moment, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Even though he was a little saint and the heaven-battering heavenly king, he didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, it was the sacred city. The holy city was above everything else. Not to mention the heaven-battering manor, even the Motian Empire was no match for it. Even the entire spirit-sealing star couldn't go against the sacred city. The others were also in an uproar. No wonder Lin Xian was so confident. It turned out that he was from the sacred city, and it seemed that he was a genius of the sacred city. Such a person could really defeat everything. It turned out that the young master was from the sacred city. The smile on the little saint old man's face widened as he quickly descended. The heaven-battering heavenly king also smiled. He didn't know the young master's identity and offended him. He hoped that the young master would forgive him. The 2 little saints bowed and lowered their heads. One of them was the heaven-battering heavenly king. This scene made everyone feel that it was so unreal. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't say anything, but a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Weren't they very arrogant? Why didn't they continue to be arrogant? Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent expression, the heaven-battering heavenly king broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly descended, took a few steps forward, and came to Lin Xian's side. He bowed and said, "Young master, I was blind before and offended you. I hope that the young master can forgive me." A little saint bowed and apologized to a young man. It could be said that his attitude was very respectful. The eyes of the people around almost fell out of their sockets. But Lin Xian still didn't pay any attention to him. This scene made the hearts of the people of the heaven-battering manor almost jump out of their bodies. Next to him, the dark red dragon sneered. Do you think you can get away with just an apology? You wanted to kill me before. If you can't give us something to compensate us, do you think we will let you go? Being mocked by a young man like this? A strong killing intent rose in the heaven-battering heavenly king's heart, but he didn't dare to make a move. If he killed the people of the sacred city here, his head would be hung on a tree the next day. Yes, the young master is right. I'm stupid. I'll prepare a gift for the young master now. As he spoke, he quickly took out a few things from his storage ring. Young master, this is a piece of divine iron from the outer Star River. It took me many years to get it. This is a spiritual herb that I found after traveling to more than 10 worlds. The heaven-battering heavenly king began to introduce the treasures. Each of them made countless people's eyes turn red. Buzz. The dark red dragon snatched the storage ring with a claw. Old man, do you want to live? Why are you so stingy? Give us all your treasures. Chapter 3779. Heavenly King Heaven-battering was heartbroken. There were so many treasures in his storage ring. How could he bear to give them away? However, when he saw Lin Xian's cold eyes, his face and heart trembled. Forget it. I'll just grit my teeth and bear with it. Who asked him to provoke the geniuses of the sacred city? However, this was not the end. After snatching Heavenly King Heaven-battering's storage ring, the dragon snatched the storage ring of the little saint next to him. Then, he said to the people brought by Heavenly King Heaven-battering in the sky, "Hand over your storage rings obediently, or I'll kill you all." Those people had no choice but to do as he said. Immediately, storage rings came to the dragon's hand one after another. The dragon's mouth was almost crooked from laughing. Although Lin Xian was expressionless, he was overjoyed in his heart. Old man, the armor you're wearing is not bad. Your jade pendant is not bad. After taking the storage rings, the dragon set his eyes on Heavenly King Soul and the little saint. They also had a lot of treasures on them. The dragon directly snatched them. In the end, the two little saints were left with only their underwear, which was fluttering in the wind. Everyone was dumbfounded. This scene was simply unimaginable. After all, those were two little saints. Sure enough, the two little saints were trembling with anger, but they didn't make a move in the end. Are you satisfied now, young masters? Heavenly King Heaven-battering was about to cry. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Forget it. I'll spare your life this time. But next time you go against me, I'll definitely destroy both your body and soul. Heavenly King's soul really cried. He didn't dare to go against Lin Xian anymore. He wanted to leave, but Lin Xian stopped him. Wait. Heavenly King Heaven-battering's soul trembled. He turned his head and asked, "Young master, is there anything else? I really don't have any treasures on me." Where are you going next? Are you going to the Spirit Sealing Star or the Rain Clan? The Rain Clan. Well, let's go together later. Lin Xian said. He didn't know why they were going to the Rain Clan. However, he didn't dare to ask. He could only quickly take 2 clothes from his subordinates and put them on. Then, he stood in the distance and waited. Lin Xian turned around and stared at the house of Blackwood. The people of the Darkwood family fainted from fright. Even a minor saint had to be respectful, let alone them. Lin Xian asked, "Who is the chief? Who is the core elder?" "I'm the patriarch of the Blackwood family. I'm the patriarch of the Blackwood family." He scrambled over. The 6 core elders also came over. Their bodies were trembling nonstop. Lin Xian raised his hand and cut off their heads. Even their souls were destroyed. Patriarch, elder. The people of the Blackwood family fainted from fright. Were they going to start a massacre this time? They shivered. Lin Xian said, "If a family was despicable and shameless, then it must be the fault of the patriarch and the core elders. I'll kill them now. I hope that the Blackwood family can turn over a new leaf." As he spoke, he looked at the 3 hot-blooded youths. "The 3 of you are not bad, and your talents are also very good. From now on, The three of you will be the patriarch and the core elders. I hope you can lead your family to the right path. Thank you, benefactor. The three hot-blooded youths knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Their eyes were filled with hope. Lin Xian waved his hand. Then, he turned around and walked towards the heavenly King Hun. Let's go. They boarded the Mo Yun. The heavenly King Hun revealed an expression that was uglier than crying. These were two little ancestors after all. He had no choice but to clench his teeth and leave. The rolling devil cloud left. Lin Xian and the people of Hun Tian Manor disappeared in the sky. As for the people of Too Fast City, they were completely stunned. Soon, the news spread out, causing an uproar. Countless people were excited. The genius of the sacred city had arrived at the space city and defeated everyone. The minor saints were thrown into disarray. All kinds of news were spreading. The legends about Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were everywhere. These two people were now heading towards the Rain Clan with the heavenly King Hun. The Rain Clan occupied the double Rain planet. There were two planets. One of them might be smaller than the other worlds. However, when the two planets were combined, they were not inferior to the other planets at all. The Rain Clan's foundation was very strong. It was really enviable that they could occupy two such planets. It was said that the Rain Clan also had super experts in the past. However, they declined later on. During this period, Lin Xian chatted with the heavenly King Hun. He also learned that the heavenly King Hun and the others were not going to the front line to fight, but to provide resources. They were logisticians. Therefore, they would not be in danger even if they went to the Rain Clan. This made Lin Xian even more satisfied. He came here to watch the Rain Clan being destroyed. Naturally, he would go deep into the Rain Clan. At this moment, he was with the heavenly King Hun. He could watch the battle at a close distance. He wanted to properly appreciate how the Rain Clan was being destroyed one step at a time. The Rain Clan now had fewer people compared to the last time he saw them. On the vast land, formations were flickering everywhere. Obviously, they were all on alert. Only the last battle was left. Lin Xian came with the heavenly King Hun, so he was unimpeded along the way. Soon, they arrived at the camp. The heavenly King Hun said, "Young masters, you can rest here. If you want to watch the battle, it will probably take some time." "Well, we'll stay here. You don't have to worry about us. Go do your thing." Lin Xian waved his hand. The heavenly King Hun left. When he left the palace, his face immediately darkened. Damn, are the geniuses of the sacred city so free? Don't they need to cultivate? How can they come here to watch the battle? Then, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon palace set up camp in this camp. About 2 months later, on this day, the earth trembled, and muffled thunder sounded in the distance. It spread all over the world like a bell. The people in the heavenly King Hun's camp were all alarmed. They all went out of the camp and looked into the distance. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon palace's eyes also lit up. It's coming. The final battle is about to begin. Sure enough, when they went out, they saw that the world had already changed. Countless gusts of wind swept across, and there were even extremely terrifying laws colliding between heaven and earth. Thunder fell one after another. In the sky, black holes appeared one after another. Those were spatial transmissions. The dark red divine dragon palace and Lin Xian were both masters of array formations. They could tell at a glance that this was a world-level transmission. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Figures in black armor walked out of the black holes one after another. They were like demons, holding sabers and swords, and emitting murderous auras. They were like demons from the demon realm, standing in the void and emitting monstrous auras. They suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The people of the demon palace had arrived. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The people of the heavenly King Hun's palace also exclaimed. There were so many people. Indeed, there were truly too many people this time around. Not only that, there were even more powerful demonic beasts appearing in the world. There was even a black bat that covered the sky for tens of thousands of miles like a dark cloud. The light between heaven and earth instantly dimmed. Chapter 3780. This was a world-level battle. Countless people would be watching it. The dark red dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, the battle between the Demon Palace and the Rain Clan had attracted the attention of everyone in the two-star realm. Although they weren't from the Saint City, these two forces were still extraordinary. Demon Palace. It was one of the top 3 forces on the demon planet. Its palace master, the demon overlord, stood at the peak of the Saint Venerable realm. He was in seclusion now. Once he succeeded, he would become a Saint King. This was a force second only to the Saint City. As for the Rain Clan, they were once glorious. Although they had declined, they still occupied 2 worlds. One could say that their foundation was also extraordinary. This battle was between a powerful new force and a declining old force. Naturally, it would cause a great commotion. Countless experts and worlds were watching. Even some people from the Saint City had come. They wanted to watch this rare world-exterminating battle. Heavenly King Hun had also returned to the military camp. His expression was incomparably solemn. 2 young masters, although we are at the rear and won't be affected, I'm afraid this old man won't be able to protect the 2 of you. Please don't blame me. Don't worry, we're just here to watch the battle. I don't think the Demon Palace will take action. Lin Xian nodded. The dark red divine dragon said, "Old man, if even you are so scared, what kind of experts will come?" Heavenly King Hun took a deep breath. This time, it was probably a world-exterminating battle. The Demon Palace had sent a Saint Venerable. It was even rumored that they had brought a Sun-class Saint weapon. At that time, if they really launched an all-out attack, the whole world would be completely destroyed. Ah! The dark red dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. This is crazy. Lin Xian was also surprised. Saint Venerables also took action? They were more terrifying than minor saints. They even had a Sun-class Saint weapon. It seemed like this was really a battle to the death. Why are you still waiting here? Hurry up and run. The dark red divine dragon said. Heavenly King Hun said, "It's not that simple. The Rain Clan's foundation is also beyond imagination. They must have at least a Sun-class Saint weapon. After all, the Rain Clan was once glorious. Therefore, it was still unknown whether they could defeat the Rain Clan in this battle. Interesting. All the more reason for us to stay here and watch." Lin Xian sneered. This kind of shocking battle might not be seen even in a few thousand years. Although it was dangerous, they were still not afraid. That was because they also had the Great Sage item in their hands. If they really had no other choice, they could enter the Great Sage Pagoda and directly shatter the void to leave. More and more black holes appeared in the sky. The experts of the Fiend Planet were still teleporting. Finally, 3 days later, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. At this moment, a majestic voice resounded between heaven and earth. The sky moved. Countless experts of the Demon Palace rushed down from the sky and attacked the Rain Clan. This scene was simply too shocking. Every single one of them was like a demon god. It was as if countless black mountains were descending from the sky, making it hard for people to breathe. Boom, boom. The void shattered in an instant as countless arrays were torn apart. The great earth sunk, terrifying great cracks appearing. It was as if the entire world was going to be hacked apart. Those who offend my Rain Clan will be killed without mercy. In the depths of the earth, an angry voice was also heard. Immediately after, dark clouds gathered in the sky and countless raindrops began to fall. Below them was a vast ocean that surged through the sky. It was as if the entire world had turned into an ocean. Heavy rain poured down. This was not ordinary water. Instead, it was filled with killing intent. Every single one of them was formed by a peerless killing array that carried with it the power of the natural laws. In an instant, they collided with the Demon Palace's army. Both sides began to fight. On the Demon Palace's side, there were people who had their bodies pierced by the laws of the rain and fell to the ground. As for the other experts, they rushed down and arrived on the ground. The city below was instantly destroyed. The platforms, pavilions, and palaces were all turned into ashes. At this moment, they had truly gone mad with killing. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were fighting in the army camp. At this moment, their expressions were grave. To be honest, the two of them were veterans of hundreds of battles. They had seen all kinds of geniuses and experienced all kinds of dangerous battles. However, those were only individual battles. At most, they would be surrounded by several hundred people. But now, there were more than hundreds of millions of sacred spirits fighting. This was the first time in their lives that they had experienced such a grand scene. This kind of spiritual shock gave Lin Xian a lot of enlightenment. It was truly hundreds of millions of sacred spirits as soldiers and millions of fiend gods as generals. The Rain Clan's formations were truly marvelous. They had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Even Black Mountain was alarmed by it. The northern monster also extended his soul to observe the battle. This was a world-destroying battle. The northern monster was greatly alarmed. The Demon Palace's powerful attack destroyed countless cities below. Although the Rain Clan had a torrential rain and countless formations, they were still mercilessly destroyed. Right at this moment, a radiance erupted from the distant land, illuminating half the sky. A minor saint attacked with all his strength. As he opened and closed his palm, a monstrous aura was emitted. Countless experts of the Demon Palace were sent flying. The might of a minor saint was vividly displayed at this moment. Since you dare to behave atrociously in my Rain Clan, you must all die. That minor saint of the Rain Clan was emitting a monstrous killing intent. It was as if he had transformed into a god of death. He formed hand seals and the law of rain was spurted out from his palm. At this moment, a silver river swept across the 9 heavens. Wherever it passed, the experts of the Demon Palace were all cut in half. In this battle, over 1,000 experts had fallen. Humph. So what if you're a minor saint of the Rain Clan? You're not qualified to be impudent. A minor saint of the Demon Palace also arrived. He was holding a black ghost seal. A ghost face stretched out and shattered the silver river. The 2 minor saints fought fiercely. I'll help you. Another minor saint rushed over. The Rain Clan was, after all, their headquarters. It was very convenient for them to send reinforcements. 2 against 1, the minor saints sent the ghost seal flying. However, at this moment, a long black blade flew over from the sky and slashed down, cutting the 2 minor saints in half. Ah! The 2 minor saints screamed miserably. It was a top-grade saint tool. Their faces were filled with fear. This was a top-grade moon-grade saint tool. Ordinary minor saints did not have it. Only Saint Venerables had it. They did not expect it to be used so quickly. The one holding the top-grade saint tool was a minor saint at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer. His strength was so strong that it could crush everything. He waved the long blade. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop him. Asterisk roar. Asterisk in the endless sea, a shark that was over 10,000 meters long rushed out. Its huge body turned and sent countless people of the Demon Palace flying. In addition to the shark, a powerful sea demon came out from the deep sea. The Rain Clan was originally occupied by the sea. It was extremely vast. There were countless sea demons in the sea. At this moment, all of them had erupted. Asterisk roar. Asterisk in the sky, another extremely terrifying roar was heard. It was a demonic beast brought by the Demon Palace. It was a black bat. It was also a 6th heavenly layer demonic beast. Its strength was unparalleled. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.